Immortality, my cultivation has no bottleneck. Liang Sheng transmigrated into an alternate world, starting off with the talent dull cultivator. A dull cultivator referred to someone with a sincere heart, unyielding perseverance, and extremely slow cultivation speed. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. But what did it matter if there was no bottleneck in his cultivation? Having an extremely slow cultivation speed made everything difficult. However, when he reached the 9th realm of profound eternity and broke through to the 10th realm, extending his lifespan by 20 years, he suddenly realized that this was the true meaning of no bottleneck in cultivation. Any cultivation method could be pushed to its limits and be continuously cultivated. Since that was the case, if one method of cultivating longevity was not enough, then he would practice 10 methods. If 10 methods were not enough, then he would practice 20. In short, he wanted to achieve immortality. Chapter 1, Just a good-for-nothing born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Night. Dian Dynasty. Jinzhou City, Liang family's backyard. At this time, the night was already quiet, but in one room, there was an aura of death that made it seem even more eerie. A little bit of moonlight spilled in from the window, illuminating the room, only to reveal a pale-faced youth lying on the floor, his eyes tightly closed as he was unconscious. Who knew how long had passed when the youth finally opened his eyes, a surprised expression on his face. Immediately after, a throbbing pain came from his brain. Damn it! Under the agonizing pain, Liang Sheng instinctively wanted to wail, but found that he couldn't even make a sound. Immediately after, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed directly into his mind, and it took him a good while to recover. What the hell? He had actually transmigrated, and it was a soul transmigration with the same name and surname? What a lack of creativity! No wonder he couldn't ignite himself. It turned out that Liang Sheng was originally a failed web novel author in the Blue Star world. After 3 years of continuous failure and having more than a dozen books, he finally realized a truth under the guidance of his senior. Updating web novels is the king, and 1 million can become a god. So, late one night, after 10 days of updating 30,000 words daily, Liang Sheng suddenly died and then transmigrated into this world. He became the eldest son of the Liang family's patriarch in Jinzhou City, a martial arts family. With the memories in his mind, he also knew that this world was a highly martial world, where martial artists could scale walls, smash mountains and rocks with ease. Not to mention that there were legends in this world that martial artists could break through their shackles and cultivate immortality, plucking stars and slashing star rivers with their swords. Although these legends were unverifiable, and his predecessor had never witnessed them firsthand. However, this was a fact as solid as nails that this high martial world was similar to the ancient Huaxia of the Blue Star. And the Liang family was the top martial arts family in Jinzhou City, standing tall in Jinzhou for hundreds of years, and the Liang family's younger generation was considered the cream of the crop in Jinzhou City. At this point, Liang Sheng had completely absorbed all the memories of his original body, and for a short while, he was only excited. After all, he had experience with this kind of thing. Although he himself had no experience, which of his failed transmigration tales didn't end up becoming masters, carefree and unfettered? Although the final memory of the original body wasn't very good, he didn't worry at all at this moment. After all, which starting point failed transmigration story would not have a golden finger? As expected, after a few experiments controlling his body to move, he immediately found his golden finger. He had an attribute panel. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 18. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, second layer. Realm, second level of postnatal realm, 70%. Under the talent, there was an additional line of explanation. Innocent foolishness, born with a sincere heart, cultivation will be unyielding, although cultivation speed will be extremely slow, there will be no bottlenecks to all the techniques in the world. But so what if there was no bottleneck for all the techniques in the world? Since the cultivation speed was extremely slow, it was simply a garbage talent. How could this panel be considered a top-grade talent? Why did the original owner fall into madness, allowing himself to take over? He was the eldest son of the Liang family's patriarch, consuming countless resources, yet his cultivation level was still only at the second level of postnatal realm. How could he not be anxious? Martial arts family, strength is supreme. Not to mention the rumors of him being unworthy of his position, the family considered letting him take charge of the outer sect tavern and become a businessman. How could he be willing to settle for that? And now, he doesn't seem to be much better off. He seems to have received the golden finger, but his talent is innocent foolishness, which is destined to make his cultivation extremely slow. What's different from his past life? At this moment, Liang Sheng felt a bit bitter about his fate and studied the attribute panel for a long time before finally giving in to despair. Wasn't the panel supposed to have addition signs? Why does his own golden finger seem to be just a panel with no extra functions? This golden finger is utterly useless. Let alone calling this trash talent of innocent foolishness a top-grade talent, it's clearly a product of low quality. After a long while, Liang Sheng finally calmed down. Since there is no hope for cultivation in this life, he might as well enjoy it. After all, he was still the legitimate eldest son of the Liang family, and since he was assigned to manage the Liang family's business, as long as he didn't mess things up, he would definitely have a much happier life than when he was down and out in his previous life. Fortunately, for the past 18 years, since the original body had failed in his martial arts cultivation, although he was the legitimate eldest son, he had kept an extremely low profile and had not accumulated much cause and effect. At the moment when Liang Sheng had almost figured out how to live his new life, the sound of someone patrolling came from outside the courtyard. It was already midnight. Liang Sheng hurriedly washed up and prepared to go to bed. The sudden death in his previous life was a lesson, and since he had decided to live a leisurely and wealthy life, he needed to have a healthy body. After all, with no hope for cultivation in the future, perhaps he could only spend his days idly, listening to music at brothels, and living a repetitive life. Liang Sheng lay in bed with a bitter smile, then closed his eyes. With such ambitions, perhaps he was the most useless transmigrator in history, a disgrace to those of his kind. Well, this world is prosperous in martial arts. Even though his own talent is not good, if he practiced some health cultivation methods, he should be able to enjoy a few more years, right? Early the next morning, Liang Sheng got up early, prepared to take a good walk around Jinzhou city. Although he had inherited the memories of the original body, it was not easy to adjust to this life without taking a closer look. Unfortunately, before he could even step out, he was stopped by someone. "Young master, the patriarch asked for you to see him." Liang Sheng was startled but quickly recovered his wits, nodding his head slightly without saying a word. The servant didn't mind, as their young master had always been like this. Following the servant, Liang Sheng couldn't help but wonder why the Liang family's patriarch was looking for him. In his daily life, his father, the head of their household, seldom saw him after he deemed him a hopeless martial artist. At this moment, the servant led Liang Sheng past the martial arts training ground, where the Liang family's instructors were leading the disciples in practice and none of them paid attention to him. After a while, Liang Sheng felt something was off, as they had now passed the main residence of the Liang family's patriarch. And then, after turning a corner, Liang Sheng looked at the towering structures in front of him, and his nerves immediately tightened. The Liang family ancestral hall. Liang Sheng instantly realized that the news of him becoming the manager of the Outer Sect Tavern wasn't just a baseless rumor. Even though he was the legitimate eldest son, he ultimately lacked strength. At this time, the ancestral hall's main gate was tightly shut, but there were already many people in the courtyard, including the younger generation of the Liang family's various branches. Action. When they saw Liang Sheng, their expressions were somewhat strange, and some even couldn't help but burst into laughter. Eldest son of the Liang family? He was nothing more than a useless person born early. And starting today, he would become the manager of the Outer Sect Tavern, no longer one of their peers. At this moment, Liang Sheng also felt the strange atmosphere in the courtyard, but he remained expressionless, silently standing in a corner and closing his eyes to rest. His demeanor, whether intentional or not, seemed to irritate some of the Liang family's disciples who wanted to see him humiliated. Someone suddenly whispered, "Eldest son? He's nothing but a useless fool born early." Chapter 2, Health Cultivation Method, Longevity Skill. Jinzhou City, Liang Family Ancestral Hall. At this moment, the courtyard was silent. After all, Liang Sheng is still the eldest son of the Liang family, and cannot be easily humiliated. The person who had just whispered realized that they had said the wrong thing and did not speak again. For a short while, the courtyard became quiet once more. As for Liang Sheng himself, there was no expression on his face at the moment, but there was no anger, only a bitter smile in his heart. After all, the other party was not wrong. He was an innocent fool with a slow cultivation speed, a waste in their eyes. He could only hope that he would be able to live a life of leisure and wealth in this world. Just then, there was a sudden creaking sound. The doors of the ancestral hall slowly opened. Walking at the front was the current patriarch of the Liang family, Liang Ping, Liang Sheng's birth father. Liang Ping's face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Liang Sheng was already prepared, but his heart was still somewhat uneasy, as the arrangement of his fate was about to begin. Sheng. Liang Sheng immediately stepped forward and bowed, raising his head to look at Liang Ping, waiting for him to make the final arrangement for him. Behind Liang Ping were the influential figures of the Liang family, the managerial clan elders. At this moment, their faces were serious, and there was no indication of what they were thinking from their expressions. Just then, Liang Ping's voice rang out again, and Liang Sheng's heartbeat could not help but accelerate. How he would be arranged, the result would be revealed immediately. Today is your coming of age. From now on, you will follow your second uncle and learn to take charge of the family's tavern business. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the younger generation of the Liang family lit up in an instant. However, they quickly lowered their heads, the flames of desire burning in their eyes. With the eldest son Liang Sheng being officially removed from the line of inheritance for the position of patriarch, any of them now had the chance to occupy that position. Their fists were clenched tightly without them realizing it. Shenger obeys father's arrangement. For some reason, upon hearing his exact arrangement, Liang Sheng felt a sense of relief in his heart. Perhaps this was already the best arrangement for him. Taking charge of the Liang family's outer sect tavern may not be that impressive for the main heir of the Liang family, but it is still a prominent position in Jinzhou City, ensuring a life without any worries of food and clothing. Liang Ping looked at Liang Sheng's calm demeanor and couldn't help but take a deep look at his good-for-nothing son. He didn't expect him to have such a temperament. What a pity! As the Liang family's patriarch, he had devoted a lot of resources to his son in his early years, but he truly had no talent for cultivation. Even an ordinary person would have broken through to the postnatal second realm by now. However, this was also good. Letting him manage the outer sect tavern could be considered to fulfill his father-son affection with him. At this moment, Liang Ping turned to his brother, the current manager of the outer sect, Liang Qiang, and said, "Second brother, I will have to trouble you from now on. Patriarch, don't worry. I will teach Shenger well and ensure a smooth transition of the tavern management." Liang Ping nodded and said nothing else, making his way towards the exit of the ancestral hall. The various managerial clan elders followed behind him. Before leaving, Liang Qiang specially waved at Liang Sheng, telling him to come to him when he was free, and that he would hand over the tavern's affairs to him. When Liang Ping left with the managers, the younger generation in the courtyard let out a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, their desires hidden by now. "Big brother, when I go to the tavern to drink in the future, you have to take care of me, your little brother." This remark was like opening a floodgate, and in an instant, all the young generation from different branches had smiling faces when they looked at Liang Sheng. After all, having a brother who isn't a competitor and whose father is the current patriarch, they should at least not have conflicts even if they don't build good relationships. Of course, their smiles were only on the surface at this moment, but who knows how many of them were genuine. Liang Sheng also put on a smiling face, adopting a very humble attitude that made the Liang family's younger generation somewhat uncomfortable. The Liang Sheng of the past was difficult to get close to, but it seems that he has truly accepted reality and let go of his obsession now. If it were them, changing from the Liang family's legitimate eldest son to a marginal figure, could they really be so calm and composed? He could be considered a character, if only he had talent for cultivation. For a short while, the atmosphere in the courtyard became more harmonious. Liang Sheng even made several promises, saying that after he officially takes over the tavern, all his brothers will be supportive. That afternoon, Liang Sheng went to find Liang Qiang and went to one of the most luxurious taverns in Jinzhou City, Shend Building, the tavern owned by Liang family, to show his face. Liang Qiang was initially surprised, not expecting Liang Sheng to come looking for him so quickly. But after the handover in the afternoon, his admiration for Liang Sheng increased. Liang Sheng's methods weren't bad. He met the tavern manager first, gave rewards to everyone in the tavern, but also added a few rules, so it was both grace and force applied. After such ups and downs, he was able to adjust his identity so quickly, which made him a character, but it was a pity that he lacked talent for cultivation. How could he cope? Liang Qiang couldn't help but think of himself and bitter smiled. He was actually no different. What right did he have to pity Liang Sheng? At this moment, under the same sentiment, he felt more warmth towards his nephew Liang Sheng. In this martial world where human relations are indifferent, warmth is all the more precious. Liang Sheng naturally felt the change in Liang Qiang. Although he didn't know why, it was ultimately a good thing, so how could he refuse? Thus, the atmosphere between the uncle and nephew became even more harmonious. Night. At this moment, Liang Sheng was sitting on a cushion, and after a while, he opened his eyes with an expression of helplessness on his face. As expected from an innocent child, the cultivation speed was so slow that it was infuriating. Tonight, after practicing the Golden Dragon technique and completing the grand circulation, there was almost no effect. After confirming through the panel that his cultivation progress was almost zero, he could only accept his fate, even if he was unwilling. No matter what kind of technique is practiced in this world, there is a corresponding number of circulations for each realm. The previous body was desperate and forced to continue circulating the qi under its limit, which led to its death due to deviation. Liang Sheng, naturally, learned the lesson and dared not force the circulation anymore. However, he couldn't waste the long night either, so he started practicing the health cultivation method, the longevity skill, that he had just obtained. Health cultivation methods are as common as hair in this world but are not mainstream, as martial strength is paramount in this world. If a cultivator lacks strength, what's the point of living longer? Moreover, health cultivation methods also have limits, and if one doesn't reach the perfect realm, it's unknown how many years of life can be added. Therefore, health cultivation methods belong to the simplest and easiest to practice techniques, but there are still bottlenecks to overcome for each breakthrough. If someone spends a lot of time practicing health cultivation methods, they may not gain much in this martial world. After all, increasing one's strength is the top priority. And who among the martial cultivators in the early stages of cultivation would choose such a mediocre and unimpressive health cultivation method? Perhaps only old monsters with near-end lifespans would practice health cultivation methods when their martial path has already been broken. To live a few more years counts as a few more years. Chapter 3, Unexpected Cultivation Speed. Longevity Skill. After confirming that his technique was correct, Liang Sheng carefully followed the route of the technique to circulate the qi within his body in the Zhou-Tian cycle. Even if it was a seemingly benign health cultivation technique, Liang Sheng still treated it cautiously, as martial arts cultivation should not be taken lightly. However, things went much smoother than Liang Sheng had imagined. The circulation of qi within his body was extremely smooth, and after the completion of the grand circulation of Zhou-Tian, the longevity qi was immediately produced. Worried that his fluctuating emotions might cause accidents, Liang Sheng forcefully calmed his excited heart and gradually found tranquility as he circulated the qi throughout his body. After more than an hour, Liang Sheng, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened them and took a deep breath, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. First layer of longevity skill. Wasn't his cultivation speed supposed to be extremely slow? How could it have such an astonishing effect? Even if the health cultivation method was much simpler compared to an offensive technique like the Golden Dragon technique, it shouldn't be this easy to achieve mastery, should it? However, the attribute panel in front of him proved that all of this was not his imagination, but the truth. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 18. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon technique, second layer, longevity skill, first layer. Realm, martial artist, postnatal second realm, 70%. His progress in the martial arts realm had not changed, but the fact that he had successfully entered the first layer after practicing the longevity skill for the first time was truly incredible. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. His postnatal second realm qi circulation with the longevity skill should indeed have such an effect. This was like a high school student with poor grades who, regardless of their performance, would still find primary school textbooks extremely easy to study. However, once the longevity skill qi in his body reached parity with his martial arts realm, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy such treatment anymore. But no matter what, it was a good thing. After all, the longer he lived, the more he could enjoy a luxurious and leisurely life, and his journey through this world would not be in vain. With this in mind, Liang Sheng calmed himself down, hurriedly washed up, and lay down in bed to sleep. In his previous life, he had died from overwork and staying up all night. In this life, he could not make the same mistake while cultivating. Since then, Liang Sheng's life began to settle down. After taking charge of the Liang family restaurant affairs, he completely accepted his fate and began to actively participate in the business action. Gradually, people in the Liang family paid less and less attention to him. After all, why would they need to care about a mere manager of the Liang family restaurant? More than a month later, Liang Sheng requested the ancestral hall to move out of the Liang family residence and set up his own solitary living quarters. No one had opposed this. In fact, their impression of him only improved. After all, they appreciated such a sensible former eldest son. Patriarch Liang Ping hesitated at first, but upon Liang Qiang's seemingly unintentional reminder, he also believed that this was indeed the best choice for Liang Sheng. After all, for someone with mediocre talent like Liang Sheng, being a wealthy and idle gentleman and living a peaceful life was the best possible outcome. So the matter was settled quickly, and a residence near Shend building belonging to the Liang family was cleaned up within a few days, becoming Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng later learned that this request had been easily granted because Liang Qiang had given him a helping hand, allowing him to achieve a satisfactory outcome. Therefore, Liang Sheng chose a time to bring a generous gift and personally visit his second uncle to express his gratitude. With Liang Sheng's ability to know when to advance and retreat, he unknowingly blended well with the Liang family and got along well with everyone. He was like another person compared to before. However, his behavior only proved that he was further and further away from the power center of the Liang family, becoming a marginal figure. That's why he could achieve universal popularity. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by, and Liang Sheng gradually became an invisible figure outside the struggles of the Liang family. Only occasionally, during meals and tea breaks, would people mention the former eldest son who had now fallen on hard times. As for the Shend building, with the protection of the Liang family, the business naturally thrived. After paying the monthly taxes to the main family, Liang Sheng's days were exceptionally wealthy. If it weren't for the certainty of keeping a low profile, with the experience of over a dozen failures in history, the expansion of profits through the refinement and distillation of high-quality wine would have been entirely possible. However, in the uncertain circumstances of the Liang family's young master, for him, the former eldest son of the main family, maintaining a low profile and saving his life is the first rule. How could he possibly make a big show of his wealth? Anyway, he's now living a wealthy life, so why put himself in the sights of the various branches of the Liang family? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Even in Jinzhou City's Yushan building, Liang Sheng's figure could be seen, and tales of the former eldest son of the Liang family indulging in wanton pleasures and spending his nights amongst the flowers started to spread throughout the city. Just as everyone thought that Liang Sheng had resigned himself to enjoying an ordinary life of wealth and splendor, in these past few months, he had actually not been idle. He had been continuously cultivating the Golden Dragon technique and the health cultivation method's longevity skill. His decision to establish an independent family was in order not to attract attention and to hide in the shadows to cultivate in privacy. Just like that, another 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Tonight, Liang Sheng sat cross-legged in his room, taking a deep breath before continuing his cultivation as usual. However, he couldn't help but feel a faint excitement. The progress of the Golden Dragon technique was still incredibly slow, but after all, it was the Liang family's unique skill that had stood the test of centuries in Jinzhou City. Naturally, its cultivation difficulty was much higher than that of the longevity skill. However, he didn't know whether he was suited for the longevity skill or not, but his cultivation speed didn't seem slow at all. At this moment, Liang Sheng tried hard to calm his excited emotions. After his heart settled down, he began circulating Zhou Tian to cultivate the longevity skill. In the meantime, the resources that Liang Ping had tilted towards Liang Sheng in the past, using his identity as the family head, had all been hidden deep within Liang Sheng's body, transformed into essence blood, and were now being absorbed by the longevity skill. An hour later, Liang Sheng's eyes suddenly opened, and his aura surged before being withdrawn back into his body. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 18. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon technique, 2nd layer, longevity skill, 3rd layer. Realm, martial artist postnatal threefold, 1%. It took Liang Sheng only a month to break through to the second layer of the longevity skill, which could be attributed to the fact that he had already reached the postnatal second realm. However, to achieve the third layer of the longevity skill in just 6 months was an unimaginable situation. Although the longevity skill was a health cultivation method and simpler than offensive techniques, Liang Sheng still found it somewhat unbelievable that he could achieve such a cultivation speed with the talent of innocent foolishness. Would anyone else have such a smooth journey? After all, every technique would encounter bottlenecks. So, was this the use of the talent of innocent foolishness? Or should he also thank Liang Ping for providing him with so many resources in the past? Liang Sheng was somewhat surprised. Although he had advanced his realm through cultivating a health cultivation method, which was far less powerful than cultivating the golden dragon technique of the same realm, it was still a genuine postnatal threefold realm. So today was a day of great joy and celebration. Liang Sheng couldn't sleep anymore, but he was the only one living in the backyard. However, that didn't mean he had no servants, they just lived in separate rooms in the front courtyard. The coachman, Ma San, had already taken off his clothes and was preparing to rest when he was suddenly called by Liang Sheng in the middle of the night to hurry up and drive the horse carriage to the Yushan building. The nighttime Jinzhou City patrol guards saw Liang Sheng's horse carriage and didn't stop it, but they were filled with disdain in their hearts. As expected, he was the Liang family's waste. Night after night spent indulging in debauchery, he would probably die on a woman's belly someday. As for the Yushan building's madam, Spring Lady, her eyes brightened immediately upon seeing Liang Sheng's horse carriage parked outside the building. A big customer had arrived. "Ladies, come out and greet the guest." As Liang Sheng walked to the entrance, he grinned and directly embraced Spring Lady, fully displaying the true nature of a debauched young master. Spring Lady, the usual. After all, indulging in wine, women, and song was a means of survival for Liang Sheng, once the eldest son of a martial arts family. Chapter 4, The Correct Way to Open Innocent Foolishness. Jinzhou City. Another night of spring breeze passed. Dawn broke, and the sun rose from the east. Liang Sheng removed the jade lotus that was placed over him, got dressed, and was indifferent to the resentful eyes on the bed. Without any reluctance, he turned and left directly. After all, it was just business. There was no room for feelings. After leaving, Liang Sheng got into the horse carriage, intending to return to the mansion to rest. However, before entering the mansion, he received news from a Liang family servant. Liang Ying of the Liang family's second room had, at the age of 16, broken through to the postnatal fourfold realm, officially reaching the intermediate level of martial arts. There would be a celebration feast in the second room of the Liang family. Liang Ying was ranked third among the younger generation of the Liang family and was 2 years younger than Liang Sheng. However, he had now reached the postnatal fourfold realm despite having far fewer resources than Liang Sheng. This was the genius of the Liang family. At this moment, with a smiling face, Liang Sheng promised to attend the celebration of Liang Ying's breakthrough. There was no sign of dissatisfaction on his face. Action. After the servant who had delivered the news returned, he truthfully reported Liang Sheng's reaction to the second room. After hearing it, including Liang Ying, everyone couldn't help but smirk. The rightful eldest son of the previous patriarch indeed knew his place and had no undue ambitions. When Liang Sheng sent a congratulatory gift, he unexpectedly saw Liang Ping, the Liang family patriarch, whom he had not seen for a long time. He hadn't expected him to attend in person. Liang Ping naturally saw Liang Sheng as well. However, the father and son exchanged only a brief greeting and did not engage in a deep conversation. After all, even if they wanted to talk, what could they say in such a situation? At the feast, the younger generation of the Liang family appeared harmonious on the surface, but Liang Sheng could see that many people looked at Liang Ying, who was at the center of attention, with envy, wishing to replace him. It seemed that the competition among the younger generation of the Liang family would not stop until the heir was finally determined and might become even more ruthless. Of course, some people at the banquet had different thoughts. Though their talents were average, they felt superior compared to Liang Sheng, with a trace of provocation in their eyes. However, noticing Liang Sheng's indifferent expression, they found it boring and decided not to pay him any further attention. The banquet ended successfully amidst the lively atmosphere. As Liang Sheng had expected, the competition among the younger generation of the Liang family intensified after the banquet. However, these were irrelevant to Liang Sheng, who now just wanted to remain hidden in a corner, away from attention, and quietly grow stronger. Time flew by, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jinzhou City. Liang Family Ancestral Hall. The Liang family gathered at their ancestral hall, where they would witness the birth of the new heir. As for Liang Sheng, who was now standing in the corner, no one paid any attention to him. After all, who would remember a tavern manager stuck in the second level of the postnatal realm after 7 years? With the attribute panel, no one could see through Liang Sheng's true strength. No one knew that he had changed drastically since the past. At this moment, Liang Ping personally hung the jade pendant, symbolizing the identity of the young master, around Liang Ying's waist in front of the family elders and managers. Liang Ping looked at the spirited Liang Ying in front of him, patted his shoulder, and sighed in his heart. If only it had been his own son. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the corner. In the end, he could only comfort himself, feeling lucky that he could live a peaceful life. After all, during these 7 years, several outstanding descendants of the Liang family had experienced accidents. As for the reason, after a fruitless investigation, it was left unresolved. Actually, everyone knew what happened. It was just that in the end, Liang Ying from the second room had the last laugh. However, Liang Ying indeed deserved the identity of the Liang family's young master. At 23 years old, he had reached the complete postnatal 6th realm and was the most outstanding descendant of the Liang family in 100 years. Even the Liang family's ancestor, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, was startled and came out to inquire about the situation personally. It was only then that the competition for the position of the young master of the Liang family was finally settled. When more than half of the young master ceremony had passed, Liang Sheng, who was standing in the corner, tensed his body and then relaxed again. Immediately afterward, someone came to his side, and it was none other than the Liang family's external affairs manager, his second uncle Liang Qiang. "Sheng, is everything ready for the banquet? You must not make any mistakes." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng quickly nodded, "Don't worry, second uncle, everything is arranged and foolproof." Liang Qiang felt reassured seeing Liang Sheng's confidence. After all, he had been watching his performance for the past 7 years. Although Liang Sheng had no martial arts talent, he was indeed adept at managing the tavern, its business thriving and generating income that made the various branches of the Liang family envious. It was precisely because today's banquet was so important that he couldn't help but ask about it personally, otherwise, he wouldn't have worried at all. As for the banquet arrangements, there were no issues. The disciples of the Liang family's various branches clinked their glasses and talked happily together, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The focus of the banquet was, of course, Liang Ying. By now, all competitions had come to an end, and he had firmly secured the position of the Liang family's young master. No matter whether others had other intentions or not, at least on the surface, everyone was extremely respectful to him. However, Liang Sheng, who had arranged the banquet, was now sitting in a corner, watching Liang Ying bask in the limelight, his heart as calm as an old dog. No one knew how astonishing Liang Sheng's progress had been in these 7 years. If anyone could see through his realm, they would probably be shocked on the spot. Postnatal 5-fold. That's right. After 7 years of hibernation, Liang Sheng's attribute panel has completely changed compared to 7 years ago. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 25. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 4th layer, Longevity Skill, 9th layer. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 5th layer, 25%. Although the lifespan cultivation technique is simple, reaching the highest 9th layer of longevity skill would only reach the postnatal 5th realm. However, when he broke through to the 9th layer, Liang Sheng felt a mysterious sense that his lifespan had increased by a full 10 years. This is still the result of the longevity skill's early layers filling the lifespan he had reduced due to previous forced cultivation. Otherwise, the increased lifespan would be even more. His previous thoughts were also confirmed. Cultivating the Golden Dragon technique with a higher realm would indeed yield twice the result with half the effort. Even Liang Sheng himself hadn't expected this result, that there would be no cultivation bottleneck for innocent foolishness, and cultivating longevity skill would go so smoothly. Now, even if compared with the ordinary disciples of the Liang family, Liang Sheng would be considered on par with them. After all, many of the younger Liang family members hadn't yet reached the postnatal 5-fold realm. However, longevity skill didn't have much battle strength. With the same golden dragon technique at the 4th layer, Liang Sheng's battle strength wasn't much different despite having more internal energy. When the banquet ended, Liang Sheng, as the manager of the tavern, took care of the final details. By the time he returned to his mansion, the moon was already high up in the night sky. From now on, Liang Ying would be the young master of the Liang family, and Liang Sheng had no resentment regarding this. When he returned to his room, he still followed his habit of the past 7 years, sitting cross-legged and cultivating the Golden Dragon technique. After completing the grand circulation of the Golden Dragon technique, he subconsciously continued to cultivate the longevity skill. Although he had already reached the highest realm, it had become a habit. But at the next moment, Liang Sheng's face suddenly changed. Boom! In an instant, there was a roaring sound within Liang Sheng's body. If it weren't for the attribute panel's concealment feature, he would have caused a commotion by now. When everything calmed down, Liang Sheng's face was full of shock, followed by elation in his heart. Could this be the correct way to activate the talent of innocent foolishness? Because at this moment, his attribute panel clearly showed longevity skill, 10th layer. In this mysterious moment, Liang Sheng's lifespan increased by another 20 years. Chapter 5, My Own Perspective is Too Narrow. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 25. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 4th layer, Longevity Skill, 10th layer. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 5th layer, 40%. Originally, the highest realm of longevity skill was the 9th layer, but now Liang Sheng has forcibly cultivated it to the 10th layer, increasing his lifespan by another 20 years. So this is the meaning of all laws in the world have no bottleneck. It's not just that there will be no bottlenecks during cultivation, but also the ability to break the limits of the techniques and continue cultivating. In these 7 years of self-cultivation, from the postnatal 3-fold realm to the postnatal 5-fold realm, his lifespan has increased by a total of 30 years, which is a great profit no matter how you look at it. Even if he continues to cultivate slowly with these weak health cultivation methods, his lifespan will continue to increase, and it will still be profitable. Not to mention that he can also use a higher martial arts realm to cultivate the Golden Dragon technique, and the results are doubled with half the effort. The more Liang Sheng thought about it, the more excited he got, with his heart beating faster. At that moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his whole person froze on the spot. Then he unexpectedly raised his hand and slapped himself, which was especially loud in the silent night. In the end, his vision was still too shallow. There are so many health cultivation methods, why can he only cultivate one longevity skill? He is not an ordinary person. Because his cultivation speed is slow due to his talent of innocent foolishness, but there is no bottleneck in all the laws of the world. Why not cultivate multiple health cultivation methods at the same time? Moreover, with his 10th layer longevity skill advancing to the martial artist's postnatal 5th layer, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to start from the beginning and cultivate other health cultivation methods? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most correct cultivation method. If his lifespan could keep increasing, then wouldn't immortality be within reach? Of course, this is only the most ideal plan. There will definitely be many twists and turns, but the way forward is clear, and all he needs to do is take one step at a time. It's just a pity that now the cultivation of the Golden Dragon technique and longevity skill already takes up almost 1 hour at night, and if he cultivates several more health cultivation methods, he'll likely have less free time to spend at brothels listening to music. However, if his plan were to come true, then time would be nothing more than a series of numbers in front of him, and he could sing and dance every night without any issues. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng sent someone to collect all the health cultivation methods in Jinzhou City, including techniques such as evergreen art and turtle breath technique. In the end, he acquired a total of 9 widespread health cultivation methods. Although this attracted the attention of many people, they didn't take it to heart, because after all, they were just trivial health cultivation techniques. To put it bluntly, could they kill someone? In the eyes of martial arts cultivators, these are just inferior techniques used by elderly people with limited lifespan to prolong their lives. Some even speculated maliciously whether Liang Sheng had frequented Yushun building too often in recent years, leading to a significant loss of vitality and forcing him to make up for his losses. Liang Sheng didn't care about the gossip that spread in the outside world, and in fact, he couldn't ask for a better situation. In the following days, Liang Sheng's routine remained the same as before, visiting Yushan Building every once in a while, and gradually no one paid attention to his previous actions. During the daytime, he would find time to check on the business at Shend Building, greet familiar guests, and even accompany them for a drink. Which of the old customers who frequent Shend Building could be considered simple? Not to mention, during the day they drink at the tavern and at night they drink in the pleasure quarters. Even if they were just drinking buddies, their friendship would be anything but ordinary after a long time. After all, they are men. Having dealt with the regular customers in the tavern, Liang Sheng ordered the excess food from the kitchen to be given to the beggars outside the tavern, leaving amidst the beggars kowtowing. Liang Sheng didn't care much about this, it was just a small effort on his part and he would even sometimes reward the beggars with the leftovers from the customers. Following this routine for a few more days, he finally managed to master the first layer of the 9 newly found health cultivation methods. Moreover, due to the accumulation of these techniques, it seemed as if Liang Sheng could sense the increase in his lifespan, making him even more determined and ambitious. However, during this time, his second uncle, Liang Qiang, would occasionally invite Liang Sheng for drinks in the pleasure quarters, forcing him to reduce his cultivation practice to accompany him. As far as martial arts families were concerned, they didn't care much about whether someone like Liang Qiang or him, who were considered waste in martial arts, got married and had children. After all, only those who succeed in martial arts become the essential pillars of the family lineage. They were merely their minions, and Liang Qiang's failure to marry and have children was even a welcome situation for the other branches of the family. After all, when they died, the resources under their control would be more easily distributed, and even Liang Ping never bothered about Liang Sheng's marriage. Although he was Liang Sheng's biological father, he was first and foremost the patriarch of the Liang family, a martial arts clan, and had long ceased to be a mere father to one person. This was what it meant to come from a martial arts family. However, it could not be said that they had no father-son feelings, otherwise Liang Ping would not have provided him with so many resources in the early years. It was just that at his position, perhaps martial arts were the criterion for evaluating emotions. Liang Sheng didn't complain about this, but rather felt fortunate, because without any feelings of debt, it would probably be the best outcome. Days went by in this manner, and one day as Liang Sheng was performing his routine check of the tavern, he suddenly saw a familiar guest who greeted him. After a brief moment of surprise, he sat down with the guest. Zhang Rongjun, eldest son of the wealthy merchant Zhang family in Jinzhou City, a regular at Shend Building, and someone who Liang Sheng often encountered at Yushan Building as well. Now, Zhang Rongjun seemed to be somewhat intoxicated, making him more open in his speech than before. "Brother Liang, I'm afraid I won't be able to visit Shend Building for a long time. I consider myself lucky to have become friends with you these past few years." Although Liang Sheng was considered a martial arts waste in the Liang family, outside of the family he was still the son of the Liang family, a status that could not be matched by the merchant families. Over the years, Liang Sheng had always been approachable and humble, which was why Zhang Rongjun felt the need to speak up. Hearing this, Liang Sheng knew that something must have happened. As expected, Zhang Rongjun continued, "My father is seriously ill, and I'm afraid he won't live much longer. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, it's up to me to take care of our family's business. Our Zhang family is primarily in the business of trading, and this next journey may take 3 or 4 years. I don't know when I'll be able to visit again. Brother Liang, I'll drink a toast to you today in honor of your friendship. When I return next time, I will definitely invite Brother Liang to Yushan Building for a night of revelry." Zhang Rongjun downed his drink in one gulp, and Liang Sheng also gulped down his drink without affectation. "In that case, I won't be hypocritical. I wish Brother Zhang a smooth journey and a wealth of fortune." It didn't take long for Zhang Rongjun to get thoroughly drunk and be carried onto a horse carriage by his servants. Liang Sheng followed him to the entrance and watched the carriage leave in the distance. Zhang Rongjun's father was also considered a legend in Jinzhou City, having built a vast fortune from scratch. But now, what was it all worth? Could he still escape the fate of turning into dust and becoming one with the clouds? Even after Zhang Rongjun spent the rest of his life working hard, his fate would still be the same in the end. At this moment, Liang Sheng was resolved more than ever not to waste the opportunity he had been given and would strive to explore the secrets of longevity. Chapter 6, Dual 9 Weight in 1 Discipline. In the blink of an eye, it was already autumn. Zhang Rongjun had left Jinzhou City to do business. Liang Sheng could hardly remember his appearance. His days remained monotonous: cultivation, inspecting the taverns, and listening to music in brothels. However, Liang Sheng enjoyed these activities. A life without change was the best kind of life. At this moment, Liang Sheng was cultivating the 10 methods of health cultivation simultaneously. Although cultivation progress was extremely slow, there were no bottlenecks, and he could sense his lifespan gradually increasing. Why not be happy? As for the Golden Dragon technique, it progressed at an absurdly slow pace, but also steadily and without any bottlenecks. If he could break through to the postnatal 6th realm in his martial arts, the Golden Dragon technique would likely reach the 6th level very soon. Time passed calmly, and on this day, second uncle Liang Qiang suddenly came to see him in the evening. "Sheng, don't go out at night during this period. I can't explain the reasons clearly, but you shouldn't go to Yushan building. When it's safe to go again, I'll let you know." Liang Qiang's relationship with Liang Sheng had become warmer over the years, and Liang Sheng could sense the seriousness in his tone, not daring to be careless. Was there some kind of change in Jinzhou City? Otherwise, why would Liang Qiang be so cautious? After all, he was the Liang family's external affairs manager in Jinzhou City. Although his cultivation level was merely at the postnatal 5-fold realm, and he had a hard time breaking through, hardly anyone in Jinzhou City dared to trouble Liang Qiang. Upon hastily leaving, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be more alert. Alas, he was in a low position, unable to gain any insider information, so he could only be more careful on his own. For this period of time, it would be best to avoid going to Yushan building. Safety first. Liang Qi, the eldest son of the third family, was in the postnatal 5-fold realm. In this generation, his cultivation ranked only behind a few younger members of the Liang family, such as Liang Ying. Since Liang Ying had been confirmed as the young master of the Liang family, Liang Qi frequented Shend building more and more. Because Liang Sheng was always accommodating, the once resentful Liang Qi now had a sympathetic friendship with this former eldest legitimate son. At this time, Liang Qi saw Liang Sheng and laughed, "Brother Sheng, you are really talented, it only took you a few years to make the business of this tavern thrive." "Brother Qi, you're joking. This is all trivial stuff. I just focus all my energy here. Besides, even if it wasn't me, anyone with a little more effort could achieve this." Upon hearing this, Liang Qi shook his head with a smile and didn't continue the conversation. If it was that simple, why had the family never objected to Liang Sheng, a martial arts level 2 person, managing Shend building for so long? At this time, he glanced around and then gave Liang Sheng a meaningful look before laughing and directly entering the previously occupied private room. Naturally, Liang Sheng personally accompanied him. At this moment, Liang Qi's face was gloomy, as if there was something on his mind. Action. After a few glasses of wine, Liang Qi gradually relaxed and began to pour out his heart. Only then did Liang Sheng understand what was going on. Liang Qi's face was not looking good. Perhaps due to being drunk and loosening up, he put his arm around Liang Sheng's shoulders. "These past few days, the family has decided to form a marriage alliance with the Wu family. Our young master, Liang Ying, is about to marry the second daughter of the head of the Wu family. This doesn't concern us, but the elders proposed that since the Wu family head only has 2 daughters, why not have a double marriage? So, after weighing the options, the family has made arrangements, and I am to be betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Wu family." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng didn't expect such a situation to occur, but it was a standard practice for martial arts families. However, he wondered why Liang Qi was so upset about it. Fortunately, Liang Qi didn't keep them in suspense. After a short pause, he gritted his teeth and continued, "And the family decided to have me marry into the Wu family." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng was completely dumbfounded. Marry into another family? Wouldn't that mean Liang Qi would become a son-in-law of the Wu family? What kind of freedom would he have left? No wonder Liang Qi was so depressed. Any man facing this situation would be frustrated. At this moment, Liang Qi seemed to be looking for someone to vent to. Having already revealed the truth and under the influence of alcohol, he simply let all his inner thoughts out. "And I can't even resist. I competed too intensely with Liang Ying for the position of the young master, and I can imagine ending up like this. I can only obey the arrangements of the family." Do you know why the Liang and Wu families decided to join together at this time? It's because the head of the Gao family, Gao He, has broken through to the postnatal 9 realms. One family with 2 people at the 9 realms, unique in Jinzhou City. Our patriarch and the Wu family patriarch are both still stuck in the postnatal 8th level, and only our ancestor has broken through to the 9 realms. If the 2 families don't cooperate at this time, the Gao family might eventually dominate Jinzhou City. And I've become a pawn. Now, thinking about it, I'm actually envious of you, getting away from the family vortex early. Even if there's no hope for martial arts, at least you have a rich and honorable life, unlike me. Liang Qi drank another cup of wine after saying this, tasting nothing but bitterness. At this time, Liang Sheng thought more deeply about what Liang Qi had said. Was it because the head of the Gao family had broken through that his second uncle Liang Qiang warned him not to go out at night? After all, if the situation in Jinzhou City hadn't changed, why would the Liang and Wu families have to act so quickly to form an alliance through marriage? Under the cover of night, who knows how much has happened in Jinzhou City during this time? How could the Gao family be willing to maintain the status quo? Seeing that Liang Sheng seemed to understand the situation, Liang Qi couldn't help but feel envious. If he had been in Liang Sheng's position, would he be the one marrying into the Wu family? Sheng, you and I know about this matter. Don't say anything about it for the next few days since the family hasn't announced it yet. Of course, everyone will probably know it 3 days later, and by then, who knows if I'll be the laughingstock. As a son-in-law, I don't know if I'll have the chance to go drinking and enjoy the company of women with you again. If it hadn't been so unsettling recently, I would have definitely gone to Yushan building with you tonight, not leaving until we're drunk. Liang Sheng remained silent, accompanying Liang Qi in drinking. At this moment, Liang Qi didn't need anyone to speak, he just wanted to vent. When a servant from Liang Qi's house knocked on the door of the private room to report that the family was looking for him, Liang Qi gave Liang Sheng a wry smile and took his leave. Liang Sheng helped him to the door, and just before opening it, he whispered, "Brother Qi, it seems I won't be able to drink with you anymore. In just 2 days, I've lost 2 drinking buddies. The young master of the rich merchant Chen family has become a monk due to the death of his beloved prostitute, overwhelmed by grief. This infuriated his grandfather, who expelled him from the family and had to apologize to the Guo family, with whom they had arranged a marriage. I haven't seen him in a long time." At this moment, Liang Qi hesitated. Just as the servant outside held the door for him, he got into the horse carriage and took a deep last look at Liang Sheng. After Liang Qi left, Liang Sheng looked around. With 2 of the Gao family members at the 9 realms, Jinzhou City might be in chaos for some time. He needed to be more cautious during this time. He would probably have to come to Shend building less frequently, prioritizing safety. He didn't know when Jinzhou City would return to calm. He would have to endure it for a while longer. Chapter 7, Leaving Home and Chaos Ensues. Jinzhou City. Yushan Building. At this moment, the entire building is filled with white curtains, somber music and scattered yellow paper. Under the guidance of the old madam, Spring Lady, a group of beautiful women are weeping and wailing. Such a scene, not to mention within Jinzhou City, is probably unprecedented in the Dian dynasty for hundreds of years. After all, who has ever seen a funeral for a prostitute in a brothel? But at this moment, the people gathered around are more concerned not about the women, but the man in white linen clothes, looking sad. And he is Liang Qi's servant, Ho Er. "Miss Qing'er, my master has gone to Jinshan Temple outside the city to become a monk. He said he will be accompanied by the Green Lanterns for the rest of his life to pray for your blessings and hope that you can be born into a good family in your next life." After saying this, Ho Er takes off his shoes, walks barefoot, and heads straight towards the city's outskirts. It was as if the bystanders only reacted at this moment, with disbelief on their faces. They could not believe that the young master of the Liang family would actually choose to become a monk for a prostitute, forever accompanied by green lanterns and ancient Buddhas. Upon hearing this, the old Madam Spring Lady and her girls could not help but exchange glances. Liang Qi had indeed visited a few times, but was he entertained by Qing'er? These little things the old madam had long forgotten. However, when Liang Qi's servant brought a lot of silver last night and asked them to send Qing'er off, she naturally could not refuse, for this was the Liang family of Jinzhou City. Last night, she thought Liang Qi was a loyal and righteous patron, but now hearing Ho Er's words, she couldn't help but be shocked. Would this young master of the Liang family really be so infatuated, to such an extent? Spring Lady was also a little flustered at the moment, but her girl's eyes were filled with tenderness after hearing Ho Er's words. Some of them had also spent a night with Liang Qi but never thought he would be so infatuated with Qing'er, even willing to become a monk for her sake. Sister Qing'er, it was worth it in this life. Ho Er was actually a little nervous. When Liang Qi asked him to inquire about whether Qing'er of Yushan building had really passed away, he never expected such a situation. If he had known this earlier, he would not have told the truth at all. But now he could only do what Liang Qi asked of him because he was Liang Qi's sworn servant, and not following orders would mean death. And the spectators who followed Ho Er, watching him walk barefoot step by step towards the city gate, began to believe that Liang Qi might have really gone to Jinshan Temple outside the city to become a monk. A young master of the Liang family, who had enjoyed endless wealth and honor, was now willing to become a Buddhist monk for a prostitute. If that's not foolish, what is? It's likely that when the Liang family finds out, they will be ashamed of him and even expel him from the family, and he will no longer be a member of the Liang family. No matter what the passers-by think, at this moment, Liang Qi has already taken the tonsure and was kneeling in front of the Buddha in the Dakshan treasure hall of Jinshan Temple, with an expressionless face, hands clasped together. Master, my disciples' worldly ties have been severed. I only wish to be accompanied by the Buddha for the rest of my life. May the Buddha have mercy. The monks around Jinshan Temple looked at each other, unsure what to do, and could only rush to the inner hall to report to the abbot. On the other hand, the Liang family was not at peace either. In the ancestral hall, the Liang family elders were somewhat angry and frustrated. A few days ago, they had decided to let Liang Qi marry into the Wu family after various considerations. Today, they had pretty much discussed the details with the Wu family and were just about to announce it to the outside world. Given the current situation in Jinzhou City, it was necessary for the Liang and Wu families to form an alliance in order to counteract the threat from the Gao family. But now that Liang Qi had become a monk, even if they brought him back, the Wu family would probably be unhappy. Was the legitimate daughter of the Wu family really so insignificant, not even comparable to a prostitute? Patriarch, we must make a decision now, otherwise we will not be able to explain it to the Wu family, and the marriage alliance between the two families may be affected. Now the best solution is to pick another descendant of the Liang family to marry into the Wu family, and the Liang family elders can only be glad that the news of Liang Qi's marriage into the Wu family had not been released yet. As for Liang Qi, now is not the time to discuss how to deal with him. Faced with the Gao family's current pressure, the Liang family must unite with the Wu family. Then some elders began to propose which Liang family's younger generation should replace Liang Qi to marry into the Wu family. At this time, no one would be foolish enough to propose Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng, because of the existence of the attribute panel, is still superficially a useless person at the second level of postnatal realm. But no one would let Liang Sheng marry into the Wu family. No matter how useless he is still the legitimate son of the Liang family's patriarch Liang Ping. If he were to marry into the Wu family, where would Patriarch Liang's face be? Soon, the Liang family elders discussed and decided on a substitute candidate and, in order to prevent further complications, they directly controlled the person and urged the Wu family to marry as soon as possible. Seeing the Liang family make a decision so quickly, the Wu family also saw their sincerity, and with the Gao family looming like a knife over their heads, they naturally wouldn't make more trouble. After 2 days, the Liang and Wu families held a grand marriage ceremony, and this matter settled. Liang Sheng had no sense of pride, he just wanted to cultivate for longevity and did not want to be involved in too many Liang family affairs. As for Liang Qi avoiding this marriage by becoming a monk, it was his own strong comprehension ability, as he himself didn't say anything about it. However, faced with the current situation in Jinzhou City, he has made some preparations while practicing martial arts techniques and even secretly converted most of his wealth into conveniently carried silver notes. If the situation in Jinzhou City goes wrong, he will leave lightly, and he will definitely not share his destiny with the Liang family. At this moment, Jinzhou City's situation is much more tense than before, with more people carrying weapons on the streets. Now, Liang Sheng tries to stay home as much as possible. Young master. At this moment, Ma San rushed into the room with a somewhat panicked expression. Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little nervous and asked, "Did something happen?" Ma San had been carrying out his orders these days, observing the city's movements, and nodded heavily. Action. Young master, as you expected, dozens of people died in Gulen Street today, all of them from the three major families. By the time the fighting ended, the county government office sent people to clean up. Liang Sheng looked up at the sky, and it was still daytime. Such a big event had happened. It seemed that the conflict between the three major families had really intensified. In these few days, tell the people in the mansion not to go out. If they go out without permission, they will bear the consequences, and don't come back afterward. Yes, young master. After Ma San left, Liang Sheng's face darkened. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and the food stored in his house was enough for his mansion to eat for half a year. He just hopes that the fire of the three major families would not burn to his own mansion. In theory, this was the inner city, and they probably wouldn't do anything too excessive. After all, as long as the ancestors of the three families are still there, it won't reach the point of life and death between them. Their families have stood proudly in Jinzhou City for so many years, and it's not the first time that similar situations have occurred. However, the initial chaos would definitely happen, but it's unclear how long it will last and how big the turmoil will be. But the three major families should not dare to go all out. Just because the county government office seems somewhat useless, does not mean that the Dian dynasty is useless. When the three major families really start to fight till death, the government will step in to resolve it. The power of the court and government offices is always the strongest. However, it is also happy to see the martial arts families fighting and weakening each other. If the families under heaven were really united, the court and government would have drawn their knives long ago. After all, the establishment of the Dian dynasty was based on the extermination of the 7 greatest martial arts sects at that time, creating a unified dynasty. Let's hope nothing happens, because since this sudden conflict between the three families, he hasn't gone to the Yushun building to listen to music at brothels for a long time. These dog days of families. Chapter 8, Murder. Night. At this moment, Liang Sheng was unusually not cultivating as the night sky to the southeast of Jinzhou City was ablaze. Thick smoke filled the air and the clashes of battle could be heard. Under such circumstances, there was no way Liang Sheng could settle down to cultivate. He even felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. For some reason, he had an intuition that tonight would not be peaceful. At the root of this unease was his insufficient strength. If his strength was powerful enough to face any emergencies with equanimity, would he be feeling like this? Nevertheless, Liang Sheng was not overly anxious. After all, time was on his side. He was confident that even a postnatal 9-layer master would not live as long as he would. As long as he was careful and prudent, there would come a day when he could face any situation fearlessly. Despite the slow progress of his cultivation, the reversal of longevity skills 10th layer to cultivate other health cultivation methods had doubled his efforts. What's more, it was not difficult to cultivate the health cultivation methods. Ordinary people could do it casually, only encountering a bottleneck in their cultivation. But this was a non-issue for Liang Sheng. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, there was no bottleneck to all the techniques in the world, and he only needed to cultivate in an orderly manner. At this moment, Liang Sheng's attribute panel had changed compared to before. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 26. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 5th layer, longevity skill, 10th layer, other lifespan cultivation techniques, 4th layer, PS, too many techniques, omitted. Realm, martial artist postnatal 5th layer, 60%. The most surprising development was not the satisfactory progress of his health cultivation methods, but that Liang Sheng had finally cultivated the 5th layer of the Liang family's unique Golden Dragon technique. This meant that he now possessed the real strength of the postnatal 5-fold, not just the average strength of the health techniques making up the postnatal 5-fold. In the courtyard, the servants and guards like Ma San were also staying awake. Under Liang Sheng's arrangement, they rotated to patrol, ensuring safety. After more than an hour, the sound of the battle in the southeast finally began to die down. Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation could still be controlled. But considering the grand scale of tonight's events, the county government office would probably convene the three families for a conference. By now, the three families must have determined a victor, otherwise, the fighting in the southeast would not have ceased. At this thought, Liang Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he still ordered Ma San to be extra careful tonight and not let down their guard. After all, there were far too many stories about those who fell before dawn. He wouldn't relax his guard and make mistakes before the unrest subsided. Since the closer the finish line, the more cautious one should be. After Liang Sheng relaxed, he noticed that it was already late, so he simply went to bed. After all, maintaining a high level of tension for a long time was indeed tiring. However, as Liang Sheng lay down to rest, two bloodied men holding steel knives carefully walked through an alleyway not far away. "Big brother, I think we've taken a wrong turn. This is Liang family's territory." "Damn!" the older brother cursed, all because of the Liang and Wu family's bastards were chasing too closely. "In the rush, we actually ended up here." The brothers initially wanted to leave. But after stealthily walking some distance, the older one recognized what place this was. The Shend building. He had been here before with people from the Gao family. For some reason, he had a sudden thought. This was the property of the eldest son of Liang family's waste. And the eldest son of Liang family's waste lived not far from here. At this thought, his heart thumped uncontrollably. Both he and his brother were at the postnatal threefold realm, plus with the Gao family's failure tonight, if he could bring back the head of the despised heir of the Liang family, it would indeed merit a great accomplishment. Then, the Gao family would certainly lavish rewards upon him. With these merits, his breakthrough into the fourth layer and achievement of intermediate-level martial arts would not just be a dream. As for the Liang family's retaliation? Right now, the conflict between the Gao and Wu families had reached a tipping point. Plus, with the Gao family now possessing two elders at the 9th level, what was there to fear from the Liang family? With this in mind, his heart was inflamed with determination. He directly grabbed his younger brother and laid out his plans. After listening, his brother couldn't resist the temptation brought by the prospects of advancing in martial arts either. After all, which martial artist could resist it? Moreover, they were dealing with the despised and neglected Liang trash. How could he possibly escape their surprise attack? Now that they had made up their minds, the two wasted no time, and under the moonlight, they set their course towards Liang Sheng's mansion. Although they were only on the postnatal threefold realm, their combat experience was rich. It was the only way they could have managed to reach this point. When they were nearing Liang Sheng mansion, they couldn't help but frown. Ma San and others, following Liang Sheng's orders, were still patrolling constantly. At first, the brothers were somewhat hesitant, but after observing for a while, they couldn't help but to lick their lips with anticipation. As expected of the Liang family's disregarded trash, there was only one postnatal threefold guard, and the rest of them were just second-level postnatal realm trash. Having worked together, the two had impeccable understanding of each other. At this moment, they exchanged a glance, the elder one made a hand gesture and the two of them carefully infiltrated the mansion. They didn't plan on making a forceful entry, even though they were confident of dealing with the guards. Why create trouble when they can avoid alerting them? Like shadows, the two slid along the corners of the walls, swiftly reaching the backyard, and with cautious probing, they gradually closed in on Liang Sheng. At this moment, Liang Sheng, who had been deep asleep, was abruptly jolted awake. A murderous aura. Every martial artist had their sense of perception. The higher their realm, the stronger their perception. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng forced himself to remain calm, making no significant movements. His hands, however, carefully reached for the knife by his bed. The enemy hadn't appeared yet, so without knowing the enemy's capabilities, how could he rashly act and potentially alert the enemy? The two hitmen from the Gao family had already ascertained Liang Sheng's room and gently entered from the window without making any noise. Truly the trash of the Liang family. Using the moonlight that was filtering through the window, they saw Liang Sheng immersed in sleep, not moving at all, thus they relaxed. Their analysis revealed that Liang Sheng was only at the postnatal second realm and posed no threat to them. While relaxing, they also felt somewhat annoyed. If not for his prestigious birth, this trash wouldn't even have reached the postnatal second realm. If it was them, they would have probably already broken through to the intermediate level of martial arts. High-level martial arts weren't impossible either. With these thoughts, they approached Liang Sheng cautiously. Knowing the great accomplishment was about to be in their grasp, the excitement of the brothers grew. They were now at the edge of the bed. The elder brother gave a signal with his eyes. Without hesitating, the younger one raised the knife and prepared to behead Liang Sheng. But, the next moment, a flash of blade light shot across, chilling to the bone. Since when did the younger brother's knife skills become so sharp? The elder brother was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. But immediately, he realized something was wrong, just in time to see his younger brother's head separate from his body and crumble to the ground. Danger! But by the time he realized this, it was too late for him to escape. All he saw was a flash of a blade light, coming towards him in an instant. Looking at the two corpses laying on the ground, Liang Sheng, standing by the bed, could not help but turn a little pale. After all, this was his first time taking a life in both his lives. For 8 years, no one knew of my cultivation, but today when I stepped out, blood was shed. Chapter 9, Destroying the Corpse and Eliminating Traces. In a matter of life and death, one must kill. The killing was all but instantaneous, and not only did the two assassins fail to react in time, but even the guards patrolling outside the room were not alerted. When Liang Sheng managed to snap back from the shock of killing for the first time, he chose not to call the guards in, but simply furrowed his brows instead. He had been far too nervous earlier. After all, they were just trivial underlings at the martial arts postnatal third realm, and they posed no threat to him. He could have easily kept one of them alive first. Now, with the two of them dead, there was no way to question them on why they wanted to kill him. Was there someone else behind their actions? Although it's a bit of a shame, Liang Sheng didn't feel too regretful about it. After calming down, he pieced together the two decapitated bodies, and then began to search their belongings. After a while, Liang Sheng had inspected everything that he could find and made sense of their identity. They were nothing more than servants and guards from the Gao family. Moreover, judging by the bloodstains on them, it was likely that they had encountered a fight before arriving here. From this viewpoint, they must have been the ones who escaped from the southeastern battlefield earlier on. But considering that they could make it all the way here, did that mean the Gao family won? Even if the Gao family did win, their people tracking down all the way here wouldn't go unnoticed by the Liang family. So, what exactly went down was still unclear. But why did these two appear here, wanting to kill him? Liang Sheng found it hard to figure out. After all, he has been laying low all these years, never stirring up trouble or offending anyone. Why would this happen? Just at this moment, he perked up his ears when he heard a knocking sound from the front gate. Although the knocks were hurried, there was no forceful attempt at breaking in, so it was likely not malevolent. At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind. He walked over to the bed, opened a hidden door, and dug out a jade jar. Thankfully, he was the cautious type, and hence was prepared. He carefully opened the medicine jar, and lightly sprinkled a layer of medicine powder on the injuries of the two bodies on the ground. A faint wisp of smoke rose up instantly. The bodies quickly turned into a puddle and disappeared without a trace in a matter of a few breaths, leaving only a slight strange scent. Corpse dissolving powder. This was something Liang Sheng had specifically collected in preparation for such a circumstance. He didn't expect it to be of use today. Indeed, success always favors those who are prepared. After putting the corpse dissolving powder back with caution, Liang Sheng walked over to the incense box, took out a small plate of incense powder, put it in the censer and lit it up. In a short while, a fresh fragrance filled the room, with no traces of unusual smells. After getting rid of all traces and ensuring that everything was safe beyond a shadow of a doubt, Liang Sheng went back to bed. In a little while, there was a knock on the door from Ma San. "Young master, are you asleep?" "What is it?" Someone from the mansion came to report that the Gao family was defeated today. "Our guards from the Liang family chased two thieves down but accidentally let them break into our area. The mansion is afraid that they might have barged in here and told us to be cautious. We are to inform them immediately if there's any news." "I understand. You guys keep patrolling." "Yes." There was a hint of excitement in Ma San's voice. Given that the Liang family emerged victorious, their safety was guaranteed as well. At this moment, Liang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the two were not being manipulated by the Gao family behind the scenes. He had a rough idea about the situation. The two servants of the Gao family probably acted on their own to make a name for themselves by killing him, the useless individual, to claim rewards. Unfortunately, he was not the real waste they had thought him to be. Once Liang Sheng figured out the cause and effect of everything, he finally relaxed and fell asleep till morning. The chaos in Jinzhou City had been quelled, but Liang Sheng still chose not to go out the next day. It's never a wrong decision to be extra cautious. However, Ma San was sent out by him to gather information and hadn't returned till noon. But people were slowly starting to walk in and out of his mansion and Shend building once more. The situation seemed to have completely come under control. In the afternoon, Ma San returned with a gloomy expression. One look, and anyone would know that he was in a bad mood. Liang Sheng remained unmoved, taking a sip of his tea before asking what news he had gathered. Young master, at the crack of dawn, our patriarch, along with the heads of the Gao and Wu families, has been summoned to the county government office. They've been talking all morning. I rushed back to report as soon as I heard the outcome, skipping meals as well. Action. Seeing no reaction from Liang Sheng, Ma San could only continue his report. Last night, in the Great Battle on Southeast Street, our three families sent nearly all their elite forces. The Gao family boasts 2 individuals at the 9th realm, yet last night our Liang family ancestor and the ancestor of the Wu family personally went to the Gao mansion to have tea, effectively denying the elders and patriarch of the Gao family an opportunity to assist in the battlefield. My Liang family and the Wu family have achieved a significant victory last night. Today, the county government moved to mediate peace, to which all 3 families agreed not to engage in disputes again. The Gao family is tasked with repairing the damages on Southeast Street. At this point, Ma San did not seem pleased. However, our Liang and Wu families must compensate the Gao family. Young master, can you make sense of this? We clearly won. Snap. Liang Sheng abruptly placed his teacup on the table, his gaze slanting towards Ma San. Startled, Ma San immediately fell to his knees. Ma San, since I took office, you've followed me. You should be well aware of my temperament. Do not utter such words from this day forth, or there will no longer be space for you in this humble temple. I'm aware of my mistake, I accept my punishment. Please overlook it, young master. I absolutely won't repeat such a mistake. Ordinarily, Liang Sheng was quite amiable to his underlings, which is why Ma San had forgotten his manners in his excitement. Seeing Liang Sheng get angry for the first time, he was so scared that he immediately knelt down. Seeing Ma San admit his mistake, Liang Sheng took another sip of tea, his expression indifferent. All right, you may leave. As Ma San left the room, he looked up at the sun, his back soaked in cold sweat. The young master is truly terrifying. Perhaps few young masters inside the mansion are up to par. Still, why would our young master, who is not proficient in martial arts, act this way? But really, I should keep my mouth shut. Daring to speak ill of the main family, if it was any other mansion, I would have lost my life by now. I must never do that again. Inside the room, Liang Sheng didn't bother much about Ma San's actions, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What skillful tactics, Jinzhou County government! Perhaps the reason for their initial indifference was to fuel the animosity among the 3 families, to make a move once their strength was depleted, and then regain control of the situation. Moreover, they've planted a thorn in the relationships between the 3 families by having the Liang and Wu families compensate the Gao family. This is to ensure continuous collaboration between the 2 families against the Gao family with the 2 9th realm individuals. These tactics are indeed clever. Liang Sheng thought he had seen through the current situation in Jinzhou City. But after Liang Qiang visited, he realized he was too naive. Liang Qiang came to remind Liang Sheng to carry on as usual and not be as cautious as before. Since Liang Sheng had a good relationship with Liang Qiang, he casually complained about the unjust measures of the county government. His expression was almost the same as Ma San, who was discontented earlier. But Liang Qiang patted Liang Sheng's shoulder, unable to hold back. Shenger, don't be displeased. This is an action our 3 families have tacitly agreed upon. The court and government don't wish for harmony between our families. We must let them believe everything is under control. Hey! Otherwise, why do you think our ancestor and the Gao family elder only had tea at the entrance of the Gao's mansion, instead of fighting? Haven't you noticed that the brawl on Southeast Street seemed fierce, yet none of the descendants of the side branches from our 3 families were injured or killed? So you mean? Liang Qiang signaled Liang Sheng to stop talking with his eyes, only allowing a cryptic smile to play on the corners of his mouth. Liang Sheng cursed himself internally, realizing his own naivete. The 3 major martial families of Jinzhou City had stood tall and unyielding for centuries, there was a reason for their longevity. The lot of them are all crafty old foxes. Chapter 10 Another 5 years, 6 waits the day after tomorrow. Liang Sheng's mansion. After reminding Liang Sheng, Liang Qiang directly took him to Yushun building. This man was also quite stubborn, and had been stifled at home during this period of time. As a result, the uncle and nephew spent another night of spring breeze together. When Liang Sheng returned to his mansion the next day, his tired face instantly refreshed. All of them were old foxes, each with more tricks up their sleeves than the others. Who could have thought that the 3 major martial arts families of Jinzhou City, who had been shouting and killing, causing countless casualties, would in the end, only be performing a play for the county government office. No wonder Liang Qiang only reminded him not to go out before, without worrying about the safety of this waste himself. It turned out that he knew that the war would not reach the settlements of the 3 major families. However, after carefully thinking about it, Liang Sheng's heart suddenly felt a little terrified. If the 3 families had staged a play, did the county government office really know what tricks they were playing? Perhaps not. Otherwise, why would the county government office let the Liang and Wu families compensate the Gao family after the incident, and yet let the Gao family be responsible for compensating the losses in Southeast Street? Perhaps their intentions were well known to each other, but they just wanted to maintain surface peace and did not want to expose them. Their idea was simple: they would never make a fatal move unless they were absolutely sure of themselves. Sure enough, they were all millennia-old foxes. This time, he had also learned his lesson from them and would have to be more cautious in his future actions. However, although the Liang, Wu, and Gao families appeared to be cooperating and tacitly coordinating in the face of the county government office, they were also guarding against each other. This was human nature, and it was the same everywhere. But no matter what they did, all he needed to do was watch the flowers bloom and fall in the quiet courtyard because time was on his side. Why bother with unnecessary worries? The most important thing was to focus on cultivation. On that night, the battle in Southeast Street was fierce, and many people died. However, as time went by, the people of Jinzhou City gradually forgot about it. At most, they would talk about it during their meals. Jinzhou City also returned to its bustling atmosphere. After that, Liang Sheng returned to his normal life. He would go to Yushun building in his spare time and enjoy his life. The girls in the building seemed to become even more enthusiastic. It was said that Liang Qi's infatuation for the fireworks girl Qing'er led her to become a nun, which happened right before their eyes. Quite a few girls seemed to believe in love once again. The girl serving Liang Sheng had eyes that seemed to be dripping with water. Liang Sheng would play along at night, but all the feelings of that night would be completely gone when the dawn broke. Only leaving behind the girls' resentful expressions. Why are the people of Liang families so heartless, they thought. Time passed gradually in these peaceful and relaxing days, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. On this day, the younger generation of the Liang family was gathered together for a clan meeting. Because Liang Ying had broken through to the postnatal 7 realm, officially stepping into the high-level martial arts realm, this was definitely a great event for the Liang family. A 30-year-old martial artist with the talent of the 7 realm was truly gifted. Even the Liang family ancestor had not stepped into the postnatal 7 realm at this age back then. This brought relief to everyone in the Liang family. Over the past 5 years, although Jinzhou City was still a 3-legged stand between the Liang, Wu, and Gao families, the Liang family was still somewhat powerless in the face of the Gao family with its 2 postnatal 9-layered martial artists. However, Liang Ying's breakthrough was like a shot of adrenaline for the Liang family. They now had someone to succeed the family, which was truly a great relief. The Liang family ancestor immediately decided to let Liang Ying take the position of family head. As for Liang Ping, who had reached the postnatal 8th level, he naturally followed the ancestor to fully focus on closed-door cultivation. The pressure was also great for the Liang family ancestor. Of course, he also hoped to have more help, so he would no longer have to look at the Gao family's face. With Liang Ying's breakthrough, Liang Ping, who had reached the postnatal 8th level, could finally be freed from family affairs and concentrate on breaking through to the postnatal 9 realms. At this moment, all the younger generation of the Liang family was standing neatly in the ancestral hall. Liang Sheng hid quietly in a corner, watching the succession ceremony of the family head. At this moment, Liang Ying knelt before the ancestral tablet. Liang Ping formally placed the ring which represented the position of the family head on Liang Ying's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen strong men immediately struck the large drum, with its powerful and passionate sound. Liang Ying then stood up, turned around to face all the Liang family's younger generation, raised his right hand, letting the family head's ring shine brilliantly under the sunlight. In an instant, all of the Liang family's younger generation knelt on one knee, greetings to the family head. Seeing this scene, even though Liang Ying tried his best to suppress his emotions, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride at this moment. From now on, he would be in control of the Liang family. Starting today, I will do my best to bring the Liang family to its peak. Family head, mighty! Liang Sheng cheered along with the crowd. He watched Liang Ying in the sunlight without much emotion, thinking to himself that no matter how glorious Liang Ying was in this moment, he would ultimately end up just like everyone else, buried beneath the earth. Even a postnatal 9-layered martial artist would have a maximum lifespan of only 110 years. Liang Sheng could now easily outlive 2 postnatal 9-layered martial artists. If Liang Sheng were to reveal his true cultivation level at this moment, most people would undoubtedly be shocked. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 32. Talent, innocent foolishness, extreme. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 6th layer, longevity skill, 11th layer, other lifespan cultivation techniques, 9th layer. Note, there are too many techniques to list. Realm, postnatal 6th realm, 50%. No one would have thought that the once useless man had now cultivated to the postnatal 6th realm. If he could progress one more step, he would achieve the martial arts superior state. Nevertheless, this was not what pleased Liang Sheng the most. It was his breakthrough to the unprecedented 11th layer in longevity skill. All his other lifespan cultivation techniques had also entered the 9th layer. As a result, Liang Sheng's lifespan had increased by a staggering 180 years. Just by breaking through the 11th layer of longevity skill, he added 40 years to his lifespan. Who in the world could compare to him? After the family head ceremony came the banquet for the entire clan. The Shend building, managed by Liang Sheng, was naturally one of the main forces of this event. However, he still sat in the most secluded corner. While Liang Sheng enjoyed the feast, Liang Qiang quietly approached him and gestured for Liang Sheng to follow him. Their departure did not attract the attention of anyone else. How long had it been since Liang Sheng last visited the backyard of the Liang family residence? Liang Sheng felt a bit disoriented as he followed Liang Qiang, making 7 or 8 turns before they finally stopped in front of a room. Liang Qiang signaled for Liang Sheng to enter on his own. Liang Sheng didn't hesitate, but took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. Liang Qiang gently closed the door, then stood nearby to keep watch. Liang Sheng dared to enter directly because he had been here when he was young. This was the study of the family head, Liang Ping. At this moment, Liang Ping was writing at his desk. Hearing Liang Sheng enter, he didn't even raise his head. Liang Sheng greeted him first. Liang Ping was still focused on writing, but he spoke up, "You've arrived? Just sit down and wait for a while." Liang Sheng sat down obediently, but had a trace of doubt in his heart. Why would Liang Ping, who hadn't been involved in his life for so many years, suddenly summon him on this very day? Although he was puzzled, Liang Sheng was not impatient. For a time, the study was quiet, save for the sound of Liang Ping's brush against the paper. Time passed peacefully. Chapter 11, Wide Ocean, Leaping Fish, Conflict. Liang Ping's study room. After a while, Liang Ping finally put down his pen, glanced at Liang Sheng sitting on the chair, and nodded slightly. "Not bad, just like your second uncle said, you can keep your composure." As soon as Liang Sheng heard this, he was about to speak but was interrupted by Liang Ping. "You've done very well these past few years outside, I am very satisfied." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Seeing his expression, Liang Ping suddenly chuckled, finally showing some emotion. "At least it's normal. Otherwise, I would have thought you were an old man. Alright, let's get straight to the point. You are my son, Liang Ping, but you lack martial arts talent. To be honest, I often curse the heavens for giving me such a useless son like you. Luckily, you have the sense not to come to me. I asked your second uncle to watch over you and keep you out of trouble. Now that I have stepped down as the patriarch and follow our ancestor in closed-door cultivation, I have no more worries. From now on, you must continue to maintain your current habits and live a stable life like your second uncle. Remember, never entertain any other inappropriate thoughts. In case you cause trouble in the future, I won't be able to intervene, and the outcome will be up to you. Alright, that's all I have to say, you can go now. With that, Liang Ping turned around, took out another sheet of paper, and began to grind ink again, not caring about Liang Sheng's reaction. Liang Sheng didn't say anything either, still expressionless. Liang Qiang, who was waiting outside, saw Liang Sheng come out and didn't ask him what they had talked about, simply leading him away from the backyard and back to the banquet. This time, while Liang Sheng was enjoying the delicious dishes, his mood was not affected at all. The old man was just being oversensitive. Jinzhou City. The change in leadership in the Liang family did not cause much of a stir. The Gao and Wu families even sent gifts as a gesture of goodwill, and everything seemed normal. After Liang Ping's closed-door cultivation, Liang Sheng's life was not affected but, on the contrary, he felt more relaxed, as if a shackle had been removed. In the end, he was still an emotional person. Now that the other party had made things clear, it wasn't his concern anymore. The phrase emotional made sense, but the girls at Yushun building didn't believe it. After becoming the patriarch, Liang Ying naturally had his own plans, and Liang Sheng was somewhat involved. Fortunately, the impact was minimal. Perhaps it was due to the previous patriarch Liang Ping, or maybe Liang Sheng was insignificant, but the tasks he received were not unacceptable. It was just that the share paid to the main family had been increased to 70%. For Liang Sheng, who had already amassed a fortune, money was just an external possession. To the young people, it meant taking bold steps. This was the advantage of being young, as if everything in the world could be mastered. However, Jinzhou City was not dominated by one family, and resources had long been tacitly divided. If one wished to grow and expand, it would easily lead to conflict. Fortunately, Liang Ying was not incompetent and did not take drastic actions right from the start. He took a slow and steady approach, but others were not fools either. It was clear that this was just a preliminary probing stage. One early morning, Liang Sheng was having breakfast at his tavern, watching the lively streets, feeling like a secluded hermit in a busy world. At that moment, a group of ruffians rushed in with clubs, directly charging at the vendors by the riverside and beating them indiscriminately. In an instant, the street was in chaos. The vendors, clutching their bleeding heads and crying out in pain, were surprisingly viciously attacked. Had it not been for their instinct to crouch down and protect themselves from the start, they might have been beaten even more viciously. Naturally, the customers in the tavern saw the situation. No righteous person stood up to uphold justice, but some were smiling and looking at Liang Sheng. This area was the Liang family's main camp, and it was obvious that the ruffians were from another district. This was like a direct slap in the face of the Liang family. However, seeing Liang Sheng calmly eating his breakfast, they lost interest. As expected, he was a waste from Liang family. Otherwise, how could Liang Ying have possibly taken the position of the Liang family's patriarch? Although Liang Ying is indeed a talented prodigy, how could he have cultivated to the postnatal 7th realm without resources all these years? And these resources belonged to Liang Sheng many years ago. People at the tavern started to whisper in small groups, guessing that it's because Liang Ying has recently extended his claws into other areas of Jinzhou City. Expanding power would bring about conflicts. Maybe Liang Ying didn't expect that his slight probing would provoke such a big reaction from the other party. At this time, the local thugs began to collect protection fees from the merchants, but the merchants would rather be beaten than pay them a single cent. After all, they had already paid the money, just to the Liang family instead. They didn't have to wait too long, as shortly after, sounds of numerous footsteps rang out around the street corner. This was the Liang family's main camp. At first, they only heard footsteps, but the next moment, a group of muscular men in tight black clothes appeared. The leader didn't waste words, just giving a big wave of his hand. In an instant, the black-clothed men charged forward, but the thugs didn't show any fear, daring to fight back with their morning sticks. Both parties tacitly refrained from using edged weapons and opted for clubs and the like instead. Liang Sheng just took one look and already guessed the outcome. The Liang family's guards were bound to win. It could be seen that these thugs were merely a warning from a certain family in Jinzhou City, and the enmity hadn't escalated to life and death struggles yet. Who knows if Liang Ying would restrain himself later? But what does it matter? As long as it doesn't affect him, let the flood waters rage on. The fight came quickly and ended just as fast, with all the thugs being knocked down. Then the county government office's constables arrived on the scene instantly after the fight was over. The thugs cooperated very well, obediently following the constables away. After the situation was under control, the Liang family's black-clothed guards dispersed like retreating waters. Having been sitting and eating breakfast, Liang Sheng now stood up with a smile on his face as catcher Zheng Wanchun from the county government office walked over. "Sheriff Zheng, have you eaten yet?" Zheng Wanchun waved his hand, and the tavern's waiter, who had been well trained by Liang Sheng, quickly brought steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk from the kitchen. Zheng Wanchun didn't stand on ceremony, sitting beside Liang Sheng directly. After so many years, Zheng Wanchun had long become familiar with Liang Sheng. He was also a regular at Shend Building, and coupled with the relationship from Yushun Building, men's feelings can rise very quickly once their eyes meet. "Ah, it's been so chaotic this month, busier than the entire past year. When will it ever end?" Zheng Wanchun grumbled his complaints while Liang Sheng didn't pick up on the conversation, just pushing the steamed buns towards Zheng Wanchun and smiling, telling him to eat. "Your personality is really..." Zheng Wanchun was somewhat torn between laughter and tears, as Liang Sheng was an old slickster, impervious to both flattery and threats. Zheng himself had just been probing to know the Liang family's attitude. Action. But Liang Sheng just wouldn't join in on the conversation. However, Zheng didn't care too much about it. If it weren't for such a personality, could the eldest son of the former patriarch like Liang Sheng be so carefree? After several mouthfuls, Zheng Wanchun finished the steamed buns and gulped down the soy milk, not caring about his image as he wiped his mouth and prepared to leave. "I'll go now, I'll drink flower wine with you again sometime." Having said that, Zheng Wanchun turned around and left. As for the cost of the steamed buns, would Liang Sheng care about such money? Watching Zheng Wanchun's retreating figure, only one sentence remained in Liang Sheng's mind. "There's bound to be trouble in Jinzhou City." Chapter 12, Jinshan Temple. A month later. "Boss." The face of the tavern master at Shend Building was a bit gloomy. Business at the tavern had been poor recently, resulting in a significant drop in income. Luckily, Liang Sheng did not take it to heart. He simply waved his hand and did not complain, "If there are no customers, let's just close early. You all can go home and rest earlier." Upon hearing Liang Sheng's words, the tavern master and the apprentices breathed a sigh of relief. Business had been extremely bad recently. By this time, the place should have been full of guests. But in the face of this situation, they had no choice. Chaos. However, they were not too worried. After all, they were affiliated with the Liang family of Jinzhou City. Even if there was chaos, it would only be temporary chaos. "By the way, old Duan, remember to bring out this month's account book before you leave. I want to check the accounts." Upon hearing these words, the tavern master nodded, handed the key to Liang Sheng, and then he and his apprentices said goodbye and left. Before leaving, they closed the main gate of the tavern, leaving a small door for Liang Sheng to leave. In all these years, Liang Sheng seemed to be hands-off, but if they dared to cheat, it would be courting death. The previous Chen, who was the tavern master, has already disappeared in Jinzhou City. Liang Sheng's way of treating his subordinates was not only with kindness but also with a thunderous hand. Regardless of the situation, he was a member of the Liang family. In addition, Liang Sheng's fair and strict leadership had prevented major chaos at the Shend Building. At this moment, Liang Sheng was quietly looking through the accounts for this period. Although the performance of the tavern had been declining, 20 days ago, after a steep decline, it lost more than half. It seems that Zheng Wanchun also disappeared after that day, and he hasn't even been seen drinking flower wine at the Yushun Building. Liang Sheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table, slowly sorted out all the recent information, and began to analyze the situation in Jinzhou City. Liang Ying was ultimately too eager to show himself, which touched everyone's interests, but he was not so desperate before. Liang Ying is not a fool. He had his reasons for acting this way, but as a result, the chaos in Jinzhou City may be even worse than last time. This doesn't work. I need to lay low for a while. This is not like the previous conflict between the Liang and Wu families and the Gao family. This touches their fundamental interests. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng hurried home and the next morning he had Ma San take him out of the city. The official reason was to go out for a while. As for the Shend Building, it had already entered the right track. Old Duan and his team could handle these small matters, so there was no need to worry. Jinshan Temple. Looking at the houses that stretched continuously on the hillside, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. No matter which world, these temples were always bustling with activity. Whether people feared ghosts and gods, or had boundless desires, leading them to pray to gods and Buddha, Liang Sheng didn't delve deeply into it. He shrugged and continued up the mountain. Back then, in order to avoid marrying into the Wu family, Liang Qi chose to become a monk. At first, he and Liang Sheng still corresponded and invited Liang Sheng to visit the temple when he had time. However, at that time, Liang Sheng was unsure of the Liang family's attitude towards Liang Qi. To avoid suspicion and not to involve himself in this matter, he did not actually take action. But now, nothing happened, and the Liang family probably had already forgotten about Liang Qi. But the casual move made back then has finally paid off today. Under the guidance of the leading monk, Liang Sheng went straight to the Dakshan treasure hall. As for Ma San, he was carrying a small box behind him with some difficulty. It was the money for incense and offerings that Liang Sheng had prepared. If he was going to stay in Jinshan Temple for an extended time, how could he not make offerings to Lord Buddha? Above the Dakshan treasure hall, Xian Nan, the chief of the reception hall, had already received news from Liang Qi and so was ready to personally welcome Liang Sheng. One reason was due to the powerful Liang family behind Liang Sheng, and the other was because the monks had seen Liang Sheng's plentiful money for incense and offerings. Upon arriving inside the Dakshan treasure hall, Liang Sheng kneeled before the Buddha and closed his eyes in prayer. He then stood up and clasped his hands in respect towards Xian Kong. Master, I have recently been feeling somewhat unsettled and wish to spend some time in the sacred grounds of Jinshan Temple until I can regain my inner peace. I wonder if this would be permissible. At this moment, Ma San had already given the box to a nearby monk, while Xian Kong's face was full of smiles. The donor is indeed a person of destiny. Our Buddha is merciful and is willing to help those in distress. Shortly, I will ask the monks in the temple to clean up and prepare guest rooms. Hereafter, the donor is free to meditate within our temple. I hope that the donor will soon resolve his inner conflicts. Both parties had intentions of befriending each other, so naturally, a pleasant situation followed. However, at this time, Liang Sheng did not request a meeting with Liang Qi. The real purpose was to evade the chaos in Jinzhou city. This was simply incidental. Xian Nan had other business to attend to, so he excused himself and left first. Not long after, the monks had prepared a guest room. Liang Sheng and his servant immediately put their hands together in gratitude. Having prepared the guest room, the monk put up Ma San in a room next to Liang Sheng. When it was only Liang Sheng left in the guest room, his face turned somewhat solemn. He had not expected Jinshan Temple to be so complex. No wonder the temple could occupy such a large area outside the city for so many years without anyone causing trouble. Their strength was truly extraordinary. Liang Sheng's previous caution had kept him inside the city, so he had limited knowledge of the circumstances outside. But today, when he saw Xian Nan, he remained outwardly calm, but there was a sense of astonishment in his heart because he could not see through Xian Nan. That is to say, Xian Nan was likely in the postnatal 7th realm, a high-level martial artist. Otherwise, how could Liang Sheng fail to see through him? There are more than one high monks of the Xian generation in Jinshan Temple. It is unknown whether the other high monks of the Xian generation are also experts in cultivation. But this might not necessarily be a bad thing. He did not have any other ill intentions, and there was this master present in Jinshan Temple, ensuring his safety much more. After pondering for a moment, Liang Sheng roughly hammered out a plan. It seemed that today, he should arrange a time to meet with Liang Qi. He had been waiting at Jinshan Temple for so many years, he must have deep knowledge about the temple. Therefore, if he wanted to understand the power of Jinshan Temple, it would be best to find him. Of course, at this time, Liang Qi also had his Dharma name. As mentioned in previous correspondences, Liang Qi had taken the vow under the abbot of the discipline hall, Xianji, and was given the Dharma name Hengji. Liang Sheng set off immediately without taking Ma San with him. He asked his way towards the discipline hall and finally found Liang Qi. However, it wasn't suitable to disturb Liang Qi at this moment. He was training in martial arts techniques with a group of warrior monks on the martial arts training ground. It is taboo to spy on a school's martial arts techniques, and Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. He honestly followed the lead of a monk from the discipline hall to the guest room to wait while drinking tea. Action. Liang Sheng was in no rush. A short while later, someone came out to meet him, but it wasn't Liang Qi, it was the abbot of the discipline hall, Xianji. Liang Zheshi, my name is Xianji. Hung Ji has yet to finish his morning lessons and will meet with you afterwards. We ask for your patience and understanding. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng immediately thanked him. Though his face showed no signs of surprise, his heart was shocked because he indeed could not see through him. It implied that the abbot was also a high-level martial artist, at least in the postnatal 7th realm. Jinshan Temple, indeed, it conceals a dragon and a tiger. Chapter 13, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Jinshan Temple. Discipline Hall. Xianji didn't stay with Liang Sheng for long before excusing himself to leave. As the abbot of Discipline Hall, there were many matters to attend to. It was already a great expression of sincerity for him to personally receive Liang Sheng. This was not because of Liang Sheng's generous offerings, but because of the Liang family behind him. Jinshan Temple had some understanding of the changes in Jinzhou City, so Xianji was a little worried about Liang Sheng's purpose in staying for a few days. However, he didn't show any emotion on his face, and after exchanging pleasantries, he said goodbye, leaving Liang Sheng to wait for more than an hour before finally meeting Liang Qi, whom he had not seen in years. No, it should be said that he was now Master Hung Ji, a second-generation disciple of Jinshan Temple. At this time, Hung Ji was clad in plain monk's robes, his eyes as calm as water. Although his head was bald, his presence was striking at first sight. What a transcendent figure, with the demeanor of a high monk. He was indeed remarkable, worthy of being the once renowned young hero, second only to Liang Ying. Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He really hadn't expected Liang Qi to end up with such a demeanor. Even more surprising was that Liang Qi had entered the postnatal 6th realm, earning him the title of a young prodigy. Liang Zheshi, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Liang Qi held his hands together in a polite but firm greeting, and when he saw Liang Sheng, although there was some emotional turbulence, he remained calm with just a hint of ripples in his demeanor. Brother Qi, I didn't expect to see you today and find you as elegant as ever, not losing any bit of your former demeanor. Liang Sheng responded with a smile, but Liang Qi shook his head and said, Liang Zheshi, Liang Qi is but a thing of the past, now only Hung Ji remains, who seeks detachment and freedom in this world. Seeing the clear and bright eyes of Liang Qi, no, Hung Ji, Liang Sheng didn't dwell on the issue. Why argue over this? Master Hung Ji, it seems that you have managed to break free from the earthly desires and become a transcendental person. It is truly a cause for joy and congratulations. Actually, I came here seeking something. I have been feeling uneasy lately, and I heard that copying Buddhist scriptures at Jinshan Temple can bring peace of mind, so I came here specifically to do so. Hung Ji listened and glanced at Liang Sheng's expression, which didn't seem to be deceptive. He naturally smiled and said, Layman, there is no need to worry. As long as you have Buddha in your heart, peace will come naturally. After a few more sentences, the atmosphere became quiet, and for a short while, both did not know what to say. After all, Hung Ji had been a monk for a long time, and the two had not been in touch for many years. In the end, it was Hung Ji who broke the awkward silence. Since the layman wants to enter the scripture repository to copy the Buddhist scriptures, I don't think there should be any problem. I will talk to Elder Xian Nian about this a little later. I think Elder Xian Nian would not object to a layman's sincere heart for Buddhism. Liang Sheng immediately expressed his gratitude and said that he would wait here for the good news. Hung Ji nodded in agreement and then took his leave. When only Liang Sheng was left in the guest room, he couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected that he would make such an accidental discovery while hiding from possible unrest in Jinzhou City. This Jinshan Temple was probably not simple. He had only met 2 Xian generation high monks in the temple so far, and both were high-level martial arts creatures. With such strength, there was no rumor about Jinshan Temple in Jinzhou City, which showed how low-key Jinshan Temple was. Now that Hung Ji could be so at ease as a monk, it seemed that his previous judgment had been somewhat presumptuous. In the past, when Liang Qi became a monk, there was not much of a stir. He thought it was because, at the beginning, the Liang family could not take care of him. Afterward, no serious consequences happened, so the Liang family simply let it be. Now it seemed that the truth might not be so. Instead, the Liang family was somewhat afraid of Jinshan Temple, and it would not really be worthwhile to provoke them for just one of their juniors. However, whatever hidden matters were going on in Jinshan Temple, they had nothing to do with him. He just needed to ignore it and pretend that he knew nothing. Action. He was just a refugee, so how could he have the energy to concern himself with the affairs of others? Just as Liang Sheng decided not to pry into the secrets of Jinshan Temple, in the abbot's meditation room in Jinshan Temple, Xian Nan was reporting to Abbot Xian Kong about today's events. Abbot elder brother, Heng Ji has already met Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng has come here just to seek peace of mind and copy Buddhist scriptures from the temple. I've also had someone inquire about him, and there should be no problems. Xian Kong did not look up, only turning the prayer beads in his hand as he said indifferently, "Is this Liang Sheng really as useless as rumored?" "Indeed, I have met him personally, and he is still at the second level of the post-natal realm now. He is like rotten wood that cannot be carved." Xian Nan shook his head directly, and his eyes were filled with contempt as he uttered the last word. He didn't know why Liang Sheng was so useless, while Heng Ji, who also had Liang family blood, had such a different talent. As for Heng Ji, Xian Nan was extremely satisfied. Heng Ji had already reached the 6th realm in his martial arts cultivation at the age of 30. If he could break through the bottleneck and enter the postnatal 7-fold realm, he would achieve high-level martial arts and become the number 1 person among the younger disciples of Jinshan Temple. Of course, this bottleneck might only take 1 year for him to break through, but there was also a chance that he could get stuck in the 6th realm for 10 years, no one could be sure. The path of martial arts cultivation is full of obstacles, and many gifted children have made rapid progress in their youth but spent years stuck in the bottleneck and unable to advance. No wonder when Liang Ying reached the postnatal 7th realm at the age of 30, the Liang family ancestor personally decided to let him inherit the position of the patriarch. Indeed, Liang Ying was incredibly talented and gifted. Unexpectedly, in 10 or 20 years, the Liang family might have another postnatal 9-realm martial artist, or even hope for the innate level. Upon hearing this, Abbot Xian Kong still showed no emotions on his face. In that case, let Elder Xian Nian pay more attention to him. As long as he doesn't go to the 2nd floor of the scripture repository, he can browse through the scriptures on the 1st floor as he pleases. As for whether he really came to our temple to copy Buddhist scriptures for peace of mind or if he had other motives, those are of no importance given his strength. Yes, Abbot elder brother, I understand. By nightfall, not long after Liang Sheng and Ma San ate a vegetarian meal in the dining hall of Jinshan Temple, Heng Ji brought good news. "Liang Zheshi, Elder Xian Nian has agreed to let you go to the scripture repository to copy Buddhist scriptures. You can go there tomorrow, but just don't go to the 2nd floor of the scripture repository. I'm grateful for Master Heng Ji's efforts on my behalf, otherwise, I may not have been able to enter the scripture repository so smoothly." "Layman, you joke. Today, I found out that you are a true believer in the Buddhas. Our Buddha is meant to help the predestined, so if Elder Xian Nian has agreed, there's no need to thank me. It's because of your deep Buddhist affinity." After that, the two chatted briefly, and as it was getting late, Heng Ji left in accordance with temple rules. Liang Sheng lay in bed, looking at the moonlight outside the window, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Today's mission was completed. As long as Jinzhou City wasn't peaceful, he would stay in Jinshan Temple and not return for a day. Not to mention, the vegetarian meal at the temple tasted very good, which made Liang Sheng even more carefree about the future. But who knew how many people would die in this chaos of Jinzhou City? Amitabha. Chapter 14, Unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra. Jinzhou City. After Liang Sheng left, the atmosphere in the city became increasingly tense. However, for some unknown reason, the Liang family still stubbornly expanded their influence into the territories of both the Gao and Wu families, even after facing strong resistance from them. It was well known that the Wu family had been an ally of the Liang family, and they had even formed marital alliances in the past to jointly resist the pressure from the Gao family, which had 2 postnatal 9 realms experts. So, the recent actions of the Liang family were somewhat puzzling to outsiders, making them wonder what the Liang family's true intentions were. Why go to such lengths? Although Liang Ying was considered a prodigy in martial arts and might even have innate potential, there would still be bottlenecks for every realm promotion after reaching the high level of martial arts. Otherwise, why would the patriarchs of the Wu family and the former patriarch of the Liang family, Liang Ping, be stuck at the postnatal 8th level for so long without any progress. However, no matter what, the Liang family's current expansion of influence was indeed making the situation in Jinzhou City increasingly tense. Not to mention the Gao family's 2 postnatal 9 realms experts, even the strength of the Wu family was on par with the Liang family. What benefits could the Liang family gain from their actions? This was the thought of most of the common people in Jinzhou City, as the 3 prominent families had been standing in Jinzhou for hundreds of years and each had their own foundations. Even the Gao family shared this view. After some probing, they actively retreated and sat on the sidelines, watching the Liang and Wu families fight each other, hoping for both families to suffer losses. However, reality was somewhat embarrassing as the Wu family was continuously defeated by the Liang family, making them appear to be no match for the Liang family at all. Gao family. At this moment, the head of the Gao family, Gao Yuqiang, couldn't help but roar loudly, "How can the Wu family be so useless? They're so weak." At this moment, the people underneath didn't dare to say a word, and Gao Yuqiang's postnatal 9 realms pressure also made it difficult for them to speak. "Second brother, go to the Wu family today and subtly tell them that our Gao family will help them a little. Action. These useless people are of no use to us, so we'll have to give them a hand in secret, or else our previous retreat would have been a joke." Gao Yuqiang's plan at this moment was actually quite obvious. He couldn't let the Wu family fall so easily, and it would be most advantageous for the Gao family if the Liang and Wu families continued to exhaust each other. By that time, Jinzhou City would belong to the Gao family. Jinshan Temple. Liang Sheng was not concerned about the increasingly tense situation in Jinzhou City, instead, he was rather enjoying his time at Jinshan Temple. Whoever dared to say that plain tea and rice were bitter days would upset him. At least the vegetarian meals at Jinshan Temple were exceptionally delicious. However, during his time at Jinshan Temple, he also walked around the surrounding area and asked the neighboring farmers about their farmland, only to find out that all these lands were actually private property of Jinshan Temple. Jinshan Temple was incredibly wealthy, and if not for seeing it with his own eyes, Liang Sheng would never have known that apart from the 3 great families in Jinzhou City, there was such a low-key yet powerful force. And apart from the abbot and a few other Xian generation high monks he had never met, including Abbot Xian Nian of the Scripture Repository, all of the Xian generation high monks were high-level martial arts practitioners, and Liang Sheng could not see through their realms. Even if they hadn't reached the postnatal 9 realms, they were most likely more numerous in their high-level martial arts practitioners than the combined total of the Liang, Wu, and Gao families. This situation was terrifying to think about. After all, with such strength but little fame, Jinshan Temple must have big plans, according to the saying from his previous life in China. But what did this have to do with him? Early greetings, layman. Outside the scripture repository, the novice monk guarding the entrance saw Liang Sheng approach with paper and pen and quickly greeted him with palms pressed together. Liang Sheng smiled and returned the gesture, then walked straight to the first floor of the scripture repository, found the desired Buddhist scripture on a familiar bookshelf, and began copying the scripture at a nearby table. Since he had already claimed to have come to Jinshan Temple to copy scriptures for peace of mind, he had to put on a full act. Especially after discovering the complexity of Jinshan Temple, he had to be even more cautious, otherwise, he might arouse the other party's suspicion, which would be a bad situation. Inside the temple, Liang Sheng wasn't actually free to roam around. For example, at this moment, he could vaguely sense a gaze watching him intermittently. If it weren't for him being only a second level of postnatal realm wastrel under his disguise, the other party would be even more cautious, and he wouldn't be able to detect them at all. That's why he speculated that the person monitoring him was likely Abbot Xian Nian of the scripture repository. In the beginning, the other party kept a watch from all directions. However, after a few days, they seemed to gradually dismiss their doubts and no longer kept an eye on him all the time. At this moment, on the second floor above, just as Liang Sheng thought, Xian Nian was looking at him. However, he wasn't alone, Xian Ji, the abbot of Discipline Hall, was also by his side. It appears that Liang Sheng truly came here for peace of mind. We don't have to worry about any ulterior motives anymore. At most, he's a bit cunning, seeking fortune and avoiding evil. Xian Nian heard Xian Ji's words and nodded, he shouldn't have any problems. After observing over the past few days, it's clear he hasn't even thought about going to the second floor. He's an intelligent person. Yet, even if he made it to the second floor, with his martial arts talent, what can he do even after seeing our Jinshan temple techniques? Xuanji initially seemed bemused before shaking his head and chuckling. After all these years, he had become too careful, it had become a habit. Regardless, it's better that he has no hidden intentions. Anyway, we're still in hibernation now. Once Abbot elder brother breaks through the innate level, we won't have to bear this much frustration. It's about time the Dian Dog Emperor repays his debts. If our sex technique was still intact, with the abbot's talent, would he suffer until now? Junior brother, mind your words. You're violating the temperance precept. Don't speak wildly. Xuanji reprimanded softly, and Xuan Nian sobered up, quickly reciting, Amitabha Buddha. However, just in case, have Hengji spend more time chatting with him, his secular relative. I always feel that the situation in Jinzhou City recently is a bit strange. Getting closer to him would be a harmless move. Yes, senior brother, don't worry. I will handle this. Xuan Nian then excused himself and left without drawing attention from the scripture copying Liang Sheng downstairs. Xuan Nian glanced at Liang Sheng on the first floor, unsure why something felt wrong. Sigh, perhaps it's just because Abbot elder brother's breakthrough is imminent, and his heart was feeling restless. With that thought in mind, he, like Liang Sheng downstairs, began copying Buddhist scriptures. In this sea of human suffering, how many can find peace of mind? Just then, Liang Sheng stood up, having finished copying the Buddhist scripture in his hand. So, he prepared to find another scripture to copy. At first, his copying of the scriptures was just a cover, but now he had genuinely started to immerse himself in the process. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but copying the scriptures indeed made his heart more peaceful, so much so that he even felt the grand circulation running faster during his night practice. Since the copying had some effects, Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't refuse. He put the Buddhist scripture back on the shelf and noticed an old yellowed book beside it, titled Unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra. Without thinking twice, he picked it up. When it came to copying scriptures, it was all about fate. However, after half an hour into copying the scripture, his body suddenly tensed up. Huh? There's something wrong with this scripture. Chapter 15, Unmoving Ming King Seal. Something's not right. At this moment, Liang Sheng was trying to suppress the turbulence of his internal energy secretly. Just now, while he was copying the Buddhist scripture, his internal energy started circulating within his body along a never-before-experienced trajectory. Such a situation was unprecedented, and with Liang Sheng's cautious character, how could he allow it to continue? Fortunately, he had the attribute panel to hide his inner breath, otherwise, the anomaly in his body just now might have alerted Xuan Nian upstairs. Now, he was staring intently at the ordinary-looking, yellowed Buddhist scripture on the table, unsure whether the situation just now was an accident or not. He stood there thinking for a while, feeling no problems within his body, and then decided to try again. This time, Liang Sheng was focusing his mind and writing skillfully as the number of Buddhist scriptures he copied increased, and his internal energy circulated through the grand circulation once more on its own. It had a completely different operation route than the health cultivation method and the golden dragon technique. This was not his illusion. At this moment, Liang Sheng had lost his previous relaxed attitude, his face full of solemnity, and his mind racing. The scripture was definitely extraordinary, but since it had been placed on the first floor for so long and Jinshan Temple had not taken notice, it could only mean that it was either very special or that no one cared about it at all. However, to test whether Jinshan Temple truly disregarded this scripture, there was a straightforward method. After all, Hengji had said that as long as he did not go to the second floor, the scriptures on the first floor were free for him to copy and even take back to his guest room. In that case, thinking of this, Liang Sheng suppressed his excitement, finished copying the Truvajra Akshobhya Tathagata Sutra, and then put the scripture back in place. Next, he casually picked up another Buddhist scripture, brought the copied scripture, and the pen and ink to the novice monk in the scripture repository. Master, may I take this Pasha Sutra back to my room for copying? The novice monk glanced at the ordinary Pasha Sutra in Liang Sheng's hand, and seeing no issue, he smiled and said, "The chief has already instructed us that lay people are free to borrow and copy the scriptures on the first floor, as long as they are returned before leaving the temple." Liang Sheng promptly expressed his gratitude and then took the scripture to his guest room, while Xuan Nian on the second floor of the scripture repository merely glanced at Liang Sheng and paid him no further attention. The next day, Liang Sheng returned the Pasha Sutra and spent another day copying Buddhist scriptures in the scripture repository. Before leaving, he exchanged it for another scripture to take with him. After repeating this process for 7 days, Liang Sheng finally accidentally took the unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra out for copying. Although he tried to maintain his composure, the novice monk did not stop him as usual, and Xuan Nian on the second floor did not appear. As expected, no one at Jinshan Temple knew how special this scripture was. It was treated like any ordinary scripture. This relieved Liang Sheng, who carefully examined the scripture that night but found nothing out of the ordinary. It seemed to be just an ordinary scripture. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng pretended to return the scripture and went back to copying Buddhist scriptures as usual. When he left, he took another Buddhist scripture with him, and the little novice monk didn't even look at it. Indeed, his borrowing of scriptures had become a trivial matter. They already assumed that he would return them, and no one paid any attention. In the following days, everything went as usual, and Liang Sheng finally let go of his worries. The unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra was just an ordinary, neglected scripture. In the eyes of Jinshan Temple, it was no different from the other Buddhist scriptures on the first floor of the scripture repository. He had memorized the entire content of the unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra and found that his internal energy would automatically circulate the grand circulation every time he copied the scripture, whether or not the original scripture was nearby. Given this, Liang Sheng found an opportunity to quietly return the original scripture without attracting attention. Not even Xuan Nian, a high-level martial artist, knew that a scripture had been missing from the first floor of the scripture repository. From then on, Liang Sheng copied the unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra daily, but he didn't feel any change in himself. After some fruitless research, he decided to let it go. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Halfway through, Liang Sheng had sent Ma San back to Jinzhou City for a trip. The situation in Jinzhou City had not only not eased but had become even more tense. It was said that quite a few intermediate experts in martial arts had successively encountered accidents, causing many injuries and casualties. Seeing this situation, Liang Sheng dared not show his face even more and continued to hide quietly in Jinshan Temple, ignoring the turmoil in Jinzhou City. Today, Liang Sheng was continuing to copy the unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra in his guest room, as usual. After completing a full rotation of the grand circulation this time, a special internal energy was produced inside his body, causing all of his other internal energies to circulate. The Golden Dragon Technique, Longevity Skill, and the other 9 health cultivation methods began to accelerate their circulation under the influence of this special internal energy. If Liang Sheng's previous speed for cultivation and circulation through the grand circulation was 1, now it had become 1.5, 50% faster. Driven by the other techniques, this special internal energy, like a magnificent sun, grew stronger and circulated faster. Fortunately, he had the attribute panel to conceal his internal energy, so he didn't attract the attention of Jinshan Temple, and no one noticed his abnormality. When all his techniques finished a complete rotation of the grand circulation, Liang Sheng felt much lighter. Eagerly, he opened the attribute panel, and his face was filled with extreme astonishment and joy. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 32. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 6th layer, Longevity Skill, 11th layer, Other Health Cultivation Methods, 9th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 1st layer. Realm, Postnatal 6th level, 80%. The progress of his postnatal 6th level had reached 80%. He had originally thought it would take more than a year to achieve this progress, but it was unexpectedly accomplished today. Most importantly, his technique column now included the Unmoving Ming King Seal, which should be the reason for these changes. Unmoving Ming King Seal? Liang Sheng murmured softly, having a vague feeling of familiarity, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Action. No, he must have seen these 5 characters somewhere before, otherwise, he wouldn't have such a familiar feeling. Although he couldn't remember, he knew that the Unmoving Ming King Seal must be related to the Unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra. He never expected to have such a serendipitous encounter. In high spirits, Liang Sheng wished he could go to Yushun Building to celebrate, but now was not the time. He still needed to hide in Jinshan Temple. However, having suddenly completed all of his cultivation tasks, he had nothing else to do but pick up a storybook collection as entertainment. To prepare for his long stay at Jinshan Temple, he had packed plenty of things that could help pass the time, including several storybooks. Just as Liang Sheng picked up a storybook and prepared to recline and kill time, he suddenly sat up. He finally remembered where he had seen the 5 characters of the unmoving Ming King seal before. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were shining brightly. Chapter 16, Closing the Net. Dian Wild History. When Liang Sheng first crossed over, he inherited all the memories of his previous life. To be on the safe side and better understand this world, he read a lot of history and wild records. Just now, he finally remembered where he had seen the unmoving Ming King seal before. It was in the Dian dynasty's wild history that he had read. At the beginning of the Dian dynasty, they forcibly suppressed the 7 great sects, causing them to collapse and lay the foundation of the Dian dynasty. The unmoving Ming King seal was the faction-defining technique of Dharma sect, one of the 7 great sects, and could be cultivated by their direct disciples. The successive Dharma sect masters were all practitioners of the unmoving Ming King seal, with almost no exceptions. As rumors have it, it was extremely difficult to enter the realm of cultivating the unmoving Ming King seal. All direct disciples of Dharma sect were talented martial artists, yet only 1 in 100 could succeed in entering the realm. But once the technique was successfully cultivated, one would undoubtedly enter the high-grade martial arts realm and stand a chance in the innate realms. This was the foundation of the Dharma sect being one of the 7 great sects. As the Dian dynasty was established, the 7 great sects completely collapsed, and the talking of sects almost disappeared, leaving only the noble families of the Dian dynasty. Could it be that the inheritance of Jinshan Temple originated from the Dharma sect back then? If so, it would be fully understandable for the high monk of Jinshan Temple to have this kind of strength. So, the unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra was actually the Dharma sect's unmoving Tathagata seal, but due to an incomplete inheritance, it was unknown to the Jinshan Temple till now. Liang Sheng felt it was somewhat incredible, but he guessed that perhaps at the beginning, some people in Jinshan Temple knew about it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to enter the realm of the unmoving Ming King seal. Under the pressure of the Dian dynasty, the inheritance was cut off, and gradually, no one knew about it. As he inherited the talent of innocent foolishness, his cultivation speed was extremely slow. However, there was no bottleneck in all the world's laws. Thus, he was able to enter the realm so easily under accidental circumstances. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh out loud, as everything was destined, and these adventures were meant for him. Action. The special inner energy produced in his body should be the power of Buddhism. No wonder it felt like a great sun, the ultimate yang. Just now, the circulation speed of his other techniques had also increased, which should be attributed to the unmoving Ming King seal. No wonder the legends said that those who cultivated the unmoving Ming King seal of the Dharma sect could achieve high-grade martial arts and hope for innate realms. It turned out that the unmoving Ming King seal could also improve the speed of Zhou Tian's circulation. It was indeed the Dharma sect's faction-defining technique, so terrifying. One could only wonder what kind of effects the other faction-defining techniques of the 7 great sects had back then, and whether they still existed in the world. After understanding the causes and consequences, Liang Sheng's last trace of worry vanished completely. He then got up and looked at the night sky outside the window. As Jinshan Temple inherited from the Dharma sect, there might be some entanglements with the Dian dynasty later, but he would have long left by then, and there would be no connection between him and Jinshan Temple. Furthermore, with the attribute panel, no one could find out that he had cultivated the unmoving Ming King seal. Even if something happened to Jinshan Temple, it would have nothing to do with him. After letting go of all his concerns, Liang Sheng returned to his usual habits in Jinshan Temple, leisurely witnessing the blooming and withering flowers, feeling quite at ease. Jinzhou City. Liang Family Conference Hall. At this moment, Liang Ying was sitting at the head of the table, with Liang family elders and managers on both sides below him. Liang Ying gently played with the teacup in his left hand, while an elder below was reporting the losses of the Liang family with great regret. Patriarch, Captain Feng of the Guards was seriously injured and died yesterday. 2 other teams were ambushed and no one survived. Adding up these losses, our Liang family's casualties in the past month alone are more than the total of the previous 10 years. We can't afford to continue like this. Upon hearing this, all the elders could not help whispering to each other. They were already dissatisfied with Liang Ying's previous decisions in their hearts. If it weren't for the ancestors' full support of Liang Ying, someone might have already given up and directly criticized the young family master. They should know that the Liang and Wu families were originally married. Liang Ying's legitimate wife was the patriarch of the Wu family's dead daughter. They couldn't understand why they had to harm each other. The Liang and Wu families should have joined forces to resist the Gao family, but now they were killing each other, which was helping the abusive family. If Liang Ying weren't the patriarch, these elders might even think that he was a mole of the Gao family, otherwise, why would things be like this? At this point, Liang Ying calmly took a sip of tea before speaking. Fourth uncle, how are the losses of the Wu family? Has the Gao family stopped hiding behind the scenes and started taking actions themselves? The elder called fourth uncle by Liang Ying was the one who had just reported the situation. His face had turned completely black, and if it weren't for the ancestors' sake, he would have stormed away by now. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said in a low voice, the Gao family has indeed made their move. If they join forces with the Wu family, I'm afraid. He didn't continue, but everyone could guess what he was thinking. However, Liang Ying remained unfazed. All of you present here are my elders, and your experiences are greater than mine. But this plan is not my idea but the ancestors'. I didn't want to say this today, but my uncles and aunts are worried about me being impulsive. Since I am the patriarch, and the ancestors supports me, I hope you can give me some more time. As Liang Ying finished speaking, the room became silent. Seeing Liang Ying so stubborn and remembering the ancestors' great support for Liang Ying before, they couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. After everyone left, Liang Ying sat for a while before getting up and leaving. He then went to another secluded courtyard. When he entered, two people were already waiting in the courtyard. The three of them greeted each other immediately upon meeting. If there were outsiders present at this moment, they would be extremely shocked because one of them was Wu Chang, the head of the Wu family who was at odds with the Liang family, and the other was Zheng Wanchun, the catcher of the county government office. Father-in-law, Sheriff Zheng, I think it's time to close the net. Wu Chang nodded, but Zheng Wanchun hesitated for a moment. Isn't it too early? Wu Chang shook his head immediately. Gao Yuqiang has already subtly indicated to me that he will support me wholeheartedly and will take action personally when necessary. Hearing this, Zheng Wanchun also let go of his concerns and nodded, in that case, it is indeed time to close the net. It's not good for Jinzhou City if the Gao family has 9 realms for too long. Rest assured, Sheriff Zheng, this plan will be foolproof. Just let the county lord sit back and wait for our good news. Liang family master is indeed a young talent. I believe that this cooperation will not disappoint any of our three parties today, and Jinzhou City will be much more peaceful from now on. With these words exchanged, the three looked at each other and then laughed out loud. Liang Ying and Wu Chang had a flash of fierceness in their eyes. Jinzhou City will not allow a family with 9 realms to exist. Chapter 17, Destruction. Jinshan Temple. Ma San originally intended to go to the city to gather information but was stopped by Liang Sheng. After listening to Ma San's report yesterday, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. The situation in Jinzhou City became increasingly tense recently, and it might completely erupt any day. Anyway, the situation in these 2 days had been a bit unusual. Adopting a cautious principle along with Liang Sheng's uneasy intuition, he asked Ma San to stay in the temple and not to go to Jinzhou City to gather information for the time being. When night fell, Liang Sheng looked at the bright moon in the sky. Amidst the mottled shadows of the trees, he became more and more restless. He feared that something would happen tonight, but he didn't know what the outcome would be. He hoped that the news he would receive tomorrow would be good. Jinzhou City. At this moment, the streets were silent, and the usual patrol guards were not on duty tonight. Even the Yushun building was not open for business. The lower class people of the 3 teachers and 9 streams were the most observant. Whenever there was a slight disturbance, they would seek fortune and avoid evil. At this time, the night breeze was gentle, and the bright moon was high in the sky. Yet, for some reason, there was an aura of solemnity and killing intent on the streets. Just then, footsteps suddenly appeared on the street. As time went on, the footsteps grew more and more dense. Afterward, a large number of men and horses appeared on both sides of the street, all armed with weapons. As soon as the 2 sides met, they fought without saying a word. Cold steel showed no mercy. Amidst the flashes of their blades, flesh and blood flew, and screams of pain and cries for battle mixed together, creating an unparalleled chaos. However, this was just a fight between ordinary martial artists. Not far from the battlefield, more than a dozen figures stood facing each other. "Father-in-law, I'm afraid I've offended you today." It turned out that the leaders of both sides were Liang Ying and Wu Chang. Upon hearing Liang Ying's words, Wu Chang couldn't help but sneer. "My good son-in-law, you are merely at the postnatal 7th realm. How can you compete with me without Liang Ping's presence, forcing me to bully a weaker opponent?" "Really?" Liang Ying did not get angry upon hearing this, but instead chuckled lightly. Then, a burst of hearty laughter came from behind him. "Lord of Wu family, I think with me here, there's no need for Liang Ping to show up, right? Action!" The next moment, Zhang Wanchun appeared before both sides. Wu Chang looked at him, and his brow furrowed, but then he burst into laughter. "Zhang Wanchun, you're just a minor constable, merely at the postnatal 7th realm. How dare you act wildly in front of me?" Wu Chang's words had just fallen when a burst of qi emanated from Zhang Wanchun, and Wu Chang's laughter abruptly stopped. You broke through." Zhang Wanchun simply smiled without speaking. Wu Chang's face turned extremely ugly as he looked at Liang Ying standing calmly to the side, appearing to have suddenly understood something. "So, you colluded with the county government, which is why you dared to act like this." He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the other side of the battlefield, his expression even more unsightly. For there was now a third force there, the constables from the county government. In an instant, the previously evenly matched Wu family guards were retreating in defeat. "All right, let's spare the meaningless words. Father-in-law, it's all just a matter of winners and losers. As long as you submit to my Liang family, I guarantee that your Wu family will suffer no losses. You really are my good son-in-law, but, dream on." The next moment, Wu Chang instantly charged from a distance of 10 meters, and a powerful palm wind directly appeared in front of Liang Ying. Liang Ying remained motionless at this time, as if he hadn't reacted. But in the next moment, a figure stood in front of Wu Chang. "Lord of the Wu family, you're a bit too anxious. Your opponent is me." The two immediately tangled with each other, unleashing fierce winds with their punches. The blue stone beneath their feet broke one after another. In just a few breaths, all the stones within 10 meters had been shattered. The terror of the postnatal 8th level realm. After battling for a few more rounds, Wu Chang retreated several steps, his face extremely pale. "It turns out you didn't just break through to the 8th level. You've been pretending to be at the postnatal 7th realm all along. Master Wu, it indeed shows you have great judgment." At this moment, Zhang Wanchun, with a triumphant expression, didn't chase after them but instead said with a smile, "Master Wu, there's no use waiting for your ancestor to come to your aid. The Liang family ancestor has already gone to visit the Wu family." Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's face turned bright red with anger, and he couldn't help but scold, "Despicable." At this point, Liang Ying stepped forward and said, "Father-in-law, you should just admit defeat. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about the Wu family. If we keep going like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you any longer." Wu Chang stared at Liang Ying in a daze, as if his eyes were about to catch fire, but there was nothing he could say at this moment. After all, the other party had the advantage, so what could he do? At this moment, a sudden burst of laughter came from behind Wu Chang and a figure appeared right in the middle of them. It was none other than Gao Yuqiang, the head of the Gao family. Then, several experts from the Gao family and guards from the Wu family joined together, and the situation changed instantly. "So, what can you do if I help Brother Wu?" Seeing Gao Yuqiang suddenly appear, Zhang Wanchun and Liang Ying's expressions changed in unison. Their brows furrowed and Gao Yuqiang's smile on his face became even more apparent. "Gao Yuqiang." Wu Chang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief at this time. "Brother Gao, I didn't expect to make a fool of myself this time. No matter, our families have always been close, so why bother with such trifles?" After saying this, Gao Yuqiang looked at Zhang Wanchun and Liang Ying with a smile, his tone full of amazement. "I never expected that young Master Liang would have such boldness, daring to defy the world and work with the county government office. It really is a great strategy." It has been several hundred years since Jinzhou City's Liang, Gao and Wu families have had conflicts, but they have never let the county government interfere. One could say that Liang Ying's current actions were something that Gao Yuqiang had never expected before, and it also dispelled his doubts about why the Wu family had lost to the Liang family earlier. How could the Wu family win when they had the county government's secret support? Brother Gao, let's resolve the matter at hand first. I want to have a good, candlelit talk with my son-in-law. As for other matters, I will personally visit the Gao family to express my gratitude tomorrow. Wu Chang did not say how he would thank the Gao family, but Gao Yuqiang naturally understood his meaning at this moment. Brother Wu, you and your son-in-law can talk freely. I don't think Sheriff Zheng will interfere in your private affairs. At this moment, Gao Yuqiang looked at Zheng Wanchun with a calm expression. How could the other party dare to take action with him present? Sure enough, Zheng Wanchun only carefully watched him without daring to make any moves. Wu Chang then angrily glared at Liang Ying and slowly walked towards him. My good son-in-law. At this point, Wu Chang had just walked behind Gao Yuqiang and suddenly burst out. He yelled, why don't you make a move? In an instant, Wu Chang had a green, luminescent dagger in his hand, which he wrapped in his internal energy and directly stabbed into Gao Yuqiang's back, drenching his entire back in blood. At the same time, Zheng Wanchun made his move, striking directly at Gao Yuqiang. The fist wind hit first, making Gao Yuqiang's face ache from the blow. Previously, Gao Yuqiang's attention had been entirely on Zheng Wanchun, and he had not been prepared for Wu Chang's attack. Who could have thought that the trio who had been fighting for their lives had actually been working together all along? Moreover, Wu Chang's dagger was made of meteorite iron. When he wrapped it in his internal energy, it was able to pierce Gao Yuqiang's back so easily. In fact, the dagger alone wouldn't have been a big deal, but the fact that it was coated with a deadly poison made it an even greater threat. At this moment, as Gao Yuqiang tried to force the poison out with his internal energy, the poison spread even faster. Of course, Wu Chang and Zheng Wanchun wouldn't hesitate at this moment. They relentlessly attacked Gao Yuqiang, never giving him a chance to counter. With his internal energy in chaos, Gao Yuqiang could only hold out against the onslaught of the two 8th level masters for a few moves before his vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Liang Ying walked over with a knife in his hand and cleanly cut Gao Yuqiang's neck. There was no muddling about at all. At this time, Gao Yuqiang's eyes widened in shock, and he lay still on the ground, his spirit not resting in peace. At this moment, Liang Ying and the others exchanged glances and smiled, everything unspoken. As for the elder of Gao family, the ancestor of the Wu family couldn't come to this place, but right now, he was actually joining forces with the Liang family ancestor and heading to the Gao family together. At this moment, all of Gao Yuqiang's experts had been wiped out. The moment Wu Chang stabbed Gao Yuqiang, the Wu family's experts had all moved simultaneously. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. Chapter 18, Postnatal 7th Level, High-Level Martial Arts. Jinshan Temple. The Gao family has been destroyed. When Liang Sheng heard this news, he couldn't quite believe it. The Gao family were a family with 2 9-realm martial artists. Previously, Master Hengji had left to become a monk because the alliance between the Liang and Wu families was barely enough to resist the Gao family. However, after listening to Ma San's complete report, Liang Sheng only remained silent for a moment and then shook his head helplessly. The Gao family's loss wasn't unjustified. After all, the Liang and Wu families had collaborated with the county government office, while the Gao family had been kept in the dark. How could they not lose? But Zheng Wanchun is also a ruthless person. Fortunately, Liang Sheng had always been non-contentious towards others, treating them politely and deliberately making friends with them. However, Liang Sheng never expected that Zheng Wanchun, who was rumored to be in the postnatal 7th realm, was actually a big shot in the postnatal 8th realm. Moreover, looking at the cooperation between the Liang and Wu families and the county government office, Liang Sheng feared that there was an even greater trump card besides Zheng Wanchun. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire the subtleties of this three-way cooperation and became even more cautious, taking it as a warning. Even if one's strength is high, caution is needed unless one is invincible. One must not be overly conspicuous and be careful not to make oneself a target. The Gao family was too ostentatious, which led to such an outcome. Now, in Jinzhou City, the county government office and the Liang and Wu families are dividing up the property left by the Gao family, so the city will be in chaos for a while. Since that's the case, Liang Sheng simply decided to stay at Jinshan Temple for a few more days until everything had completely settled down before considering going back. In fact, no matter the outcome of the turmoil in Jinzhou City, Liang Sheng had long made plans and was fully prepared for anything. If the Liang family were eventually defeated, Liang Sheng would leave without hesitation, since he already had enough silver notes on him to live a carefree life for several generations. However, the current outcome was even better for Liang Sheng, since the stronger the Liang family became, the more comfortable his life would be. Days went by, and Ma San brought good news. Jinzhou City was now completely calm, with the situation completely stabilized. Even so, Liang Sheng forced himself to stay an extra day before bidding farewell and preparing to return to Jinzhou City. Jinshan Temple didn't try to stop him. Masters Hengji remained his old acquaintance and personally sent him off. Master Hengji, when you have time to visit the city, you must come to find me. Of course, if I am troubled in the future, I might have to disturb your temple again. Hengji clasped his hands together in response, laughing and saying, "Layman, feel free to come whenever you wish. The doors of Jinshan Temple will always be open for you." Then, Liang Sheng got into the horse carriage, while Ma San drove the horses away. Liang Sheng looked back at Jinshan Temple from inside the carriage. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not come here again. After all, Jinshan Temple was not exactly a benevolent place, so it was best to be careful. Jinzhou City. In the past few days, Shend Building's business had been even better than before the chaos, and the owner, Old Duan, was all smiles. This year's dividends might be even more generous than in previous years. With the Gao family's destruction, the Liang and Wu families and the county government office became rich and prosperous. Consequently, business at Shend Building faced less competition, and their turnover doubled from before. This was the benefit of having powerful forces. As long as they did not cause trouble, they could make money just by lying down, without the need to struggle. Today, Liang Sheng finally showed up at the tavern. He had headed straight to Yushan Building to enjoy music and entertainment at the brothel as soon as he entered the city that evening. Madame Spring Lady's smile never left her face these past days. Liang Sheng had been holding back for quite a while, even calling for 2 girls to relieve himself on the first night. In the following days, Liang Sheng spent several nights at Yushan Building while ensuring that he completed his cultivation. Finally, after a night of passion last night, Liang Sheng yawned and appeared in the tavern in the morning, taking a short rest at the counter. At this moment, he heard the waiter's voice, hurriedly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Wanshan entering the door. "Sheriff Zhang, long time no see, how have you been recently?" As Liang Sheng greeted him with a jug of good wine and some side dishes carried by another waiter, Zhang Wanshan sat down without any hypocrisy and patted Liang Sheng's shoulder. "You kid, why don't you have any martial arts talent?" Zhang no longer pretended. As a master in the post-natal 8th level, he was considered a local big shot in Jinzhou City. The news of the battle that night had spread among the people. Although there were some absurd details, it was mostly accurate. But even so, Liang Sheng still treated himself as warmly as before, without any flattery. Liang Sheng laughed casually at this moment. "You are my guest in the tavern, and naturally, I should treat you well. As for the path of martial arts, I have already let it go. Since I have no desires, naturally I can see things more clearly and be less hypocritical." "Well said, no desires, no lies." At this moment, Liang Sheng had already poured wine for Zhang Wanshan, who was even more impressed with Liang Sheng and raised his glass. Afterward, Zhang Wanshan and Liang Sheng became more and more engaged in conversation, and if it weren't for a constable coming to report that the county lord was looking for him, he would probably continue talking with Liang Sheng. "Let's call it a day, and next time we'll go out drinking and not return until we're drunk." After bidding farewell to Zhang Wanshan, Liang Sheng stayed in the tavern until evening, returned home and did not plan to go to Yushan Building today. After practicing all the techniques, he had a faint feeling that the other 9 health cultivation methods were on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, he was somewhat looking forward to it. When these 9 techniques break through the unprecedented 10th layer, who knows how much lifespan will be added to him. For this reason, Liang Sheng did not go out for the next few days. On this night, he took a bath and changed clothes, waiting for his mood to gradually calm down before starting his cultivation. Today is the breakthrough day. When Liang Sheng opened his eyes, there was laughter in them, and he didn't expect that the gain this time would be much greater than he had imagined. Not only did he break through the remaining 9 levels of the health cultivation methods to the unprecedented 10th level, but the drastic increase in his lifespan directly added 180 years. If Liang Sheng did nothing in the future, he alone could outlive nearly 4 postnatal 9-layered martial artists. If he was willing to live, one person could establish a noble family. However, Liang Sheng wouldn't think about it too much. He was extremely excited, not only because of the skyrocketing lifespan but also because the qualitative change in his internal energy caused by these health cultivation methods allowed him to successfully break through to the postnatal 7th realm. At this moment, Liang Sheng's attribute panel had completely changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 33. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 6th layer, Longevity Skill, 11th layer, Other Health Cultivation Methods, 10th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 1st layer. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 7th layer, 1%. In other words, Liang Sheng, the so-called trash of the Liang family, had entered the high-level martial arts realm overnight. Chapter 19, The Grand Ceremony of the Clan, All Are Movie Emperors. Jinzhou City. It has been 3 years since the fall of the Gao family, and the lives of the people in Jinzhou City haven't changed much. Occasionally, some elderly people would recall the once high and mighty Gao family in Jinzhou City when they felt nostalgic. Liang Sheng walked out of the courtyard and saw the peach talismans hung on both sides of the street, the sounds of firecrackers being set off by children from time to time, and their laughter. Liang Sheng couldn't help feeling a little dazed, realizing that it was time for another spring festival family gathering. Master. At this moment, Ma San had prepared the horse carriage and stood respectfully, helping Liang Sheng to board. Unconsciously, Ma San's back had hunched quite a bit more. In just 3 short years, Ma San had changed so much that it seemed as if old age had come to him in just an instant. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng had unknowingly reached the age of 36 and had gone from being a young master to the master referred to by Ma San. In these 3 years, Jinzhou City had been extremely peaceful. The county government and the 2 families of Liang and Wu coexisted harmoniously, even more so than during the time of the Gao family. 3 years ago, Liang Sheng reached the high-level martial arts realm in one night, and in the past 3 years, he had still been working hard on his cultivation. Although his realm had not improved, his techniques had progressed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 36. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 7th layer, Longevity Skill, 11th layer, Other Health Cultivation Methods, 11th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 2nd layer. P.S. Later, the health cultivation methods will be merged into one and saved from repeating words action. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 7th layer, 25%. 3 years later, the Unmoving Ming King Seal finally broke through to the 2nd layer, even slower than the cultivation speed of the Golden Dragon Technique by several times. As expected, it was the Dharma sex mastery back in the day, requiring greater difficulty in cultivation. However, the benefits were also obvious. The Golden Dragon Technique was able to break through to the 7th layer within 3 years, completely exceeding Liang Sheng's expectations. Although the longevity skill has not yet broken through to the 11th layer, under the guidance of other high-level health cultivation methods, the newcomers have surpassed it and all have broken through to the 11th layer together, progressing at the same pace as the longevity skill, greatly increasing Liang Sheng's lifespan. Now, with his current lifespan reaching 800 years, it seemed that his next breakthrough would probably surpass that of the proverbial turtle. Moreover, according to his current cultivation progress, it was likely that he would break through the postnatal 8th level within 10 years and become a top figure in Jinzhou City. Of course, Liang Sheng would never reveal his true strength. Only a fool would give up living such a rich and carefree life unnoticed. Let's go. Liang Sheng calmed his thoughts, sat in the carriage and pulled down the curtain. Ma San immediately called out, driving the carriage toward the Liang family's main mansion. Today was the Liang family's grand ancestral worship ceremony. Whether it was the Liang family members working in other places or the managerial clan elders busy with their responsibilities, everyone had arrived on time. However, this year's person in charge of the Liang family's ancestor worship ceremony was not Liang Sheng's second uncle Liang Qiang, but fourth uncle Liang Chuan. At this time, Liang Qiang was already 61 years old, his martial arts realm was only at the postnatal 5th level, and his body had suddenly collapsed last year due to indulgence in wine, women, and gambling all these years. Since Liang Qiang had never married and lived alone, he had handed over the responsibilities of managing the outer branch to Liang Chuan, and the transition had been very smooth, with no opposition. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Liang Sheng unconsciously walked toward the corner, but then suddenly turned and went behind Liang Qiang. At this moment, Liang Qiang had lost his once strong physique, his face was pale, wrinkles covered his forehead, and his body was extremely weak. Now, he was huddled in his chair, looking as if he was about to die, while the younger generation around him unconsciously kept their distance. Second uncle. Liang Qiang initially had his eyes closed, but upon hearing the voice, he opened his eyes and saw Liang Sheng leaning over. A flash of surprise and joy crossed his eyes. With some effort, he raised his hand, trying to pat Liang Sheng's shoulder. Liang Sheng quickly lowered his body, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reach it. "It's you, young man, who is smart, knowing to practice the health cultivation method, appearing so young, unlike an old man like me, regretting it too late." The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was moved. At this moment, Liang Sheng was suddenly shocked. He glanced at his peers with the corner of his eyes, and even though they had surpassed the martial arts level 2, they seemed older than him. Because of his long lifespan, he hadn't paid attention to his appearance for a while. Under Liang Qiang's teasing, he suddenly realized it. Fortunately, he had been living a low-key life for so many years, being kind-hearted, so not many people noticed him. As a result, nobody paid attention to his appearance. However, this time he had to make himself look older when he went back. It was nothing more than controlling the flesh. Anyone who practices the health cultivation method to the top level can do it. After all, the health cultivation method is to adjust the body and increase the lifespan. With his mastery of the method, controlling the flesh is effortless. Previously, Liang Sheng had ignored this point because it was just in a blind spot. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to notice this issue now. Even if someone thought he was too young, he had an excuse to push it away. He hadn't expected that collecting health cultivation methods in the past would come in handy, which was a pleasant surprise. "Second uncle, what are you talking about? Back then, you spent the night with 7 women, and it is still a good story at Yushun building. Your vitality has always been strong, I'm sure that with proper care for a while, you'll be vigorous again. You have a sweet mouth, young man, but there's no need to flatter a useless old man like me. I'm content with my life, living safely into my 60s, what more can I ask for? Look at fifth brother. He perished in the war 3 years ago. He was in the postnatal 6th realm, but still, he left before me." At this moment, Liang Qiang was surprisingly open-minded. Just as he was about to make fun of Liang Qiang a few more times, he saw the situation and shut his mouth. Of course, Liang Qiang wouldn't mess around either. He whispered a command and stopped talking. "Wait until the grand ceremony is over, then send me home." Liang Sheng nodded his head but didn't answer, then he looked towards the gate of the ancestral hall. There stood the Liang family elders' manager. The head of the grand family ceremony was naturally Patriarch Liang Ying. As for the Liang family ancestor and Liang Ping, they hadn't appeared yet. Liang Ying was standing on the high platform, looking quite imposing. These years, the Liang family has prospered even more, and the young patriarch's prestige is rising. After presenting sacrifices and offerings to the ancestors, it was time for the grand family banquet. It was Liang Chuan's first time in charge of the event, and the new outer disciple managerial official made his official debut. At this time, Liang Qiang glanced at Liang Sheng and found he was extremely calm, as if there were no ripples. He couldn't help but nod his head slightly. This young man has a clear understanding and lives his life openly. Amid the clinking of glasses, suddenly everyone's eyes turned towards Liang Sheng's table. Liang Ying walked straight over with a glass of wine in his hand. "Second uncle, you've gone through so much over the years." At this moment, Liang Ying lowered his posture greatly. Liang Qiang's eyes became red instantly, and his face was filled with excitement. He repeatedly said he didn't dare and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. In an instant, the call for the patriarch's benevolence echoed through the whole banquet, and the atmosphere became even more intense. As for Liang Sheng, Liang Ying wouldn't notice him at all. He was just a waste, and what qualification did he have to attract his attention? After the banquet was over, Liang Sheng helped Liang Qiang into the horse carriage and headed to Liang Qiang's mansion. Inside the carriage, Liang Qiang's face was extremely calm, with no trace of excitement. Liang Sheng couldn't help but secretly grumble in his heart, "They're truly great actors." Chapter 20, Remember, one must not be kind-hearted when dealing with people. Liang Qiang's residence. For so many years, although Liang Sheng had accumulated a lot of wealth, his dwelling had never changed. Compared to ordinary people, his mansion was indeed luxurious, but compared to Liang Qiang's residence, it felt a bit inadequate. Second uncle never got married in his whole life, lived alone in such a huge mansion, didn't he ever feel increasingly lonely? It's hard to understand. Liang Sheng muttered to himself in his heart, and then helped Liang Qiang walk behind his steward. They walked through 4 courtyards before finally reaching the backyard. When Liang Qiang entered the room and sat down, he took a breath before looking at Liang Sheng with a smile on his face. Just now, it seemed like you liked my mansion quite a lot. Why don't you have it after I'm gone? Hearing this, Liang Sheng naturally knew that his look of surprise was noticed by the other party, but he wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he laughed and said, "Second uncle, your mansion is too big. I'm not as lucky as you to be able to hold down the feng shui here, so I have to decline your kindness. You kid, you haven't changed at all, still so cautious." Upon hearing this, Liang Qiang couldn't help but laugh and scold. He naturally knew why Liang Sheng refused so directly. He wasn't angry, but couldn't help but sigh again. If Liang Sheng had martial arts talent, it really wouldn't be certain who would be the Liang family's patriarch today. But such thoughts were just wishful thinking, as they were born into the Liang family, and yet were martial arts wastes. "Alright, you little slippery one, I won't go around in circles with you. I don't know how much longer I have, and when the time comes, I'll probably just leave behind this pile of urine and excrement. If you're interested, I'll leave everything to you." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng didn't agree but calmly replied, "Second uncle, if I accept your things, what are the conditions?" Hearing this, Liang Qiang couldn't help but nod in his heart. He indeed hadn't misread Liang Sheng, and the more cautious Liang Sheng is at this moment, the more at ease he felt. "Since that's the case, then I'll be straightforward. Although I've never married in my life and have remained attached to the mundane world, when my time comes, I will still owe a debt." It turned out that a few years ago, when Liang Qiang's health was not yet completely ruined, and he could still be considered strong for his age, he met a widow who moved him. This widow was extremely considerate to Liang Qiang, but he had seen too much in his life, was wary of the Liang family's dying vat, and eventually did not marry the widow. He always kept the widow in his outside room, and a few years ago, they had a daughter. This matter was kept secret very well, and no one knew about it until now. "Second uncle, do you mean that if I accept your property, the condition is that I help take care of this mother and daughter?" Liang Qiang shook his head upon hearing this. "No, I wouldn't be so muddled as your second uncle. You would definitely not agree if so. After all, you and I are the same, how could we leave such a big trouble for ourselves? But precisely because of this, I feel even more at ease and trusting this matter to you. I've already left enough money for the mother and daughter to live a comfortable life. My condition is very simple, I hope that if they encounter any problems in the future, and if it doesn't put you in a difficult position, you can lend a hand. Of course, if you think it's dangerous or uncertain, there's no need to take a risk. As long as you agree to this, I'll leave all my possessions to you. Of course, by that time, I'll have everything exchanged into silver notes and leave no trace behind. So, do you want to do this deal?" Liang Sheng only thought for a while, sighed, then shook his head. Seeing this, Liang Qiang's eyes dimmed. When he was feeling somewhat disappointed, he heard Liang Sheng say, "Second uncle, I won't take any of your things, but if it's within my capabilities, I will help." Hearing this, Liang Qiang raised his head abruptly, his face full of astonishment, before he finally showed a relieved expression. "Then, second uncle will thank you on behalf of the mother and daughter." Afterward, Liang Qiang told Liang Sheng the entire situation involving the mother and daughter, with no further requests. So, Liang Sheng stayed for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Liang Qiang stared at his departing figure, expressionless, uncertain about what he was thinking at the moment. Finally, he heard Liang Qiang mutter to himself, "We're truly the same kind of people, but you're even crueler than me. It's probably for the best. Otherwise, how could we, the wastes of the Liang family, have survived for so long?" A month later, Liang Qiang passed away. His death did not cause any ripples. After his old steward reported it to the Liang family took care of his funeral. The Liang family was extremely enthusiastic about it, as they not only arranged the funeral for the Liang family's branch but also settled Liang Qiang's inheritance. Liang Sheng didn't pay much attention to this, but at the funeral, he was curious to see that the funeral rites were being conducted by monks from Jinshan Temple. However, he didn't dwell on it and watched as Liang Qiang was prepared for burial, looking as if he were just sleeping peacefully. His heart couldn't help but feel bitter. After all, in the past 16 years, the only one in the entire Liang family who cared about him might have been second uncle. That night, Liang Sheng didn't go to the Yushan building to listen to music in the brothel. When the night was quiet, he secretly jumped out of his room. After all, he had promised his second uncle to at least meet his never-seen-before aunt and her daughter to console second uncle's spirit in heaven. With his postnatal 7-realm high-grade martial arts, no city patrol would notice him at night. However, he was still cautious along the way and arrived at the southern city in no time. After finding the direction, he jumped onto the roof towards his destination. At this moment, inside an ordinary residential house, there was a woman in her 20s burning paper money in the hall. Her face was stained with tears, and a little girl was soundly asleep in the inner room. Liang Sheng watched for a while, making sure there were no issues, unable to stop himself from admiring second uncle's lingering affections in this life. However, second uncle's taste for young women left a mixed feeling in him. The two were somewhat conscientious, so in the future, as long as it only required a helping hand, he would lend one. He thought about Liang Qiang's seemingly rich and honorable life, but in the end, it was rather tragic, making his heart even more determined to cultivate for longevity. Just as he was about to quietly return, his ears suddenly twitched, and he immediately lay low against the roof. The next moment, someone dressed in night-walking clothes sneaked into the woman's room. Liang Sheng became tense instantly on the roof. Was second uncle's secret about maintaining a mistress exposed? However, the next moment, Liang Sheng was dumbfounded by the situation in the room and almost wanted to slap himself in the face. It was a man, moreover a bald one, whom Liang Sheng found familiar. Upon thinking carefully, he recalled when he had seen him. Wasn't this one of the Jinshan Temple monks who had held second uncle's funeral ceremony today? And his cheap second aunt suddenly knelt in front of the monk, her eyes full of admiration, addressing him respectfully, while her eyes seemed as tender as spring water. Second uncle, it seems like you've been cuckolded. What enraged Liang Sheng even more was himself. Why did he have a soft heart and meddle in others' affairs? If it weren't for this coincidence, what would he do if his involvement was exposed later? Remember, never be kind-hearted ever again. Chapter 21, Early Admission to Paradise, Dead Man. Jinzhou City, Southern City. Liang Sheng looked at the man and woman in the room, feeling somewhat ashamed and angry. He almost became a scapegoat, but luckily, nothing happened that catered to his dirty thoughts. Flower Mother, you have suffered all these years. The monk's voice was full of magnetism, and the woman called Flower Mother shook her head. Master, I am not suffering at all. It is an honor to serve the church. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Flower Mother then took out a large pile of silver notes from her clothes-fitting underwear and handed them to the monk. Master, the old man only gave me this much money when he died. It was a waste for me to serve him all these years. The monk took the silver notes, flipped through them casually, and estimated that there were about 20,000 silvers. But for ordinary people, this was already a huge sum. Flower Mother, there is no need to blame yourself. This is not your fault. You have already done a great job. It's just that Liang Qiang was too cunning and didn't leave the inheritance to you. Moreover, these 20,000 silvers are already a large sum of money, which will greatly help the development of the church. Your efforts over the years have not been wasted. Listening to this, Flower Mother's face was filled with excitement. I swear to dedicate my life to the Virgin Mary until my death. By the way, did Liang Qiang tell you anything else before he died other than giving you money? Liang Sheng, who was hiding on the roof outside the house, thought to himself, did second uncle reveal anything to this woman? At the next moment, Liang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief because Flower Mother shook her head directly. He didn't say anything. He even hid his identity from me, saying that he was an ordinary businessman, but he didn't know that I already knew about his background. Upon hearing this, the monk couldn't help but feel disappointed, but he soon adjusted his mood. If that's the case, then you don't need to stay in Jinzhou City anymore. The church has other tasks for you. Alright, where should I go next, and what should I do? I will definitely carry out the church's trust in me. At this moment, the monk suddenly looked towards the inner room. Flower Mother immediately understood his meaning. Master, now that Liang Qiang is dead, this little beggar girl is useless. To prevent the leakage of information, she can only ascend to paradise early. Flower Mother then entered the room, and with a direct palm strike on the little girl's temple, the little girl died instantly. Next, the monk took out a jade bottle and sprinkled its contents onto the body. Liang Sheng knew what it was at a glance. Corpse-dissolving powder. As expected, within a short while, the little girl's body completely vanished. After the two checked that no traces were left behind, they went their separate ways. Flower Mother headed out of the city, while the monk walked towards Liang Qiang's mansion, as he still had to continue performing the funeral rites for Liang Qiang the next day. It took a long while before there was no movement in the area, and Liang Sheng finally, with a frown, looked at the room where the little girl's body had vanished before sneaking away. He had already remembered the monk's name, but his secret actions made him suspect that Jinshan Temple might indeed have a big secret. Also, words such as early ascension to paradise and church mentioned by Flower Mother made Liang Sheng secretly vigilant. What exactly were they plotting? Spring went, and autumn came, another 10 years passed. Jinzhou City had been extremely peaceful these 10 years. After that night, there had been no movement from Jinshan Temple. Liang Sheng seemed to have just had a dream, and Flower Mother had never appeared again. At this time, Liang Sheng was already showing some signs of aging. He was 47 years old and, for a commoner in this era, that meant being surrounded by children and grandchildren. After Liang Qiang had inadvertently spoken about his youthful appearance, he managed to gradually control his facial appearance in the span of 10 years. During these 10 years, since both the Golden Dragon technique and health cultivation method had reached the same level as his own realm, his cultivation progress was extremely slow despite having the unmoving Ming King seal. Therefore, he didn't break through to the post-natal 8th level. Night. Yushun Building. A gorgeous lady nestled in Liang Sheng's arms, her face filled with affection. Master, why don't you take me back to serve you? You've made me worry. Oh. Liang Sheng looked at the girl in his arms, then turned his head and shouted at the door, Spring Lady. The girl's eyes flickered with delight upon hearing this. As soon as Madame Spring Lady approached, Liang Sheng pushed the girl out of his arms. Bring me another one. Hi. The girl didn't have time to react before two burly men roughly dragged her out of the room, following Spring Lady. Immediately, another little girl was sent in, and Liang Sheng's hand naturally reached out to touch her. Spring Lady carefully retreated from the room and closed the door. Train this girl well in the next few days, so she'll know better in the future. Having said that, Spring Lady didn't give another look to the already collapsed girl on the floor, whose mouth was gagged by a sour cloth. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart, did they really think Liang family's trash was a truly devoted lover? The next day, when Liang Sheng emerged from Yushun Building in high spirits, some onlookers couldn't help but snicker. This Liang family's trash, without a strong cultivation on his body and engaging in such debauchery, was likely walking in Liang Qiang's footsteps. However, no one dared to mock openly. After all, regardless of how useless Liang Sheng was, he was still of the Liang surname. At this time in Jinzhou City, apart from the county government office, the two wealthy families, Liang and Wu, dominated everything else. As for the government, it was too far removed from ordinary people. The influence of the Liang and Wu families was much more palpable than that of the distant officials. My lord. Ma San's body had become more hunched than before, but he was still supporting Liang Sheng into the horse carriage, leisurely heading to the tavern. When they arrived at the tavern, the regular patrons had become familiar with Liang Sheng. They greeted him one after another, some even joking with him. Boss Sheng, you still go to Yushun Building with that physique of yours? As these words came out, the whole room burst into laughter. Action. Liang Sheng didn't mind, my body is quite robust, you don't need to worry about me. But you old drunkards, you should take it easy. The atmosphere in the tavern grew even more lively, and Liang Sheng didn't hold back. He sat right down at an empty table. I'm just going to have a drink. No one has any objections, right? No one cared, and the patrons welcomed him delightedly. Everyone knew that Boss Sheng never let his customers lose out, they'd probably be getting free drinks today. Liang Sheng was happy to be part of their merriment. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a clamor from outside disturbed the scene, attracting plenty of onlookers from the street. Seems like someone's dead again. Who knows who's bold enough to stir up trouble in Jinzhou City? Don't they fear death? The patrons were indignant. Anyone who could regularly come to Shend building for a drink must have a small fortune, after all. They enjoyed their wealth and naturally didn't want any variables in their lives, which made them even more resentful. At that moment, Zhang Wanchun strode in, and Liang Sheng hurriedly got up to greet him, wearing a smile. "Sheriff Zhang, is it business as usual?" Zhang Wanchun shook his head, "I won't be drinking today." With that, he walked to the center of the tavern, glanced at the patrons, and the guests upstairs all turned their attention to him. "Gentlemen, in the past few days, a series of murders have been committed outside the city. The victims were all from wealthy families. Everyone should be more careful in the future and try not to leave the city. Last night, there was a massacre of 50 individuals from Bai family village outside the city. The murderer is extremely ruthless. If any of you hear something or get any leads, please inform the county government office as soon as possible." As soon as these words fell, the entire tavern started whispering amongst themselves. Zhang Wanchun paid them no mind and walked over to Liang Sheng. "Boss Sheng, last night, a constable was also killed in the city. But the county lord ordered me to maintain order in the city, so you'd better not go out at night." Liang Sheng nodded quickly, not inquiring about the specifics, but merely indicating that he would be careful and cautious. Even Zhang Wanchun was concerned. It seemed that something really serious had happened. Chapter 22 The Monk of Jinshan Temple. Shend Building. After Zhang Wanchun left, Liang Sheng felt tired, dozing off while sitting at the tavern's counter. However, his ears remained sharp, and he clearly heard the conversations of the patrons. He did not need to ask Zhang Wanchun for details since Shend Building was the fastest place for gossip to spread. However, after hearing these rumors, Liang Sheng's heart began to race. It seemed that the situation was indeed quite serious this time. After all, before Bai family village, Chen family village had also experienced a tragedy. Dozens of people were killed, and no one managed to escape. Earlier, Zhang Wanchun told Liang Sheng about the Dianshi's murder last night. He decided not to go out at night for the time being. The killer probably wouldn't dare to enter the Liang family area directly, unless they wanted to stick their hands into a hornet's nest and court death. Soon, the sun set, and when business should have been booming, patrons began to settle their bills, one after another, and head home. After all, one could never be too careful when it came to their life. Seeing this, Liang Sheng had old Duan close up business early and rest, urging them not to go out at night. Then he quickly returned home in his horse carriage. The night passed peacefully during Liang Sheng's cultivation, but early the next morning, he was awakened by the sound of knocking on his door. Outside the door were the county Yuz constables and Liang family guards. Upon seeing this, Liang Sheng immediately knew that something serious had happened. "Mr. Sheng, did you hear anything last night?" Action. Liang Sheng shook his head. Seeing this, the constables took their leave and approached the next resident. Liang Sheng stopped a Liang family guard and found out that someone had died the previous night. The person who died held a not-so-ordinary identity. He was not only the county government office's secretary, Fang Wenli, but also the father of Patriarch Liang Ying's favorite concubine. No wonder their deaths alarmed the Liang family guards, and Liang Sheng's face turned solemn. It seemed that Jinzhou City was going to be in turmoil again. Subsequently, in the following days, the people in the city were in panic. After the death of the county clerk, several more people died at night. These people held extraordinary identities, and due to this, the common people living in the city felt even more terrified. After all, compared to Dianshi and the clerk, they felt even less secure. Liang Sheng received news that the murdered Dianshi held an intriguing identity, as he was the relative of Wu family's head Wu Chang. After the destruction of the Gao family, in order to strengthen the relationship between the county office and the Liang and Wu families, marriage became the best choice. However, the more Liang Sheng understood the situation, the more he felt that it was unique. After all, the killer directly provoked the three giants of Jinzhou City, and was extremely cruel. No, he must seize the opportunity to flee, otherwise, he might be caught up in the disaster. Unfortunately, Liang Sheng was one step too late. Jinzhou City had already closed its city gates, allowing entry but not exit. With the support of both the Liang and Wu families for the county government office, even as a high-level martial artist of the postnatal 7th layer, he didn't dare to risk breaking through the city gate. Not only that, Jinzhou City also imposed a curfew. Once night fell, no idlers were allowed to roam outside. Those who violated the order would be beheaded. These conditions were personally explained to Liang Sheng by the catcher, Zhang Wanchun. Although Liang Sheng was only at the postnatal 2nd realm, Zhang Wanchun regarded him as a close friend. Who wouldn't, when Liang Sheng often helped Zhang Wanchun relax and consider him a confidant? Seeing Zhang Wanchun explain everything so seriously, Liang Sheng naturally promised to be more careful and not go outside, so as not to cause trouble for his friend. However, despite this, more and more people died in Jinzhou City, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. On the contrary, the ordinary people felt more relaxed. According to them, the deceased were mostly important figures unrelated to the common people. Some even whispered if there was a green forest hero carrying out chivalrous acts. After all, the deceased were all vampires that sucked the blood and wealth of the common people. Nevertheless, the people hoped that the county office would solve the case and arrest the murderer soon. After all, during the period of the city's closure, they were having a hard time as well. But as more and more people died, the county office and Liang and Wu families felt that their authority was being seriously challenged, and they couldn't just give up. If the real culprit was not caught, the city would remain closed. However, Liang Sheng became more and more like a shrinking bird, hiding at home and occasionally going out during the day to check the situation. This was because he had seen the monk he had met with Flower Mother on the night of the funeral at the Dianshi ceremony previously. At first, he was only slightly vigilant, but when he noticed that the monks the head monk brought with him to perform the ceremonies were different each time, he immediately became nervous. Where had the previous monks gone? He now knew that Jinzhou City only allowed entry but not exit, so how could this monk change his monks each time for the ceremony? This discovery made Liang Sheng more and more certain that Jinzhou City's current incident was absolutely related to Jinshan Temple. When he thought of the high monks of the Xian generation he had seen at Jinshan Temple, each with an astonishing cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was afraid that the Liang and Wu families and the county government office were not prepared. Otherwise, if Jinshan Temple were to make a full effort, they would be caught off guard. Just yesterday, Liang Sheng stayed in his room and didn't even let Ma San and others go out. Anyway, there was always half a year's food stored in the house. Why should he seek his own death? Because he had actually seen the chief of the discipline court, Xianji, appear in the city yesterday, and he even saw the familiar master Hengji. Now, he could be sure that Xianji was definitely a master above the postnatal 8th level, because he still couldn't see through him. If Xianji had come, would the other high monks have also arrived in the city? The more Liang Sheng thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Were Jinshan Temple going to show down? How dared they? This was Jinzhou City. The 7 great sects were destroyed by the Dian dynasty back in the day, but Jinshan Temple, presumably a legacy of the Dharma sect, where does their confidence come from? Was it the mysterious sect mentioned by Flower Mother that gave them such courage? The more Liang Sheng thought about it, the more he felt that Jinzhou City was engulfed in a huge net, as if a monster was lurking in the night, coveting Jinzhou City. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Who knew if these people would target the children of the Liang and Wu families? Previously, Flower Mother had schemed against his second uncle for money, so he had no choice but to prepare. It was better to be safe than sorry. In the end, his own strength was insufficient, otherwise, why would it come to this? At this time, he looked at the attribute panel and silently calculated that he was not far from breaking through to the postnatal 8th realm. He would avoid this disaster first. His current attribute panel was nearly the same as before. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 47. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 7th layer, 10 Methods of Health Cultivation, 11th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 2nd layer. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 7th layer, 98%. At this time, Liang Sheng disguised his bed to look like someone was sleeping in it and then sneaked into the backyard by himself. The guards in the mansion were patrolling the entire mansion attentively and conscientiously, but how could they possibly detect Liang Sheng, a high-level martial artist? Liang Sheng went to the backyard where there was a rockery, found a protruding rock, pressed it lightly, and a hole appeared that could only accommodate one person. Without any hesitation, Liang Sheng crawled in, and then the rockery returned to its original appearance, with no abnormalities visible from the outside. This was the secret room Liang Sheng had secretly prepared by himself, unknown to anyone. The interior was also a hidden dimension, small but complete. In the past few days, Liang Sheng had slept here every night and returned to his room secretly before dawn. He could not be blamed for being so cautious, as the situation outside was too dangerous. He hoped that he wouldn't be involved in this whirlpool. But he thought too much about it. Liang Sheng calmed his mood and immersed himself in cultivation again. What he didn't know was that at this moment, outside his house, there were two people dressed in night walking clothes, hiding in a corner, their eyes flickering. Chapter 23, Lifeless Sect. Outside Liang Sheng's mansion. Eventually, the two people hiding in the corner still did not choose to take action. One of them sighed and then spoke. "Forget it, the master of this house has been kind to me, and I always pay my debts. Besides, his poor strength is of no importance to us. Let's just let him go." The man who spoke had a determined look in his eyes. Seeing his determination, and thinking about the rumors in the city, the other person decided to do him a favor. "All right. We are in the city this time because of your favor, but you surely won't let go of the other people in the Liang family, will you?" The man's eyes flashed with cruelty. "I have long since left the Liang family, and I, Hung Ji, have already joined Buddha's teachings." Turns out, the man was Liang Qi from the Liang family, who went by the name Hung Ji after converting to Buddhism at Jinshan Temple. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had secretly come to Jinzhou City. Afterwards, he quickly drew an obscure emblem at the bottom corner of the mansion's main gate. Once the others saw it, they would not enter the mansion. Then, the two men hurriedly disappeared into the night, just around the corner. Liang Sheng was completely unaware of their presence. At the same time when Liang Sheng was carefully hiding, Jinzhou City's county government office was also facing troubled times. At this moment, County Lord Xia's Haikyu was sitting in the main seat, with Liang Ying and Wu Chang on either side. Liang Ying's face was rosy, and he looked full of pride, while Wu Chang looked somewhat aged. After all, Wu Chang was already 70 years old. He looked at the youthful Liang Ying and couldn't help feeling helpless, wondering why the Wu family did not have such outstanding descendants. Of course, the Wu family also had many younger generations at the postnatal sixth realm, but they were trapped by bottlenecks and could not break through to the high-level martial arts superior state. The road to cultivation is so difficult. Liang Ying did not know what Wu Chang was thinking. At this moment, he looked at Xia's Haikyu and Wu Chang, who were both silent. Of the three people present, he was the youngest, and he finally couldn't help himself. "County Lord, father-in-law, we have mobilized a large number of people to search for the murderer in the past few days. We have almost turned Jinzhou City upside down, but still have not found the murderer. From this, we can see that there is only one reason: the murderer's strength is extremely strong, at least a high-level martial artist, or the results wouldn't be like this." Xia's Haikyu and Wu Chang listened without speaking, just looking at Liang Ying and gesturing for him to continue. They could, of course, think of these things, but the problem was what to do next. Liang Ying was blunt, suddenly standing up and taking out a few teacups on the tea table. "I remember that after the massacre outside the city, the first person who died in the city was a Dianji, the second day it was the secretary, and the third day." As Liang Ying listed the victims one by one, the expressions on Xia's Haikyu and Wu Chang's faces became more and more serious. But the day before yesterday and yesterday, the deceased were managers of both the Liang family area, Liang Chuan, and the Wu family area, Wu Lei, which means there is a pattern action. Xia's Haikyu had a vague idea of what Liang Ying was thinking, and he couldn't help standing up and walking over to Liang Ying, with Wu Chang doing the same. Looking at the trajectory of the crimes, the first target was the Dianshi in charge of the county government warehouse, then the secretary responsible for dispatching documents, and finally the managers of the outer areas of both the Liang and Wu families. And, these all have to do with money and goods. As the Dianshi was in charge of the county government warehouse, and the secretary was responsible for the accounts, both the Liang and Wu family managers had control over a large amount of wealth. At this moment, Liang Ying spoke with great conviction. "Furthermore, the Bai Chen and Chen families, the biggest grain merchants in our city, were wiped out outside the city. These people have a clear goal: it's not just about obtaining wealth, Have you noticed that the prices of food and grain have soared dramatically in the city in the past few days? Upon hearing this, Xiao's Haikyo was shaken and suddenly slapped on the table. These thieves have a huge appetite. If Liang Ying's speculation was correct, the culprit's goals were definitely more than just robbery and murder. It might be a premeditated action. At this moment, they finally had a direction. A sharp flash passed through the eyes of the three of them. However, Xiao's Haikyo felt that something was amiss. If they first planned to supply the city, they have completed this task now. If I were the thief, then next. Xiao's Haikyo lowered his head to think. At this time, Liang Ying and Wu Chang were also thinking about what they would do if they were the other party. However, there were too many possibilities. Just then, Zheng Wanchun suddenly rushed in without knocking, his face slightly anxious, and glanced at Liang Ying. Master, the city is on fire. Huh? When Xiao's Haikyo and the other two heard this, they immediately left the room and saw that the eastern part of the city was as bright as day, with flames reaching the sky, thick smoke rolling, and faint cries audible. Liang Ying's face couldn't help but change since the east of the city was where the Liang family's camp was located. Not having time to greet them, he directly left and headed east. At first, Wu Chang was shocked, then relieved that it wasn't the Wu family's area. But at this moment, Xiao's Haikyo's voice came with a hint of gloom. The Liang family ancestors should be at the Liang family's main residence in the east of the city. If the thief sets fire to the city, the Liang family ancestors shouldn't let them escape, right? With that, Xiao's Haikyo looked at Zheng Wanchun, and the Jinzhou city head with a cultivation level of the postnatal 8th level had a difficult expression on his face. Reporting to the county lord, we didn't catch anyone. By the time the Liang family ancestor appeared, the thieves had long disappeared. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Xiao's Haikyo's face couldn't help but change upon hearing this. The reason the Liang family could stand firm in Jinzhou city was because of the stabilizer provided by the Liang family ancestor. But now that the Liang family ancestor didn't catch the thieves, they had to reassess the thief's strength. At this moment, Zheng Wanchun glanced at Wu Chang, hesitating in his expression. When Wu Chang saw this, he immediately excused himself and left. After all, he was also worried in his heart. Since the thief could set fire to the Liang family area, why couldn't they do the same to the Wu family? When Wu Chang left, and only two people remained in the room, Zheng Wanchun cautiously said, "Actually, during my patrol in the east, I encountered a few black-clothed men. They fled at the first opportunity, and I couldn't catch up. However, I managed to grab one of them by the sleeve and saw a white lotus mark on his left arm." As he spoke, Zheng Wanchun took out a torn black sleeve. Xiao's Haikyo took only one look, and his face turned extremely ugly. The lifeless sect. Zheng Wanchun nodded, as he had the same thought. Xiao's Haikyo took a deep breath, patted Zheng Wanchun on the shoulder, and said it was indeed not appropriate to speak up just now. They couldn't let the Liang and Wu families know that the lifeless sect was the hidden hand behind this, otherwise, they might flee overnight. After all, the Dian dynasty had been hunting the lifeless sect for hundreds of years, but they still existed, and countless families had been destroyed by them. No wonder the Liang family ancestor couldn't catch the thieves. If it's the lifeless sect, it makes sense. With an increasingly worried expression on his face, Zheng Wanchun looked at Xiao's Haikyo and hesitated but didn't speak. Xiao's Haikyo thought for a moment and said, "You don't have to worry too much. Dealing with the lifeless sect cannot be done conventionally. Send a trusted confidant to the provincial capital immediately and report that the lifeless sect is causing chaos in Jinzhou city." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanchun's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. Xiao's Haikyo smiled without speaking. Chapter 24, There must be a demon when things are abnormal. Liang Sheng's mansion. On the night of the fire near the Liang family main mansion, the sounds of gongs and drums, and shouts of rescue efforts, were unceasing due to the fire. Liang Sheng didn't sleep well that night. He came out of the secret room to check the situation and, after some deliberation, quietly returned to his room. With such a commotion going on, it was only expected that Ma San would come to look for him. If he wasn't in his room, there might be trouble. Of course, he could have just stayed in the secret chamber, but he needed Ma San to disappear from this world. Though even raising a dog could bring some attachment, let alone a loyal servant who had followed him for decades. Though Liang Sheng was not a good person, he had his own bottom line. As expected, after he hadn't laid down for long, there came a knock on the door, and Ma San's words made Liang Sheng somewhat grateful for his decision to return to the room. "Master, the main family has sent someone to take you to the ancestral hall. They say that the ancestor has left his seclusion and is summoning everyone in the family." Liang Sheng immediately responded, hastily put on his clothes, and opened the door to find Ma San and a guard from the main family standing there. Action. "Master Sheng." The guard was not too respectful, but Liang Sheng didn't mind, following them without any hesitation. Liang Sheng's promptness had a simple reason: the guard's strength was only at the second level of the post-natal realm, and if there was any problem with them, he could easily kill them halfway and then flee. If there was no problem with them, but he didn't dare go to the Liang family ancestral hall, things might get dangerous. Thankfully, there were no problems with the guard, and they rushed with Liang Sheng to the Liang family ancestral hall at the fastest speed possible. On the way, not only Liang Sheng but also other younger generation members of the Liang family were hurrying towards the main mansion. However, during the journey, Liang Sheng saw countless people still carrying water to put out the fire and couldn't help but feel shocked. The Liang family appeared to have suffered severe losses this time. When they arrived at the ancestral hall, the atmosphere inside was extremely solemn. He found a remote corner and stood there motionless. In front of the ancestor tablets, not only was Liang Ying present, but also the Liang family ancestor and another person who hadn't appeared for a long time, Liang Ping. However, when Liang Sheng saw him, his emotions remained calm. When all the younger generations had gathered, the Liang family ancestor, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. At the same time, the gate of the ancestral hall slammed shut with a clang. "Last night, someone provoked our Liang family, burned down countless of our shops, and brutally slapped our faces in front of the people of Jinzhou. What should we do next?" The Liang family ancestor's voice was calm, but everyone could feel the anger contained within it. At this moment, the patriarch Liang Ying stood up abruptly. "Of course, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Those who violate the Liang family shall die." At these words, Liang Sheng stood in the corner, surrounded by the young disciples of the Liang family who were instantly stirred up by Liang Ying's words. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Those who violate the Liang family shall die." The Liang family ancestor looked at the scene with satisfaction, knowing that the valiant spirit of the men in their family was still present. The arsonist last night must die. Then, Liang Ying began to assign tasks according to the strengths of the family's younger generation. As for Liang Sheng, he had long been disregarded by everyone. If it wasn't for him already being an old man of the Liang family, they probably wouldn't have bothered to call him there today. After all, what use could a waste, who had stayed in the second level of the post-natal realm for decades, have? Liang Sheng was happy to be carefree, not interacting with anyone. When the gathering ended, he immediately returned to his mansion. Upon returning home, Liang Sheng immediately had Ma San close the doors and turn away any visitors. The situation in Jinzhou City was much worse than he had previously thought. Initially, the Liang and Wu families joined forces with the county government office to eradicate the Gao family, and the Liang family ancestor did not reveal himself openly. Now, however, he has decided to appear in person to instill confidence in the Liang family's younger generation. Why would that be? There's only one explanation for this situation: the hidden enemies possess an incredible amount of strength, so much so that even the Liang family is uncertain of their chances. The events that transpired over the next 2 months confirmed Liang Sheng's speculation. Not only the Liang family, but the Wu family also dispatched nearly all of their forces to coordinate with the county government office in capturing the mastermind behind the scenes. Despite their efforts, however, Jinzhou City was still plagued by problems everywhere, and even Shend Building was under attack. Fortunately, Old Duan and his men were already dispersed by those sent by Liang Sheng, allowing Shend Building to escape damages and casualties by temporarily ceasing operations. Not only Shend Building, but almost no businesses within Jinzhou City were able to survive during this period. It was only when things had reached this point that the county government office realized that the lifeless sect was planning to cut off the livelihood of Jinzhou City, an exceptionally sinister plot. Additionally, due to the policy of only allowing entry and not exit from Jinzhou City, it became increasingly difficult for outside food and living supplies to enter. And compared to Jinzhou City's vast population, these supplies were a drop in the ocean. At a time when Jinzhou City was thrown into complete chaos, the lifeless sect struck again, and both the Liang and Wu families were repeatedly attacked, with casualties on both sides. Even the county lord died within his own mansion. This time, a fifth-grade lotus mark was deliberately left by the lifeless sect at the scene of the murder. With their profound background, the Liang and Wu families naturally understood the clear implication behind the mark. The mastermind behind the scenes could no longer hide itself, it had to be the lifeless sect. At that time, both Liang Ying and Wu Chang angrily sought out County Lord Xia's Haikyo. However, after Lord Xia spoke to them, the two families unexpectedly continued to cooperate with the county government office. They did, however, retract a significant portion of their forces and became less intimately coordinated with the county government office, unlike before. But chaos had already begun within Jinzhou City. After all, nearly all grain shops suffered losses, and the people of the city were unable to make ends meet. Under these circumstances, countless citizens took to the streets, kneeling in front of the county government office, begging the officials to lift the city closure order. Because if they were not allowed to leave the city, they would starve to death. However, under these circumstances, the county government office still did not respond. If any citizens were to become violent, they would be met with the strong suppression from the county government office. For a short while, the entire Jinzhou city was like a powder keg, on the verge of exploding at any moment. In such an environment, Liang Sheng was even more afraid to leave his house. His stockpile could last half a year, and he had been paying close attention to the city's movements as well as sending Ma San and others back home. He didn't have time to worry about them anymore, and under these circumstances, the children of the great families were more likely to be attacked whereas ordinary people were safer. Letting them leave was actually a better way to protect them. He even felt a bit relieved that the mastermind had not come to bother him. Little did he know that it was because of his past kindness to Heng Ji that he survived the ordeal. However, during this time, without the burden of Ma San and others, he hid in the secret room behind the artificial hill. Finding him would be difficult. He thought that under the pressure of Jinzhou City's citizens, the city gates would be opened, and then he could take advantage of the chaos to leave the city as soon as possible. As for how the Liang family would react to this, he didn't care, since they were already struggling to survive. How could they care about him now? But the reality turned out to be completely the opposite. The stubborn attitude of Jinzhou County Government Office, combined with the previous losses suffered by the Liang and Wu families, who were still willing to cooperate with the government office, left him puzzled. Why would the county government office act so recklessly? By doing so, aren't they tilting the scale of victory in favor of the mastermind? If something is out of the ordinary, there must be a demon at work. Liang Sheng suspected that the county government office must have a backup plan. After much deliberation, he eventually decided it was best to remain calm and observe the situation for a while longer. Few days later, Jinzhou City descended into chaos. Chapter 25, Chaos. What will people do when they are hungry and see no hope? The people of Jinzhou City are now providing an answer. At this moment, ordinarily obedient citizens are blocking the county government office, leaving no escape. Not only here, but also at the city gate, people are aimlessly charging forward. If Liang Sheng were here, he would recognize that many of the most agitated people in the crowd, wearing headscarves, are the monks that previously came to the city with Jinshan Temple for a funeral ceremony. They intermittently incite the people and immediately relocate after speaking, never revealing themselves. For a short while, outside the county government office, the crowd was abuzz, but the main gate remains tightly shut, with a group of constables blocking all people. Outside the county government office in a secluded corner, Master Heng Ji and a few others are watching the situation without any expression. When Sheng Wanchun appears, we'll be ready to act. The speaker is the leader of this riot, Yang Leifa, the protector of the no-life sect. As he spoke, he glanced at Heng Ji in a gentle tone. Master Heng Ji, when will your master, Saint Monk Xianji, arrive? Upon hearing these words, Heng Ji couldn't help but frown slightly, his tone a bit harsh. Jinshan Temple is only cooperating with you, not serving under you. There is no need to report my master's whereabouts to you. At Heng Ji's words, Yang Leifa just furrowed his brows slightly, but the other people's eyes seemed to spit fire, restrained by Yang Leifa's stern gaze. He then raised his hand to soothe them, urging them to stay calm. Master Heng Ji, I offer you an apology. My words were harsh just now. Our holy sect is also greatly grateful to you for smuggling our fellow followers into the city. Upon hearing this, Heng Ji's disposition improved slightly. He gained control over his emotions before speaking. My master says that the situation in the city is not quite right recently, he is feeling restless, so he has decided to wait and watch. Huh? Your master doesn't plan to take action with us? Yang Leifa was a bit puzzled before nodding. If that's what your master says, then our plan will be postponed. After all, Jinshan Temple has been deeply rooted in Jinzhou City for years and understands the situation here better than us. Having said that, he turned to another subordinate, inform our people not to act hastily, wait and watch for now. Protector. The follower of the no-life sect was clearly anxious upon hearing this, but at a glance from Yang Leifa, he could only comply with reluctance. He quickly rushed to the scene of the disturbance, lowered his head to infiltrate the crowd, then located his scout to whisper some instructions before retreating swiftly with his men. Due to the overcrowded citizens, the constables did not notice them. After all, these country folks were acting a bit crazy. Hung Ji did not expect Yang Leifa to make such a decision. His estimation of them rose slightly. He also thought of how they had saved face in front of Liang Sheng last time and his expression softened. Protector Yang, now that our two parties are in cooperation, we must of course work together sincerely. This is a major matter, and we can only take action when we are 100% sure. Seeing Hung Ji like this, Yang Leifa smiled. Master Hung Ji, there is no need to worry that I will have grudges. Our holy sect has been planning for hundreds of years, and we will naturally not be impatient. Upon hearing this, Hung Ji said nothing more. He glanced at the direction of the disturbance and couldn't help but sneer. With the common people unable to eat, he wondered how those gentries would handle it. Finally, Yang Leifa and Hung Ji retreated along a narrow alley with their men. However, on a tall building outside the county office, a few people were calmly watching the disturbing scene below. These were Xiaz Haikyo, Liang Ying, and Wu Chang. County Lord, it's been so long and the no-life sect has not made a move. It seems the citizens are acting of their own accord. Should we open the warehouse and distribute grain? Wu Chang couldn't help but suggest. Despite many grain stores in the city being burned down, the granaries of the local gentry families and the county office still have a large amount of grain. This is a noble family, after all, they have been able to stand tall for hundreds of years, how could they not have corresponding preventative measures? At this moment, Xiaz Haikyo shook his head. It's not yet time, no life sect has not appeared, anything we do now will be in vain. Upon hearing this, Liang Ying and Wu Chang did not say more. After all, the other party was the parental official of Jinzhou City. Since he had spoken thus, why should they meddle further? They briefly discussed the situations they were each responsible for, then Liang Ying and Wu Chang excused themselves to leave. They did not dare to leave their family for too long, especially since Jinzhou City had been in total chaos recently. Not long after they left, Zhang Wanchun came upstairs. Xiaz Haikyo did not turn around but directly asked, has there been a letter from the state government yet? Action. Sir, Zhang Wanchun was obviously excited at this point. The Dragon Suppression Guard has arrived 20 miles outside of Jinzhou City, hiding in Miaoshan Mountain. Good, let them be ready at all times. The no-life sect should make their move soon, after all, we have given them a large gift, causing them to expose themselves early. I guess these pariahs cannot endure for too long. Yes, sir. Zhang Wanchun was extremely enthused, seeing that his superior was a man destined for great success. Perhaps no one would have guessed that the death of the county magistrate was not the work of the no-life sect at all. At this moment, Xiaz Haikyo, looking down over the entire Jinzhou City, had a small smirk on his face. I want to see just how long they can endure. During the unrest in Jinzhou City, Liang Sheng hid within his mansion, not daring to make a single move. However, watching from the outside, he also saw many things that those inside the struggle could not see. The Liang family had been mobilizing frequently, their internal strife was incessant, and the number of white banners raised in the Liang family area, as well as the mournful wailing, had increased an unknown amount compared to usual. However, he at the Wu family's area, he discovered that the Wu family's circumstances were the same. On the whole, during this chaos, it was the county government's losses that were minimal. Although the county government had lost its magistrate, Liang Sheng found many suspicious points about the magistrate's death. Why did the no-life sect not declare their identity after the deaths of the previous secretaries and clerks? Why did they specifically choose to expose themselves at such a crucial moment? When Liang Sheng connected all the events, he found a blind spot in the situation. Over these 3 months, the Liang and Wu families had suffered heavy losses, and countless members of the no-life sect had died or been injured. Only the county government, apart from losing a few bigwigs, did not lose much of its armed force. It was almost as if everything was under control of the county government. The Shend building had previously been attacked and suffered significant losses, but fortunately, there had been no casualties. At the time, Zhang Wanchun had come to visit Liang Sheng and felt relieved when he saw that Liang Sheng was unharmed. However, whenever Liang Sheng thought about the deep meaning behind Zhang Wanchun's eyes at the time, he became more convinced that the unrest in Jinzhou City was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. However, Liang Sheng felt more at ease because of this. Since this was the case, it meant that all the parties were jockeying for power and they were certainly not eyeing him, the waste. After all, during the previous unrest in Jinzhou City when the no-life sect did not bother him, why would they care about him now, when it was almost time for the final decisive battle? Moreover, Liang Sheng himself now had some confidence that, even in the event of an accident, he now possessed a bit of the power to protect himself and he wouldn't be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After several months of hard cultivation, unmoving Ming King Seal had finally advanced to the 3rd layer. It took him full 10 years to go from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer. The talent of innocent foolishness, without the advantage of a high realm to cultivate from the beginning, was extremely slow to practice. However, the benefits brought by the breakthrough of the unmoving Ming King Seal were also astonishing. This is because his Golden Dragon technique was about to break through the 8th layer. That is to say, Liang Sheng was about to break through to the post-natal 8th level. At that time, his strength would rival Wu Chang and Zhang Wanchun. Who else in the city could match him? Chapter 26, Post-natal 8th level. Outside the county government office. Without the incitement and seduction of the no-life sect followers, the angry commoners, who had gathered together in the burning rage, were soon driven away after persuasion and deterrence by the constables and clerks. However, the situation at the gate was much bloodier in comparison, as the city guards directly drew their knives and killed people when they saw the commoners rushing towards them. Under the bloody scene, those commoners who had been trying to break through the gate were frightened and collapsed to the ground. Action. Without the ringleaders of no-life sect hidden among the commoners, they were like scattered sand, they were only brought together by their immediate anger. Therefore, under the forceful suppression of the county government office, the scattered commoners gathered resistance ended hastily. However, when such a violent uprising happens again, it may not be so easily suppressed by the county government. After all, when the commoners rise up again at that time, it means that they have no fear of death and think they have no chance of survival, otherwise, why would they gather again to make trouble? At this moment, in an ordinary residential house within Jinzhou City, no one could imagine that it was a stronghold of the lifeless sect in the city. Right now, Yang Leifa was discussing with several core members of the lifeless sect on how they should proceed next, but during their talk, someone finally couldn't endure it any longer. Protector, with such a good opportunity this time, why did we suddenly withdraw halfway? We had the advantage, and it is a pity to give up so easily. Wu Yude was extremely frustrated. He had been responsible for most of the work to incite the commoners. It took a lot of effort to stir up their resentment, but he didn't expect Yang Leifa to give up so easily. Yude, sit down first. Jinzhou City is not our main area for spreading the teachings, so this time, our branch is making an all-out effort. Now that our identities have been exposed, we must be extremely careful. Jinshan Temple is the local snakehead, and since Xianji hasn't appeared, it means he might have really encountered unexpected situations. You don't need to worry. Jinzhou City is a must-win for us, and as you said, we have the advantage, so waiting one more day won't delay our plans. Of course, the efforts of you and the other brothers must not be ignored. Tonight, I will go to find Suanji and ask him about the situation. If today's absence was due to just a hunch, then we will find another opportunity and directly break into the county government office. I can guarantee this together with my brothers. Since Yang Leifa had already said this, it was not appropriate for Wu Yude to say anything more. After seeing that he had managed to appease them, Yang Leifa finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was under enormous pressure. Their operation in Jinzhou City was like a vanguard, with the big plans of the no-life sect at stake, which must be ensured to be foolproof. Fortunately, their actions had been smooth recently, and the whole situation in Jinzhou City was almost under their control. Even the Liang and Wu families were retreating under the calculations of the holy sect. However, today's unexpected situation had indeed hurt morale. Wu Yude and the others were no exception, as they harbored growing dissatisfaction. He had to take action to lift their spirits. So after appeasing these leaders, Yang Leifa cautiously went out alone to find Xianji and ask for the reason behind his absence. If the other party couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he could only follow the wishes of the church members and take over Jinzhou City as soon as possible. After all, he was also afraid that delays would lead to trouble. After Yang Leifa left, Wu Yude felt increasingly resentful, so he went out alone to find some brothers he trusted and took action directly. He couldn't let go of this breath, so he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Night. Outside Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, several figures were hiding in the darkness, with their night-walking clothes almost blending into the night. "Boss, should we go back and think about it? After all, Jinshan Temple is the local snakehead, and the Protector has many connections with them. Shouldn't we wait a while?" One of the men looked at Wu Yude and cautiously spoke up. Today they had acted independently without the Protector's knowledge, and for some reason, they felt uneasy in their hearts. "No, the bald monks of Jinshan Temple are too arrogant. They think they can press us down by helping us a bit. What gives them the right?" Wu Yude felt rather displeased when he thought about today's events. Today was their prime opportunity to take over Jinzhou City by inciting the people to forcefully break into the county government office. However, due to Heng Ji's interference, Yang Leifa was forced to halt the operation. Wu Yude had gone to great lengths to stir up the people. Now, all his efforts were almost in vain. After Yang Leifa left, the more he thought about it, the more upset he became. But he didn't dare to defy the Protector's orders and start conflicts with the monks of Jinshan Temple. Otherwise, according to the rules of the church, he would certainly meet a terrible end. He was not afraid of death, and if it wasn't for the holy sect, he would have already become a pile of dried bones. However, he was afraid of being disgraced and expelled from the holy sect. He had long dedicated everything to the no-life Holy Mother, and for the cause of the holy sect, he was willing to do anything. So, since he couldn't openly oppose Jinshan Temple, he had to take some interest on his own, otherwise his heart would be unbalanced. He wanted to make Heng Ji pay the price for stopping today's events. "It's all right. Since that bald monk Heng Ji is so protective of this useless person, let's kill him and let Heng Ji taste what anguish is like. When we act later, move quickly and clean up the scene. Don't leave any traces." With that said, he surveyed the surroundings and saw that there was no danger at all. He couldn't help but mock, "This waste is indeed useless. The Liang family's patrol team is not even coming here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to easily sneak in like this." The other three, hearing Wu Yude's firm statement, no longer hesitated. After all, as their boss said, it was just killing a useless person who could trace it back to them. For a short while, the murderous intent in their eyes was unveiled. Don't blame them for the death of this waste of the Liang family. Blame the bald monk Heng Ji for spoiling the great event of the holy sect today. Liang Sheng's residence. Previously, Liang Sheng had sent away the servants for safety reasons. At this moment, he was hiding in a secret room in the artificial mountain, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He took a deep breath, slowly regained his composure, and began to practice the grand circulation, cultivating the golden dragon technique. Time passed bit by bit during cultivation, and the internal energy in Liang Sheng's body circulated faster and faster. Finally, his body seemed to make a bang sound, but upon closer inspection, there was no sound. If someone could see through it, they would see that the internal energy in Liang Sheng's body had grown more than a little. Then, Liang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, unable to hide the surprise in them. Cultivating for 10 years, today he finally broke through to the postnatal 8th level. His attribute panel also finally changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 47. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 8th level, 10 Methods of Health Cultivation, 11th level, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 3rd level. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 8th layer, 1%. Liang Sheng felt the surging power within his body, and a wave of happiness rose in his heart. From today onwards, he finally had a bit of self-protection in Jinzhou City. After all, how many people in Jinzhou City were at the postnatal 9 realms? Only the Liang family ancestor and the ancestor of Wu family were openly known. However, he only allowed himself a brief moment of excitement before cooling down again, reminding himself not to become arrogant. He didn't have invincible strength yet and still needed to remain cautious and low-key. Not to mention the future breakthrough in the health cultivation method that would greatly increase his lifespan. Just right now, he still had 800 years of wealth and enjoyment ahead of him. Just as Liang Sheng calmed his excitement, his ears twitched. After the breakthrough, his senses became even sharper. Huh? Why were there visitors at home? Chapter 27, Courting Death. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, Wu Yude led the way, and the others behind him hesitated no more. With a leap, they followed him into Liang Sheng's mansion. However, there was not a single light on in the entire mansion at this time, causing Wu Yude to frown. He thought that even if Liang family's trash was the target, the mansion shouldn't be so pitch black, right? After all, he had heard that Liang family's trash used to indulge in debauchery every night, so how could he go to sleep so early? But the doubts in Wu Yude's heart only flashed by for a moment. After all, it was just a matter of killing a useless person, so why think too much about it? Brothers, let's kill the guards here first. Remember, don't make a sound, otherwise, it won't be good to explain to the protector, said Wu Yude. Yes, big brother, don't worry, the others replied. Although Wu Yude and his group were full of confidence, they were still cautious, as this was their habit from years of fighting together. Like a lion fighting a rabbit, they still needed to give it their all. When the time came to act, they would not make the mistake of underestimating their enemy. They reached the backyard and realized something was wrong. They didn't encounter a single person along the way. Action. At this point, Wu Yude seemed to understand what was going on and couldn't help cursing softly, damn, this useless trash must really be looked down upon. Even the guards in his house dare to slack off. Brothers, let's settle this quickly. Wu Yude pointed at the surrounding rooms, and his men quickly split up. Killing ordinary guards would be easy for them. However, as they sneakily entered the rooms, they found that there was not a single person inside. When they came out of the rooms, Wu Yude was dumbfounded. Could it be true that this useless trash was so pitiful that he didn't have any guards in his house? Wu Yude couldn't help feeling puzzled. Would the Liang family really treat someone so harshly? But at this point, he had no choice but to continue with his plan regardless of why there were no guards. When Wu Yude stealthily entered the largest room, he could not hear anyone breathing, which made him tense. He could clearly see someone lying on the bed. Feeling strange and wary, Wu Yude stabbed toward the person on the bed with his knife, but there was only a soft swish sound as the blade sunk into the bedding. What? There was no one there? Wu Yude couldn't help but lift the blanket and found that there was only a pillow under it. Where had the person gone? While Wu Yude was still puzzled, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why was it so quiet outside? Second son. Wu Yude couldn't help calling out softly, but still, no one responded. In an instant, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. At this moment, in the moonlight, the room gave him an eerie feeling. It was just the residence of a trash, so why would it be like this? At this point, he couldn't help but think that bald monk Hungji had tried to stop him from coming here in the first place. Had he known that something was amiss here? Just as he was wavering in doubt, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind him, "Are you looking for them?" "Who is it?" Wu Yude suddenly turned around, but he only saw several of his men lying on the ground, their eyes full of horror, staring at the area behind him. What? Behind him? In the blink of an eye, Wu Yude moved a step and spun his body around before he could even stand steady. A cold glint emitted from his hand as he struck out. Wu Yude acted so decisively that Liang Sheng almost couldn't react in time, but in the face of such strength, everything was in vain. Before Wu Yude could react, he felt a huge force coming from the opponent's palm wind, and then he flew out, spitting blood and filled with horror in his eyes. Postnatal 8th level. Who are you? At this moment, Wu Yude was only left with full of doubts in his heart. The lifeless sect had been plotting for Jinzhou City for a long time, and naturally, they had collected comprehensive information about the local masters. However, he had no impression of the man in front of him. Liang Sheng didn't answer, but with a quick step, he came to Wu Yude's side, sealed his dumb cup ointment, and instantly dislocated his bones and tendons while the internal energy pierced through Wu Yude's dantian. Only then did Liang Sheng let go of his worries, sneering, you came to my house, and you still ask who I am." Upon hearing this, Wu Yude couldn't help but widen his eyes, making a hooing sound in his mouth, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the rumored Liang family's trash was actually a top-grade martial artist in the postnatal 8th level realm. If this were to get out, the entire Jinzhou city would probably be shocked. Why did he want to provoke him? At this time, Liang Sheng put away his smile, his face cold. He asked, "We have no vengeance, why did you come to kill me?" Liang Sheng was indeed puzzled. After hearing the movement in the secret room, he cautiously investigated and confirmed that there was no danger before deciding to show himself. After all, Wu Yude was only in the postnatal 7th realm, and even if the others beside him were martial artists in the postnatal 5-fold realm, they would pose no threat to him. In the path of martial arts, a single realm difference is like a gulf between heaven and earth. If it were before, he would never have dared to show himself, but now that he was in the postnatal 8th level, killing them would be as easy as killing a chicken. Of course, he also had to interrogate if there was any mastermind behind them. However, Liang Sheng didn't directly ask Wu Yude but instead went to one of the no-life sect followers and helped him reconnect his bones. These people's dantians had already been pierced by Liang Sheng, losing all their cultivation, and their hands and feet were dislocated as well. He couldn't understand why Liang Sheng was helping him reconnect his bones again. But the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, his body convulsing, and tears involuntarily flowing down. If it weren't for the sealed dumb A cup ointment, he would have cried out. After that, Liang Sheng helped him reconnect his bones again, then dislocated them once more. After repeating this 3 times, the man was in so much pain that his excrement was involuntarily flowing. However, Liang Sheng's eyes didn't change at all, and only when the man couldn't bear it any longer did he drag him to another room to inquire about the reason they came to kill him. The lifeless sect follower looked at Liang Sheng's demonic face, and under such torture, how could he dare to conceal anything? After listening to the other side's story, Liang Sheng's expression remained unchanged, but he hesitated inwardly. The opponent was actually from the lifeless sect. He could only hope that they hadn't lied. If they had, he would have no choice but to hide his name and escape from Jinzhou city. Although Liang Sheng was worried, he didn't show it on his face. After throwing that man back, he looked at another follower, who was terrified and nodding frantically. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about this at all. Instead, he repeated the process of reconnecting the bones and dislocating them again, then dragged the other person into the other room for questioning. After doing the same to all the lifeless sect followers and questioning them one by one, he finally looked at Wu Yude. At this moment, Wu Yude was heartbroken, having lost all his cultivation and become a waste. What face did he have to live? But Wu Yude was wrong, he hadn't thought he had such backbone. It turned out that he was afraid of pain too. After his bones were forcibly dislocated 9 times, Wu Yude finally couldn't take it anymore and told the whole story of why he wanted to kill Liang Sheng. After listening, Liang Sheng sighed with relief. It turned out that it wasn't because he had been exposed, but because of Wu Yude's personal actions. Moreover, it was a solo action on the part of Wu Yude, and the other members of the lifeless sect didn't know about their action at all. He had questioned each of them several times, and now he could confirm that they were not lying, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep these people anymore. Then Wu Yude and the others were killed by Liang Sheng with a single palm strike. However, at the time of their death, they all had a relieved expression on their faces. Finally, they didn't have to suffer the torments of this demon anymore. Chapter 28, Take Action. Liang Sheng's Mansion. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Liang Sheng used the old routine of corpse dissolving powder to completely erase the traces of Wu Yude and the others. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he hid back in the secret room. It seemed that he needed to improve his combat experience in the future. If his strength wasn't stronger, he would have almost capsized in the gutter. Thinking of Wu Yude's previous rapid reaction, he couldn't help but reflect in his heart that he couldn't achieve that level of reaction under crisis, which was formed by years of fighting. Every technique in this world comes with its own method of attack and defense, and the Golden Dragon technique comes with the descending dragon palm. Wu Yude was defeated by his own palm strike. As for the unmoving Ming King seal, he hadn't yet comprehended its method of attack and defense, and as for the health cultivation method, since it was for maintaining health, where would there be fighting and killing? Liang Sheng silently calculated his gains and losses this time, and he really hadn't expected that his previous safety was actually due to Hengji secretly helping him. Although Jinshan Temple indeed had its problems, this time they were just assisting in causing chaos, and the main troublemakers were the lifeless sect. Fortunately, this time it was only Wu Yudai's personal action, and the lifeless sect had no energy to deal with him, a waste. It was really good to be a waste, as no one paid attention to him, but people could pretend to be wastes, not really be wastes. Action. Just like tonight, if it weren't for Liang Sheng's breakthrough to the postnatal 8th level, he could only watch Wu Yudai search for him with his eyes wide open, and not dare to show his face. If so, he would have brought countless troubles because of his disappearance. Of course, he still needed to be cautious in the future, and see the situation in the next 2 days before discussing other matters. However, if there was a chance and he wouldn't be in danger, he would also take revenge. After all, Wu Yudai was a member of the lifeless sect, and with a life and death enmity, how could he not take revenge? He just wanted to have a peaceful life and live until the end of time. Why do people always seek their own death? Liang Sheng's way of dealing with people was simple: if he couldn't beat the opponent, he would submit; if he could beat them, he would fight back like slaughtering chickens and ducks, and dispute every penny. On the other side, at this moment, Yang Leifa was also somewhat angry, thinking that Xianji did not show up today just because he didn't want to be too deeply involved. Jinshan Temple only took the responsibility of guiding the way and did not participate in any subsequent actions, so Xianji had Hengji make up an excuse to excuse himself today. How ridiculous that he believed it at the time. The more Yang Leifa thought about it, the angrier he became. Thinking about his retreat from the battle this time, he felt that he couldn't live up to the efforts of his brothers in the sect, and couldn't help but feel even more guilty. However, when he returned to the base, he didn't see Wu Yudai. At first, he didn't care, thinking that Wu Yudai had just gone out to relax. But when Wu Yudai still didn't show up the next morning, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. After all, the rules of the lifeless sect were strict, and he couldn't possibly be away overnight. There was a problem. This was Yang Leifa's first thought: could it be that Wu Yudai was acting on his own and leaked his whereabouts and was arrested by Jinzhou City? But last night was extremely quiet, and if Wu Yudai caused trouble, there would be no movement. He immediately sent someone to look for him, but there was still no news of Wu Yudai. What's worse was that Wu Yudai's men had also disappeared, which made Yang Leifa feel even more regretful. When plotting against Jinzhou City, the situation he feared most was an uncontrollable situation. He didn't know why, but he became increasingly dissatisfied with Xianji. If it weren't for him, the trouble would have been carried out smoothly yesterday, so where would there be today's problems? Yang Leifa did not know the specific situation at the moment, so he could only remain silent. However, just in case, he quickly moved with the core members of the lifeless sect, but left a spy nearby. He still had a glimmer of hope that Wu Yudai could return safely, but the probability was already almost impossible. Afterwards, the followers of the lifeless sect secretly investigated, but there was still no news of Wu Yudai, and thus, another 2 days passed. Over the past few days, Yang Leifa could no longer suppress the emotions of his brethren in the sect. After all, the armies were fighting, and he could not wait any longer. Regardless of Wu Yudai's situation, Yang Leifa had to make a decision now, otherwise, untoward changes might happen if it's too late. Yang Leifa was filled with regret in his heart, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. As the leader of the lifeless sect in Jinzhou City, he couldn't be affected by such feelings. Fortunately, there had been some good news over the past 2 days. The common people in the city had become like a ticking bomb, just waiting for a fuse to ignite them. In the past, it was Wu Yudai who was responsible for instigating the people. But now, Yang Leifa had to let someone else take over. When the sect members heard that Yang Leifa had finally decided to take action, they couldn't help but feel invigorated. At this time, a core member of the sect stood up and asked, "Protector, should we inform the Xianji Saint Monk to join us?" Hearing this, Yang Leifa's face turned sour. No need. They were only guides. We are responsible for everything else. Hearing this, the others let out a sigh of relief. They were finally free of the hindrances that impeded their progress. In fact, not only Wu Yudai was dissatisfied with the previous operation's failure. Soon after Yang Leifa gave the order, hundreds of lifeless sect followers dispersed and gathered the common people again in no time. This time around, the common people had completely lost hope and acted even more brutally than before. They carried weapons, knives and even rolling pins. Yang Leifa observed from a hidden position and couldn't help but feel a bit delighted inside. The people's will could be harnessed, and this slightly alleviated his depression from the past few days. Now, the common people didn't split into two groups, they directly rushed towards the city gate. After all, their demand was simple, they wanted to leave the city to look for food so as not to starve to death. Yang Leifa was not worried that the Jinzhou County government office would sit idly by. They had most likely already received the news and reinforcements were heading to the city gate. The alliance between the Liang and Wu families and the government could not ignore this crisis. They must act, after all, the holy sect wanted their lives, and they had no other choice but to join forces. However, amidst the joy, Yang Leifa was still somewhat uneasy. Previously, they had indeed killed the county chief, but their identities had not been exposed. He didn't know who was plotting in the dark. Furthermore, with Wu Yudai's disappearance, Yang Leifa was naturally uneasy. But he still forcefully suppressed these emotions because now was not the time to think about such things. As Yang Leifa expected, constables and clerks from the county Yakachar and members of the gentry families were already on guard at the city gate. The confrontation between the people and the guards caused some unrest. But this time, it was different, members of the lifeless sect had infiltrated the crowd, and the common people were already linked together. At that moment, a man emerged from the city gate, and it was Jinzhou's catcher, Zheng Wanchun, who stepped forward. "I'll give you one last chance, go home now, and the county office will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy." There was some commotion among the crowd, but at this moment, a man charged out with a vegetable knife in his hand. "I just want to live. What have I done wrong?" The knife was swung, but before the man reached Zheng Wanchun, he was met with a cold, sharp blade, and then his head fell to the ground. The blood spurted half a meter away, but instead of scaring the common people, it aroused their fighting spirit. "We would die if we don't leave. Charge, everyone!" In an instant, the people swarmed towards the constables and clerks, looking crazed. Zheng Wanchun wore a serious expression and didn't hesitate to wave his hand. "Kill!" In a matter of moments, the entire area around the city gate fell into chaos. Yang Leifa, watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel a sense of determination. Success. Chapter 29, Ancestors' Demise. City Gate. At this moment, it had become a slaughterhouse. What was originally the government's role of protecting the people had now turned into a role of executioner, turning their butcher knives towards the people. On the city tower, Xia's Haikyu's face showed no expression while Liang Ying and Wu Chang stood behind him. At this time, Xia's Haikyu spoke without looking back. "The two of you, the next act is about to begin." Liang Ying and Wu Chang nodded in response. Over the years, the No-Life sect had massacred countless families, leaving no possibility for negotiation between them. Below the city tower, corpses were already strewn all over the place, and the people had no resistance against the powerful forces. On the other side, the No-Life sect followers saw the advantageous situation unfolding in front of them and became eager to make a move. "Protector, shall we make our move now?" "Not yet. Let's wait and see." Yang Leifa wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to use this people's rebellion to observe the situation in Jinzhou City at this moment and make a decision later. When the family juniors of the Liang and Wu households joined in the slaughter of Rhe people, the scene below the city rower became even more bloody. Yang Leifa saw the miserable situation of Rhe people and finally revealed a smile. "All right, it's time for our warriors to take action." "Yes, Protector." The core members of the No-Life sect had been eager and became excited when they finally heard Yang Leifa's order. They quickly summoned the church members and headed towards the city gate. No-Life Holy Mother, Rhe Hometown of Emptiness, the Descent of Rhe White Lotus, and Rhe Enlightenment of the Paradise. At some point, the No-Life sect followers rushed out from all directions, shouting slogans, and charged towards the city gate. Their target was clear, instantly attacking the constables and the others from the county government office. Soon, everyone was blinded by their murderous rage, even the people had hatred on their faces and followed the No-Life sect followers in action. These damn constables killed their own friends and family right before their eyes. If they didn't let them live, then let them die. At this moment, Zheng Wanchun's face changed once again, but he secretly let out a sigh of relief. The no-life sect had finally made their move, and he wasn't fearful in the slightest, leading the constables and the family juniors of the Liang and Wu households to fight head-on. However, Zhang Wanchun quickly met his match, and his opponents showed no mercy when gaining power. Several high-level martial arts masters attacked him together. For a short while, there were sword lights everywhere, and the killing never stopped. Above the city gate, Xia's Haikyo couldn't help but slightly smile. The two patriarchs, it's up to you now. Liang Ying and Wu Chang looked at each other and nodded. The next moment, the three of them rushed down from the city tower. The person who had not shown up for a long time was Liang Fing. As the former patriarch of the Liang family, a postnatal 8th level practitioner, he was the main force in this battle. Moreover, the ancestor had instructed him to ensure Liang Ying's safety. Sheriff Zhang, don't panic, we're here to help you. Point 11. At this point, Zhang Wanchun was in imminent danger. He hadn't expected the no-life sect to invest so heavily in this battle, with two postnatal 8th level practitioners attacking him together. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of being severely injured in a desperate counterattack before he died, he would have already been killed. Fortunately, the arrival of Wu Chang and Liang Ping allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he wasn't afraid of facing any of them in a one-on-one match. With this thought, he used all his strength to repel the opponents and then retreated to join Wu Chang and Liang Ping. They looked at each other, and although they didn't speak, their understanding of each other was perfect. In an instant, they began fighting against the enemies. As for Liang Ying, he stayed to the side to fight. Wu Chang did not say anything. Although Liang Ying was a gifted child, he was still at the 7th level. But at this moment, the faces of the three people, Zhang Wanchun, suddenly changed, and in the next moment, a great pressure, like Mount Tai, instantly bore down on them. It happened so fast that the three of them retreated simultaneously. They no-life sex postnatal 8th level masters, however, were reinvigorated. The Protector's divine power, action. It turned out that it was Yang Leifa who made the move himself. As soon as he appeared, Zhang Wanchun and the others felt a tightness in their hearts. Liang Ying's color changed, and he immediately shouted, "Please, ancestor, make a move." The next moment, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. Then they saw two white-haired old men, as if strolling leisurely in a courtyard, appearing on the battlefield. Zhang Wanchun and the others saw this and a flash of joy appeared on their faces. With the two ancestors making a move, it would be difficult for this protector of the lifeless sect to hold on by himself. However, in the next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes wide, as Yang Leifa did not retreat but advanced, taking the initiative to attack the two ancestors. "Old fools with one foot in the grave, how dare you boast in front of me?" In an instant, Yang Leifa began to fight with the two ancestors, and the result was unexpected. Facing both of them, he actually responded with ease and even seemed to have the upper hand. At this moment, Zhang Wanchun and the others could only retreat, as the aftermath of RHE battle between Yang Leifa and the two ancestors caused their internal energy to waver. If they got any closer, they were afraid that their lungs would burst. The 9 levels of the postnatal realm, so terrifying. The next moment, Zhang Wanchun and the others couldn't afford to care about the ancestors of the Liang and Wu families anymore, as the followers of the lifeless sect stormed in once again. At the top of the city gate, Xia's Haikyu narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. However, he only watched the situation calmly, unmoved. 5 miles away, another person was also sighing at the extreme danger of Jifazhu city. It was none other than Liang Sheng. These 2 peaceful days had put his mind at ease until today's commotion in the city. Worried, he hid in a safe place to observe the situation. Seeing the might of the lifeless sect, especially Yang Leifa holding off both the elders of the Liang and Wu families, he could not help but sigh that even within the 9 levels of the postnatal realm, there were differences. The strength of the lifeless sect was indeed astonishing, with as many as 5 people at the postnatal 8th level, making one sigh in wonder. Seeing that the ancestors of the Liang and Wu families were entangled and were even showing signs of defeat, Liang Sheng couldn't understand why. However, he felt that things couldn't be that simple. With the nature of the government and noble families, how could they dare to tangle with the lifeless sect in this situation? These people were among those who cherished their lives the most. Just then, the Liang family ancestor suddenly forced back Yang Leifa with all his strength, and then yelled, Lord Xia, is it not time to send the signal? Yang Leifa was obviously taken aback, and then pulled back some strength. However, nothing happened next, and the expressions of the two elders from the Liang and Wu families changed immediately. Although Yang Leifa didn't know what had happened, he wouldn't miss a good opportunity. You two old immortals, go to hell. The next moment, an overwhelming power burst from Yang Leifa's body, and the ancestors of the Liang and Wu families were completely pale, their faces flushed red, as if they had used all their strength. However, at this moment, Yang Leifa had already gone all in. He seized the mistake of the two ancestors' relaxation and mercilessly pressed on. In an instant, the surroundings within dozens of meters of the three were filled with flying sand and stones. Whether it was the followers of the lifeless sect or the constables, clerks, and family juniors, they were all instantly killed upon contact. Xia's Haikyo, I won't let you go even when I become a ghost. Suddenly, a miserable cry uttered from the mouth of the Liang family ancestor. It turned out that Yang Leifa had taken the blow from the Liang family ancestor on his right arm and forcefully slapped him in the chest. The Liang family ancestor's chest collapsed instantly, his internal energy surged, and he died on the spot. Immediately after, Yang Leifa suffered another blow from the ancestor of Wu family, unable to stop himself from spitting blood. However, he didn't retreat but advanced, punching the ancestor of Wu family in the temple, causing his skull to shatter on the spot. At the next moment, Yang Leifa couldn't help but howl to the sky, today, the noble families and government of Jinzhou City will all die. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was just a dozen breaths. The life and death battle of RHE 9 levels of the postnatal realm was incredibly fierce. Liang Ping, Liang Ying, and Wu Chang had not yet reacted to what had just happened, but at this moment they couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and then filled with rage. Their ancestor had actually fallen here, and County Lord Xia's Haikyo had deceived everyone? At the next moment, a signal flare flew high into the sky from the city gate tower, and then the sound of horseshoes reverberated throughout the battlefield. They saw the gates of Jinzhou City open wide, and countless golden armored knights appeared before their eyes. Seeing the emblem on their chest plates, the previously triumphant Yang Leifa's face changed involuntarily. Dragon Suppression Guard. Chapter 30, A 100-year-old noble family? Just servants. 5 miles away from the city gate battlefield. At this moment, Liang Sheng sees the unexpected deaths of the Liang and Wu family's ancestors and cannot help but be dumbfounded, because he never imagined such a dramatic outcome. These were the postnatal 9 realms ancestors of the Liang and Wu families, the unshakable foundation of the two families, and they died so cleanly and neatly now. Moreover, judging from the furious roar of the Liang family ancestor before his death, it seems that both the Liang and Wu families were deceived by the authorities. Otherwise, with the temperaments of these two ancestors, how could they not escape when facing defeat and be killed by Yang Leifa? Later, when the governor's dragon suppression guard appeared, Liang Sheng could only shake his head with a bitter smile, making up his mind not to provoke the officials without absolute strength. Heart too dark. He now understands the meaning of the Liang family ancestors' words to Xia's Haikyo to send a signal before, so this was the backup plan agreed upon by the county government office and them. The Dragon Suppression Guard, the foremost elite army in the governor's mansion, is only allowed to join if they have reached the postnatal 8th level or above, making them the elite of the elite. No wonder the Liang and Wu families cooperated so well with the county government office before, as they had the Dragon Suppression Guard as their backup. How could they not have confidence? Rumor has it that a regular Dragon Suppression Guard army of 50 soldiers can take on high-level martial arts, and there are far more than 50 of them at the city gate battlefield at this moment. If they form a battle formation, given their numbers at this moment, even the notable experts at the 9 realms might perish here. As Liang Sheng can think of these things, so can Yang Leifa, whose joy of killing the Liang and Wu family's ancestors earlier has long since vanished. Although he seemed to effortlessly kill the 2 postnatal 9th layer experts, he had also suffered internal injuries, losing 70% of his battle strength. Retreat. Yang Leifa instantly judged that the situation was unfavorable for them and ordered a retreat directly, causing the no-life sect followers to immediately disperse and flee in all directions. But with the meticulous planning of the authorities, how could they just watch them escape? Immediately afterwards, the no-life sect followers did not run far before numerous city guards emerged from all directions, blocking them in place. At this moment, Liang Ping, Wu Chang, and the third person were enraged, but just then, Zhang Wanchun suddenly whispered, you two patriarchs, you wouldn't want to go against our county government office, would you? The three were taken aback, and then they saw that they were surrounded by the dragon suppression guard in the middle. For a short while, they did not know how to speak. At this moment, Xia's Haikyu had already come down from the city tower and directly walked in front of the three. Gentlemen, I apologize, I was a little shaky earlier due to the tense situation, and that's why I was slow, otherwise the two ancestors wouldn't have died. But at the end of the day, this all happened because the lifeless sect committed wrongs. If they hadn't attacked my Jinzhou city, there wouldn't have been such a tragedy, would there? Shaky hands? Slow speed? Probably not even a 3-year-old would believe it. But at this moment, the Dragon Suppression Guard was present, and they believed that as long as their next words were wrong, they would face their endless attacks. Wu Chang and Liang Ping smiled helplessly, and although Liang Ying had red eyes, he was the first to speak up at this time. County Lord, after capturing the no-life sect followers, I would like to take action personally to avenge our ancestor. Xia's Haikyu immediately nodded, of course, this can be done. Dragon Suppression Guards, listen to the command, immediately form a formation to strangle the lifeless sect leaders. Yes. The next moment, all the Dragon Suppression Guards formed battle formations in groups of 3 and cooperated with the external city guards to encircle the no-life sect followers unyieldingly. Yang Leifa knew it was bad, but facing such a situation, there was only one way to make a life and death struggle. Earlier, our holy sect had the upper hand, but how could the situation have shifted so dramatically in such a short while? At this moment, the no-life sect's core members who were in the martial arts superior state were gathered around Yang Leifa, watching the Dragon Suppression Guard press in closer and closer, unconsciously clenching their fists. At this moment, the Dragon Suppression Guard displayed no flaws, and after forming their army, the strength of each person was connected, gradually devouring the no-life sect followers. Yang Leifa tried to break through the encirclement but found that he could barely withstand the attack of several hundred Dragon Suppression Guards. Dragon Suppression Guard, true to their name, Dian's dogs proved to be skilled. With their attack this time, countless lifeless sect followers laid motionless on the ground. Seeing the battle going so smoothly, Zhang Wanchun couldn't control his excitement and waved his hand, "County Lord, the mission is accomplished." Hearing this, the corners of Xia's Haikyu's mouth slightly curved upwards, but he didn't utter a word. On the other side, Wu Chang and Liang Ping communicated with their eyes. With the Dragon Suppression Guard gone, leaving only Zhang Wanchun, now seemed the best opportunity to exact their revenge. They wondered whether they should seize Xia's Haikyu. While they hesitated, Liang Ying seemed to have thought of something and suddenly went in front of Liang Ping, "County Lord, please avenge my ancestor, from then on, the Liang family will follow your lead action." Taken aback, Liang Ping hadn't yet reacted when Xia's Haikyu unexpectedly smiled, "Liang family's genius, your reputation is well deserved, you've reached the postnatal 8th level, why hide it?" Liang Ying's face changed, and before Liang Ping and Wu Chang could react, Xia's Haikyu's aura suddenly erupted, and he dashed toward Yang Leifa. Unable to help themselves, Liang Ping and Wu Chang slumped to the ground, their eyes filled with shock and fear as they looked at Xia's Haikyu, with only relief remaining in their hearts. Postnatal 9 realms. County Lord Xia's Haikyu, unexpectedly, was in the postnatal 9 realm. Only now did they understand why Liang Ying had acted as such. At this moment, Zhang Wanchun, who stood nearby, suddenly used his internal energy to speak loudly, and the entire battlefield could hear him clearly. "The lifeless sect has harmed our Jinzhou people, the county government office's Dianji, secretary and other officials have fallen in their line of duty. Today, the Liang and Wu family ancestors have died heroically while fighting for Jinzhou city. The county lord won't let the meritorious people's blood be shed in vain. From now on, Wu Chang will take over as county government office's Dianji, Liang Ping will be the secretary, and Liang Ying will be the county's chief. Gentlemen, your chance to distinguish yourselves is right now. Follow the county lord with me to eliminate the rebels, kill." The first to react from the astonishment of having his realm exposed earlier was Liang Ying, "My subordinate will always follow the county lord, kill the treacherous lifeless sect." With bitter expressions, Liang Ping and Wu Chang could only wonder why they were in this predicament. From now on, the Liang and Wu families would be reduced to mere slaves of the county government office. How did it come to this? However, a glimmer of hope emerged in Liang Ping's heart. With Liang Ying having broken through to the postnatal 8th level, it seemed that their family's prodigy still stood a chance. Not far away, Xiao's Haikyu stared intently at the cornered Yang Leifa, with only one thought in his mind: it was time to end this farce. Not far away, Liang Sheng's heart couldn't help pounding. Xiao's Haikyu was actually a postnatal 9th layer expert. The situation in Jinzhou City these past few months played out in his mind, and he couldn't help but marvel at how things had turned out. So, the ultimate fisherman turned out to be Xiao's Haikyu. The Liang and Wu families and the lifeless sect were like clams fighting while the fisherman reaped the benefits. At this moment, he no longer needed to see how the final outcome would unfold, knowing the lifeless sect was doomed. From this day on, the Jinzhou City County Government Office would reign supreme. It even occurred to him that perhaps the reason Xiao's Haikyu had left the Liang and Wu families intact was because Jinzhou City needed their help in handling situations the city government couldn't tackle alone, allowing them to bear the burden. Moreover, beneath the county lord as county officials were Liang Ping as Dianji, Liang Ying as secretary, and Wu Chang, who could all vie for power against each other. This game of mutual restraint was played disgustingly well, leaving the Liang and Wu families no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. From that day on, Jinzhou City would fall under the jurisdiction of the county government office. The towering families that had stood in the city for centuries would be reduced to mere slaves. On the surface, however, the Liang family could still prosper and grow, and Liang Sheng found solace in the fact that he could continue to live out his days in mediocrity. With that thought, Liang Sheng lost interest in the battlefield outcome. A cunning strategist like Xiao's Haikyu would hardly leave any loose ends for the lifeless sect to escape with their lives. Thereafter, Liang Sheng sneaked back to his mansion, completely undetected due to the concealment of his attribute panel. As he left, he glanced towards the left direction with a mysterious smile playing on his lips. In that direction, Abbot Suanji of the Discipline Hall in Jinshan Temple was pale and overwhelmed with relief, thankful for his cautiousness in not taking action alongside the lifeless sect, otherwise, he would have faced an early death. He had to advise the abbot to be all the more cautious in their future operations. Xiao's Haikyu, the Jinzhou City County Master, was utterly terrifying. Chapter 31, When Should One Die? Jinzhou City. By this time, it has been 8 years since the lifeless sect's rebellion, and the people in the city seem to have forgotten that terrible uprising. After the county government office cracked down on the rebellion, the people received compensation from the office, and those who had participated in the rebellion were pardoned. The county master even apologized deeply to the people, handing out compensation one by one, and the people continuously praised the Green Sky Lord for his kindness. It seemed as if everything had been instigated by the no-life evil cult, which was the main cause of the misery in Jinzhou City. Fortunately, the county government office officials were discerning and purged the no-life evil cult, giving the people a peaceful world. On the night the rebellion was suppressed, the heads of Yang Leifa and other core members of the lifeless sect were hung high at the entrance of the market. Death to the rebellious evil cult. Thus, the biggest crisis in Jinzhou City in recent decades came to an end, and none of the common people knew that the situation in Jinzhou City had fundamentally changed since then. Although the Liang and Wu families still seemed to be in a high position, they were actually helpless, and without the deterrence of the ancestor, they had become servants of the government office. The generous compensation promised by the county government office to the common people was actually borne by their two families, with Xiao's Haikyu merely giving orders, while they had to bite the bullet and drain their family assets. Since then, Liang Ping, the former patriarch of the Liang family who had followed the ancestor in closed-door cultivation to break through to the postnatal 9th level, began to handle official duties at the government office and had no free time. Liang and Wu families knew that this was actually a temporary solution, but what could they do when the executioner's knife was in Xiao's Haikyu's hands? After all, it was better to linger on than to be exterminated, and the only one to blame was their own insatiable greed, which was seduced by Xiao's Haikyu. If the Gao family was still there, it wouldn't have come to this. After all, they were a family with two postnatal 9th level masters, and even Xiao's Haikyu wouldn't dare to mess with them. When they wiped out the Gao family, it was not only the ancestors of the Liang and Wu families who took action. Xiao's Haikyu also participated, killing the two postnatal 9th level masters of the Gao family. It was precisely because of this that the ancestors of the Liang and Wu families chose to cooperate with the county government office in the face of the rebellion of the lifeless sect, full of confidence. After all, if a mighty family like the Gao family with two postnatal 9th level masters could be destroyed, how could a mere branch of the lifeless sect cause any major turmoil? As it turned out, the Liang and Wu families also declined from this point on, and both their ancestors perished, becoming servants of the county government office. However, all this had nothing to do with Liang Sheng, whose life has become more leisurely than before, probably because Sheriff Zheng sees him as an old friend. The Liang family had fallen, and because of Zheng Wanchan's influence, their attitudes towards Liang Sheng also changed, but luckily, Liang Sheng still treated people as warmly as before, with no changes to his behavior. Sometimes, Liang Sheng couldn't help but mock himself, wondering if this was considered riding on someone else's coattails, as having Zheng Wanchan around made his later years much smoother than he had imagined. Now, looking at the energetic Zheng Wanchan, who would think that he had already passed the age of 60, while Liang Sheng, only 55 years old, already appeared to be in the twilight of his life. Sheriff Zheng, I truly envy you martial artists who achieve success and have a long lifespan. Unlike me, who is like a decayed piece of wood, I don't even know if I can make it past the age of 60. Over the past few years, Zheng Wanchan had often visited Shend Building, and perhaps because Liang Sheng was a waste, their interaction had become less utilitarian. As Liang Sheng watched himself grow older step by step, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. After all, they had been friends for decades, so how could there be no feelings between them? However, he wasn't coy, Brother Sheng, who said that achieving martial arts success means having a long life. Zheng Wanchan still used his old address for Liang Sheng, who was taken aback, as the words he had just spoken were not meant to flatter Zheng Wanchan. After all, those who reach the postnatal 9th level had a lifespan of up to 120 years, which was recorded by the Liang and Wu families. Seeing Liang Sheng so confused, Zheng Wanchan could easily figure out what he was thinking. It seems you really don't know that breaking through the postnatal realm in martial arts does not increase one's lifespan. It simply allows you to maintain a decent appearance before you die a natural death. As for why the lifespan of a top-level martial artist in the postnatal 9th realm can reach 120 years, it's because they have no hope of breaking through, and they practice the health cultivation method afterwards. However, before reaching the end of their lifespan and losing hope for the future, who would be willing to practice such a useless health cultivation method? The path of martial arts is extremely difficult, it's just that your martial arts talent, Brother Sheng, is really... Zheng Wanchan didn't finish his sentence, but Liang Sheng naturally understood the implicit meaning. In the past, he had collected health cultivation techniques, but now he still looked like this, which could only mean his talent was extremely mediocre. He couldn't even master the health cultivation methods, otherwise, why would he be in this situation? Zheng Wanchan's words also cleared up Liang Sheng's confusion since his lifespan hadn't increased when he broke through the postnatal 8th level. So that was the reason. At this time, Zheng Wanchan seemed to be in the mood for talking, partly because Liang Sheng was his close friend, and partly because Liang Sheng seemed to have little time left, so there wasn't much need for restraint in his words. However, if one can break through to the innate realm, achieve the status of a martial arts grandmaster, their lifespan can break through the limit of 120 years, even more. In addition to practicing health cultivation techniques, they can live at least 150 years. It's because of the existence of innate realm protectors that the Dian dynasty has been able to endure to this day and remain prosperous. If it wasn't for the slippery no-life evil cult, they would have been destroyed long ago. Innate. Liang Sheng narrowed his eyes when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard specific information about martial arts innate realm from someone other than in a storybook collection. He laughed at this moment. Then I wish Sheriff Zheng good luck in reaching the innate realm. If that really happens, you have to come to my grave to tell me, so I can brag in the underworld. Hearing Liang Sheng's amusing words, Zheng Wanchan laughed out loud first, but then shook his head. I have no hope for the innate realm. I'm not yet 60 years old, and I haven't reached the postnatal 9th level. There's no hope for the innate realm. On the contrary, the Liang family master has hope for breaking through to the innate realm. I didn't expect that despite his busy official duties, he could still break through the postnatal 8th level. He truly deserves to be a martial arts prodigy. Zheng Wanchan was talking about Liang Ying, who broke through the postnatal 8th level at the age of 40. If it weren't for Xiao's Haikyo pointing it out, no one might have noticed. Therefore, Liang Ying's talent makes breaking through the postnatal 9th level before the age of 60 not entirely impossible. Zheng Wanchan and Liang Sheng chatted and laughed for a while, then said goodbye and left. However, there was some uncertainty in Liang Sheng's eyes. Just now, Zheng Wanchan's words seemed to praise Liang Ying highly, but the county government office probably already considered him a major hidden threat. With Xia's Haikyu's character, Liang Ying's attempt to break through to the postnatal 9th level might lead to his downfall. But what does all this have to do with Liang Sheng? In a few years, he would find an opportunity to die of natural causes and be free from the constraints of Jinzhou City. What did Jinzhou City have to do with him? In recent years, Liang Sheng has become increasingly wary of Xia's Haikyu. With his intelligence and cultivation, how could he be content with just being the Jinzhou City county master? However, he has stayed in Jinzhou City all these years, and the reason must be extraordinary. Liang Sheng didn't dare to investigate it carefully. Master. Just as Liang Sheng got up and left Shend building, a clever young man appeared in front of him, looking somewhat similar to Ma San. Ma San had passed away a few years ago, and Liang Sheng, in memory of his many years of loyalty, took Ma San's son Ma Ziliu under his wing. Ziliu, let's go home. Yes. The horse carriage moved leisurely towards Liang Sheng's mansion. In recent years, Liang Sheng had gradually reduced his visits to Yushun building, fearing that he would draw attention from others. Of course, it was also possible that no one would pay attention to him, as he was just a wastrel. Nonetheless, being cautious wouldn't do any harm. However, he should start thinking about when the time to die should come. Chapter 32, Old Friends Reunite. Considering how one should die might be a fool's idea to others, but for Liang Sheng, it was indeed a real problem. After all, his lifespan was extremely long, and even an innate grandmaster of martial arts merely had 150 years. His lifespan, on the other hand, was many times that. In the past 8 years, although Liang Sheng had not made any breakthroughs in his realm, his health cultivation method had finally broken through to the 12th layer. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 55. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 8th layer, 10 methods of health cultivation, 12th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 3rd layer. Realm, Martial Artist Postnatal 8th layer, 33%. Each breakthrough in the health cultivation method granted him an additional 60 years to his lifespan, adding up to a total of 600 years. So by now, his lifespan had already exceeded that of a king in 1,000 years. If he remained careful and prudent, he could live up to 1,400 years, and genuinely be considered an antique. However, at his advanced age of 55, it was time for him to think about his own future. He couldn't wait longer than 70 years at the latest. After all, even his second uncle Liang Qiang only lived until 67. He was indulgent in wine and lust, and if he lived too long, there might be some trouble. So it was better for him to die earlier. In this way, nobody would care about him anymore. Whether his feigned death would be discovered by others was not even a concern for him. Among the health cultivation methods he practiced, one was called the turtle breath technique, which was best at controlling breath and internal energy in order to prolong life. With his current unprecedented 12th layer of the turtle breath technique, feigning death and stopping his breath and internal energy for a few days was easier than ever. So he was just troubled by when he should choose to die, and there were no other difficulties. And according to his estimation, if there were no accidents, he would need more than 10 years to make a breakthrough to the postnatal 9 realm. Anyway, even if he could make a breakthrough to the postnatal 9 realm, by then he would have exceeded the age at which he had estimated he should fake his death. This was why he hesitated about when to die. Liang Sheng was quietly calculating in his heart, while the horse carriage he was riding gradually entered the Liang family main mansion area. From time to time, some of the Liang family's younger generation saw his carriage and actively gave way to let him pass first. Ma Ziliu had long been used to this situation. If his father, Ma San, were still alive, he would probably be shocked by it. After all, when had their young master ever held such a position in the Liang family? Times had changed, the Liang family was no longer the tycoon of Jinzhou as it once was. Liang Sheng had a relationship with Zheng Wanchun, so even if the Liang family's younger generation didn't respect him, they didn't dare to say a word at this time. After returning home, Liang Sheng drank a bowl of porridge with some pickles and stopped eating. He went back to his room. As the older one gets, the worse their appetite becomes. Then, as usual, he began practicing the Zhou cultivation technique. He didn't know when the unmoving Ming King Seal technique would break through to the 4th layer. If that happened, the time it would take for him to break through to the postnatal 9 realm would be greatly reduced. However, he didn't think too much about it and let nature take its course, gradually entering deep meditation during his cultivation. There was nothing to say about the following night. Early the next day, Liang Sheng set out for the Shend building. As an elder, he required less sleep, unlike young people who never seemed to get enough. However, just as he stepped into the Shend building, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Brother Sheng." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng was slightly startled. He turned around and looked outside the tavern, only to see a young man supporting an old man with white hair and beard, looking at him with surprise in their eyes. Just by giving it a little thought, Liang Sheng matched the other party with someone from his memory, and a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. "Brother Rong, when did you return to Jinzhou?" It turned out that the person who arrived was none other than Zhang Rongjun, who had left home to take over the family business many years ago. Unexpectedly, after so many years, they could still meet again. At this moment, Zhang Rongjun pushed away the young man who was helping him, quickened his pace, and walked to Liang Sheng with excitement. "Sheng, it's been a long time. You look even older than me. You were no match for me when we were young," he said. After saying that, he seemed to remember something and quickly turned to the young man next to him and said, "You little brat, hurry up and pay your respects to your uncle Liang." Then, he introduced the young man to Liang Sheng, "This is my useless son, Yuntai. From now on, I will retire in Jinzhou City, and the family business will be handed over to him." Zhang Yuntai solemnly saluted Liang Sheng at this moment, his bow almost reaching 90 degrees. Liang Sheng took a look and couldn't help but joke, "Brother Rong, your son is much more handsome than you." "Of course, how could my seed be bad?" At this point, the two men had calmed down a bit. Liang Sheng took Zhang Rongjun and his son to sit down in a private room, as there were not many people he could talk to like this after so many years. Zhang Yuntai carefully accompanied them on the side, feeling very unfamiliar with everything after returning to Jinzhou City with his father. After all, Zhang Rongjun had been traveling for business outside for many years, getting married and having children all in other places, and never had the time to come back. Now that Zhang Rongjun had returned to his hometown, Zhang Yuntai was able to visit the Zhang family's ancestral home for the first time, but it was still somewhat dilapidated despite having servants to take care of it. This situation made Zhang Rongjun somewhat sentimental, but today he was full of excitement, which was also the first time Zhang Yuntai had seen his father so emotional. At this moment, Zhang Rongjun seemed to return to his youth, and even began to talk about their past embarrassing moments, such as when he was in Yushun building, got drunk, and fell into the pool, looking utterly awkward. Liang Sheng and Zhang Rongjun became more and more excited as they talked, and then burst into laughter. When the laughter stopped, Zhang Rongjun looked at the aged Liang Sheng and couldn't help feeling a bit sentimental. "Sheng, how did you become so old-looking? Weren't you always practicing the lifespan cultivation technique?" Liang Sheng didn't care, "Stay calm. We're all old now. My old servant Ma San has been dead for 6 years. We need to be content with what we have. Life and death is a topic no one can avoid." Zhang Rongjun nodded, "That's true, life is short. Why did I struggle so hard initially? Sheng, I don't plan to leave this time, and I don't want Yuntai to travel for business anymore. It's too bitter and rootless. What's the use of earning so much money? It's better to be contented and happy, so this time I plan to take over a tea house, and Yuntai can make a living from it in the future." Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng agreed, "That's a good thing. After all, you can now live a stable life in Jinzhou City and won't starve to death." "Of course not, after all, this is your nephew. I just need you to take care of this young man more in the future." With that, Zhang Rongjun kicked Zhang Yuntai, who quickly followed suit without any hesitation, kowtowing to Liang Sheng once more. At first, Liang Sheng was surprised, but then pretended not to care and didn't avoid it. "Get up, my nephew. Your father and I are old friends, so it's no wonder he's been so cooperative today. When your tea house opens, I will bring all the regular customers from the tavern to support your business, and you will establish yourself in Jinzhou City. Aren't you going to toast to thank your uncle Liang?" Although Liang Sheng was considered a waste in the Liang family, he was still a member of the family. Zhang Rongjun only wanted to peacefully run his business, and with Liang Sheng's help, there would be a lot less trouble. Liang Sheng naturally understood Zhang Rongjun's intentions but didn't care. This was human nature, and all he had to do was help. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and Zhang Rongjun's servant rushed in. "Boss, there's trouble at the tea house." "What?" Chapter 33, Burning Incense and Worshipping Buddha. Shend Building. Zhang Rongjun and his father hastily said their goodbyes. Zhang Rongjun glanced at Liang Sheng and saw that he had no intention of following them, so he left directly. So many years have passed, and Liang Sheng hasn't changed a bit. The reason Liang Sheng hasn't followed is simple enough: if the other party can't solve the problem, they will naturally come looking for him. As for whether he would help or not, that would depend on the situation. Liang Sheng has always been clear-headed these years. He could talk about emotions but not let himself fall into danger. Later, Liang Sheng returned to the private room, fetched a pot of wine, and asked the kitchen to cook a few more dishes. Then he drank alone. Just then, the manager Old Duan hurriedly arrived. "Boss, the Liang family has requested that we prepare some vegetarian food. The patriarch plans to go to Jinshan Temple to worship and pray for blessings." "Huh? Why go to worship again? Didn't he go there half a month ago?" "Forget it, do as the family instructs." "Yes, boss, we'll go prepare now." Once Old Duan left, Liang Sheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Ever since 2 months ago, Liang Ying has been frequently visiting Jinshan Temple to offer incense. He didn't think much about it the first time since the Liang family had many businesses, and occasionally burning incense and praying to Buddha was nothing unusual. Nothing to be surprised about. But this is already the second time this month that Liang Ying has gone to Jinshan Temple to burn incense and pray. Such frequency is somewhat abnormal. Although Liang Ying has become a puppet of the county government office, he is still an official of the county government on the surface. How could he be so free to visit Jinshan Temple frequently? Moreover, Liang Sheng has lived in Jinshan Temple for a while in the past and knows some details about the temple, not to mention their connection with the no-life evil cult in Jinzhou City 8 years ago. Jinshan Temple is full of skilled masters. The more so, the more Liang Sheng respects and keeps his distance from them. He is also somewhat relieved that when he took refuge at Jinshan Temple years ago, he didn't have too much entanglement with the temple. But now Liang Ying is actively approaching Jinshan Temple, and there must be some schemes behind it. Thinking about it, Liang Sheng can't help but feel uneasy in his heart. He just hopes that Liang Ying won't make any big commotion, or else he may have to find a coffin for himself and then fake his death to escape. After all, in Liang Sheng's view, Jinshan Temple is much more terrifying than the no-life evil cult in Yang Lei Fa before. Just as Liang Sheng had made up his mind to avoid provoking trouble, he saw Zhang Wanchun actually accompanying Liang Ying walking past the Shend building, heading towards Jinshan Temple together. This made him somewhat puzzled. He didn't expect that Liang Ying would be acting together with Zhang Wanchun, which meant that the outcome might be different from what he had thought. However, in the next moment, Liang Sheng put away all his curiosity. Too much curiosity could be dangerous. Jinshan Temple. At this moment, Master Xian Nan, the chief of the reception hall, was standing at the entrance of the temple, gazing at the mountain road halfway up the mountain gate, as if waiting for someone. It wasn't long before a group of people appeared before his eyes. The leaders were Liang Ying and Zhang Wanchun. Seeing this, Xian Nan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, he still went up to greet them immediately, his hands clasped together. "Amit Ba, how have you been lately, Liang Zheshi? I don't know who this other Zheshi is." Feigning ignorance of Zhang Wanchun, Liang Ying introduced him with a smile. "This is my friend, surnamed Zhang, who has come to accompany me in offering incense today." "So, it's Zhang Zheshi." Master Xian Nan chanted a Buddhist mantra with a smile and then led the way. Liang Ying signaled the Liang family's servant to carry the vegetarian food, offerings, and incense money behind them. Soon, they arrived at the Dakshan treasure hall, and the Liang family's servant quickly placed the vegetarian food and offerings on the altar, then threw the incense money into the merit incense burner. Then, Liang Ying knelt on the cushion, closing his eyes in silent prayer, while Xian Nan read the Buddhist scriptures beside her. The smoke from the incense in front of the Buddha statue swirled, accompanied by the chanting, making people feel inexplicably calm. Although Xian Nan had been reciting the scriptures, he was watching Zhang Wanchun out of the corner of his eye, as her behavior was a bit strange at this moment. After praying to the Buddha, Zhang Wanchun seemed to be casually looking at the murals in the room, but he was actually staring intently at the little novice monk next to him. Wondering what he intended to do, Xian Nan, who was already feeling guilty, could not help but become even more cautious, especially since Jinshan Temple had its secrets and he was most afraid of people like Zheng Wanchun coming. However, under normal circumstances, there should be no major problems, as the general monks in Jinshan Temple did not know the internal situation. At this time, Zheng Wanchun finally stopped looking at the little novice monk beside him. His face was a bit ugly, and disappointment was evident in his eyes, but it was still noticed by Xian Nan. What was going on? Just then, a Sramaner Bhikkhu monk entered with his hands clasped. "Chief, the vegetarian meal in the dining hall is ready," Brother Hongshan asked when the guests will have their meal. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanchun's eyes lit up. "Little master, I wonder if all the monks in the temple will be having vegetarian meals in the dining hall." The Bhikkhu monk hesitated, but seeing that Xian Nan did not stop him from answering, he nodded. "Yes, benefactor, every once in a while, some monks in the temple share a vegetarian meal together. We'd like to try the temple's vegetarian meals now. I've heard from Lord Liang that the taste is unique." At this moment, Xian Nan glanced at Liang Ying, who was just getting up from the cushion. He smiled and said, "Then let me, an old monk, lead the way. Both of you laymen, please follow me." After they arrived at the dining hall, Zheng Wanchun sat down and quickly finished the vegetarian meal in his bowl, praising it for its deliciousness. He then said that he wanted to take a walk outside to digest the food. Zheng Wanchun left without waiting for Xian Nan's response, pacing back and forth in the courtyard outside the dining hall as if he was indeed digesting his meal. However, Xian Nan had been watching him from the corner of his eye and noticed his unusual behavior. Every time a novice monk or Bhikkhu monk left the dining hall after their meal, Zheng Wanchun instantly became attentive and observed the monks. Was he looking for someone? Xian Nan found this a bit strange, but he couldn't help feeling relieved, as there should be no major problems with these little novice monks. At this time, Liang Ying occasionally conversed with Xian Nan. Xian Nan had already let his guard down and actually enjoyed talking with Liang Ying for a short while. As they continued to chat, Xian Nan eventually brought up the topic of Liang Sheng, as he had left a deep impression on Xian Nan years ago. "Huh? So Brother Sheng had copied Buddhist scriptures in the temple for peace of mind. Unfortunately, I didn't know, otherwise, I would have come earlier." Xian Nan smiled and didn't say anything, but Liang Ying's next words caught him off guard. "In that case, Master Xian Nan, may I stay in the temple for some time? I've been having trouble sleeping recently." Xian Nan hesitated before regaining his composure. Liang Zheshi is the secretary of the county government office, and his public duties are heavy. The county office can hardly do without Liang Zheshi. At this moment, Zheng Wanchun entered and immediately spoke. "There is nothing important in the county government office recently, there shouldn't be any major problems. Besides, the county lord is very considerate of his subordinates, so it's good for him to let Lord Liang rest." Hearing this, Xian Nan couldn't refuse. He immediately asked a novice monk to prepare a guest room, and personally took Liang Ying to the room to rest. As for Zheng Wanchun, he gave Liang Ying a deep look before excusing himself and leading Liang family's servants down the mountain. Only after Zheng Wanchun had disappeared completely from sight did Xian Nan leave and go straight to meet Abbot Xian Kong. Today's events were highly suspicious. Chapter 34, Will there be a day when I can rely on my own mountain? Jinzhou City. After the Liang family's servants returned, they returned the vegetarian meal utensils to Shend building, and the content of their casual chat was heard clearly by Liang Sheng. On this trip, Zheng Wanchun went down the mountain alone, but Liang Ying stayed behind at Jinshan Temple, involving himself and even claiming that he wanted to transcribe Buddhist scriptures for peace of mind. Who would believe such words? Is he trying to deceive a ghost? The people of Jinshan Temple must be full of suspicions by now, and the strange attitude of the county government office towards Jinshan Temple made Liang Sheng feel a bit uncertain. Will there be another major incident? Is it because his fate does not match with Jinzhou City that he has encountered so many major events in the short time since his arrival? What's infuriating is that every time he tries to stay away, someone still wants to mess with him, an honest person. It's infuriating to think about it. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng became increasingly depressed and wanted to go to Yushun building to listen to music at the brothels to dispel his melancholy. Still, he turned back home as soon as he stepped outside the door. He is now an old immortal, and there is no point in going to Yushun building. County Government Office. After returning to the county government office, Zhang Wanchun went straight to the inner hall to find Xiao's Haikyu and report the results of his trip to Jinshan Temple. County Lord, today my subordinate briefly inspected the novice monks and bhikkhu monks in the temple, but did not find anyone who might be that person. However, Liang Ying has already found an excuse to stay at Jinshan Temple for a long time. Shall we send someone to take care of his daily life? After hearing Zhang Wanchun's account, Xiao's Haikyu shook his hand and said, "No need, Liang Ying is a smart man, he knows what he should do. Unless he thinks that he already has the ability to escape my control, he might have ulterior motives. There is no need to worry about this now." However, at this time, Xiao's Haikyu could tell that there was something wrong with Zhang Wanchun's expression, which seemed a bit strange. "What, do you have any other questions?" Zhang Wanchun nodded directly, "County Lord, I didn't notice it before, but during this visit to Jinshan Temple, I found that they are not simple. Though Master Xiannan tried his best to hide it, he couldn't conceal it from my perception. He is already a high-level martial artist at the postnatal 8th level. Oh! Such a master has never been heard of in Jinzhou City. I'm afraid there might be some issues here. Moreover, since there might be someone related to that person who has taken refuge in Jinshan Temple, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen." When Xiao's Haikyu heard this, he finally became serious, as it was related to that person. "Indeed, we should look into this carefully. I heard that there are several Xian generation high monks in Jinshan Temple. Wanchun, find an opportunity to go to Jinshan Temple and test the other Xian generation high monks to see if they are high-level martial arts masters as well." "Yes, sir." When Zhang Wanchun obeyed the order and left, Xiao's Haikyu laid out a sheet of paper on the desk, dipped his brush in ink and wrote down the character for stillness. After that, he finally let out a long breath. In the end, he was still restless. Originally, after dealing with the Gao family, Xiao's Haikyu could have already left Jinzhou City. His performance was already an impeccable report card. However, Xiao's Haikyu ended up staying in Jinzhou City again for more than 20 years, which was actually a last resort. Since he was destined to stay in Jinzhou City for many years, Xiao's Haikyu was no longer satisfied with the balance of power between the three forces within Jinzhou City. His original plan was to gradually weaken both the Liang and Wu families. However, the unexpected involvement of the no-life evil cult turned into a chess piece in his hand in the middle of the game. Xiao's Haikyu's move could be described as turning his hand for clouds and covering his hand for rain, making people marvel at the wisdom of Lord Xia. But now, there is finally a clue about leaving Jinzhou City, as they have finally found a lead on that person. As long as they find that person, they can return to the capital and report to the nobleman. At that time, he will truly have achieved fame and status, and there will be a place for him in the capital. With the support of the nobleman, it is not impossible for him to step into the realm of innate talent. At this thought, Xiao's Haikyu's eyes became scorching hot. No matter if Jinshan Temple was hiding dragons and crouching tigers, as long as the news was confirmed, he would have only one path to choose. Jinshan Temple would either bow down to him, or leave behind a legend of its existence. Xiao's Haikyu wouldn't have the thought that there were people he could not kill. Thinking of this, Xiao's Haikyu took a deep breath and glanced outside the window. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon Jinzhou City, living up to its name, sparkling with golden light. Yet, this place was not his ultimate destination. Dian Capital was where a real man could achieve great ambitions. How could he be content with playing in the shallow waters of Jinzhou City? It was getting close. He finally saw the hope of leaving this place. Liang Sheng's mansion. At dusk, Zhang Rongjun and his son suddenly appeared with generous gifts to visit Liang Sheng, who naturally welcomed them with open doors. However, Liang Sheng wondered if they were really in big trouble, and depending on the situation, he would decide how to handle it. If the trouble was too great, he might be unable to help and could only apologize. He could not compromise his own principles for Zhang Rongjun. It was best to stay out of trouble and stay alive, that was the ultimate truth in life. But after Zhang Rongjun and his son sat down and continuously thanked him, Liang Sheng felt confused. He didn't know what had happened and why they suddenly thanked him. However, after listening to Zhang Rongjun's description, Liang Sheng could only smile bitterly. He never expected that the lifelong useless person he had been would one day become someone's support. The matter was quite simple. Zhang Rongjun had been in business for many years and chose the tea house location with great vision. It was bound to be a lucrative business due to its prime location. However, such a good place would naturally attract attention. As soon as the news of the tea house being up for sale spread, people in Jinzhou City had their eyes set on it. Being cautious, the other party investigated Zhang Rongjun's background and discovered that they were ordinary merchants who had returned to Jinzhou to enjoy their remaining years. This detail encouraged the other party to try to force the sale of the tea house from Zhang Rongjun. Therefore, today's situation arose with the Zhang family's steward hurriedly calling Zhang Rongjun back to take control of the situation. From the very beginning, the other party had been aggressive. Zhang Rongjun and his son were infuriated, but they had been wandering outside Jinzhou City for many years. Faced with this unreasonable situation, Zhang Rongjun decided to swallow his anger and was willing to pay some money to resolve the issue. However, the other party was relentless, insisting on having the tea house which Zhang Rongjun could not accept. Zhang's family had decided to permanently settle in Jinzhou and the tea house was to be the foundation of their future. How could they just give it up? The other party sneered and outright refused to reason, while a group of local ruffians appeared behind them. Upon seeing this, Zhang Rongjun and his son instantly turned pale. The other party had come prepared, and never intended to reason with them. At this moment, two constables happened to pass by. Zhang Rongjun and his son regarded them as their last straw, but they were even more devastated when the constables ignored them and went straight past. Seeing this, how could Zhang Rongjun not understand the situation? Heartbroken, he couldn't help but sigh to the heavens. Heaven is not on our side. It seems we have no hope of settling in Jinzhou. The man on the other side sneered at this, and Zhang Rongjun, disheartened, turned to the manager and said, "Old Zhang, prepare some generous gifts. Tomorrow, we will bid farewell to Brother Sheng and give up on our previous hopes of enjoying our remaining years with him." At this moment, the two constables who had been ready to leave and were nearby heard Zhang Rongjun's words and suddenly stopped. "Brother Sheng?" Driven by an inexplicable force, one of the constables turned back and asked, "Are you talking about Liang Sheng from Shend Building?" Zhang Rongjun was stunned but then nodded repeatedly, "Yes, the two constables, Liang Sheng and I are old friends. We just had a reunion at Shend Building earlier." As soon as his words fell, the two constables suddenly smiled and turned back. Zhang Rongjun was both surprised and thankful. Could there still be a chance for a turnaround? Chapter 35, Cause and Effect. Jinzhou City, in front of the tea house. Two constables suddenly turned back and walked directly to the arrogant merchant they'd interacted with earlier. "Niu Ben, were you trying to forcefully seize someone else's tea house just now?" Niu Ben's expression changed instantly, well aware that something had gone amiss. He hastily replied in a low voice, "Official, I had notified Sheriff Zhao from the county government office beforehand. I didn't resort to illicit means. I was merely repossessing what was originally." But before Niu Ben could finish speaking, one of the constables drew his knife and used the blunt end to hit Niu Ben's hand. "I caution you to be careful with your words. Master Liang Sheng is a close friend of Sheriff Zhang. Would a friend of Master Sheng forcibly seize someone else's property?" Upon hearing Zhang Wanchun's name from the constable, Niu Ben's face turned pale instantly. Zhang Wanchun? He was an untouchable figure. Niu Ben was quite influential in Jinzhou City and was well aware of who the real power brokers were. The Liang and Wu families might still hold considerable sway, but they were essentially servants of the government office. This was why he had been so deferential and respectful to the two constables, careful not to offend them in the least, and even more so to the chief constable of the county government office, Zhang Wanchun. Immediately, they bowed and apologized to Zhang Rongjun and his son, offering several silver notes, then quickly turned and left without a word, not daring to linger. Zhang Rongjun didn't have the audacity to accept the silver notes. Just as he was about to chase after them, the two constables stopped him and gave Zhang Rongjun and his son a meaningful glance. "Both of you can rest assured. Jinzhou City is a place of complete social order. No illegal activities will occur here. When your business opens, we brothers will definitely come for a cup of tea. We have patrol duties to attend to, so we'll take our leave now." With that, they prepared to leave but Zhang Rongjun reacted and quickly followed them, offering the silver notes again, but the two constables adamantly refused to accept them. Zhang Rongjun had no choice but to express his gratitude. "May I know your honorable names? Underlying gratitude will surely be shown in the future." The two constables responded with radiant smiles at his words. This was exactly the acknowledgement they had been waiting for. Wang Chao. Mahan. Liang Sheng's mansion. Zhang Rongjun looked at Liang Sheng with admiration in his eyes. Liang Sheng couldn't help but find it amusing that his reputation had proven useful. He could only attribute this to his years of being kind and approachable to others, which had finally paid off. However, he was genuinely a good person. Therefore, Liang Sheng didn't refuse Zhang Rongjun's gratitude, nor did he probe deeper into the matter. With a laugh, he said, "Solving problems is always a good thing. I wish Brother Rong prosperity and will visit the tea house for a cup of tea when time permits. Of course. Today I am indebted to Brother Sheng. Otherwise, my wish to settle back home would have been wishful thinking." As he spoke, the atmosphere turned sentimental. The desire to return home signified the limited time left, and the many regrets in life. Liang Sheng didn't want to indulge in sorrow, so he quickly broke the gloomy mood and had the servants prepare food and drinks to enjoy with Zhang Rongjun and his son. Perhaps due to the day's ups and downs, Zhang Rongjun and his son drank liberally. In no time at all, both were somewhat intoxicated. "In my life, the best decision I made was to befriend you, Brother Sheng. Everything else is but fleeting clouds on the wind. Brother Rong, you've had too much to drink. Someone, bring Brother Rong's servants in to take him home." Once the inebriated father and son of the Zhang family were sent away, Liang Sheng returned to his room. His eyes were clear, showing no signs of intoxication. Today's events felt rather fresh to him, somewhat out of the ordinary, but they also served as a reminder to him that no matter how discreet he attempted to remain, he was inevitably drawn into the disputes of human relations. Only if he ceased to exist, could he possibly break free from the cause and effect linked to the name, Liang Sheng. With such thoughts in mind, his gaze grew distant. It seems he still has much to plan for. Jianshan Temple. At the same time as Liang Sheng was reflecting upon himself, Liang Ying had settled into a guest room at Jinshan Temple. Perhaps it was due to chanting the Buddhist scripture, but he genuinely felt like his mind had quietened down. In the 8 consecutive years, he had been treading on thin ice, every day feeling like a year had passed. The closer he got to Xia's Haikyo, the more fear he felt. He couldn't comprehend how a person of such stature could simply stay put in Jinzhou City as a mere county magistrate. Years had passed and in many occasions, he reflected on that year's circumstances, but the conclusion he came to made him wryly smile. Their ancestor deserved his fate, and it was destined that the Liang and Wu families would face defeat. After all, what is there to do if one becomes a pawn without knowing? The more truths he realized, the more fear he felt. But being in Jinshan Temple today, he felt as if he was finally free of shackles, allowing him to experience a moment of tranquility. However, he still had to carry out the task given to him earnestly by Zhang Wanchun. Even though he only knew some basic details, he was still prepared to give his all. Liang Ying took a moment to ponder on his plans for the next day, confirmed there were no mistakes, before going to bed hoping for a good outcome. Early the next morning, Liang Ying got up, hearing a faint sound of chanting scriptures, he couldn't help but stretch his arms. Last night had been the soundest sleep he had in a while. As if aimlessly wandering around, he left his room, greeted by Sramanerab Bhikkhu monks praising him as a layman from time to time. Before long he heard the distant sounds of people practicing martial arts, stirring his curiosity, he decided to follow the sounds. Unconsciously he had arrived at the discipline hall, but before he could go in to investigate, someone called out to him. "Excuse me, layman, please stop. This location is a crucial Buddhist site. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Please understand," a voice insisted. Liang Ying, of course, did not force his way in and followed the other person's wishes. But upon turning his head, he felt that the voice was strangely familiar. Surprised, he uttered lightly, "Brother Qi." The person was none other than Liang Qi. When the Liang and Wu families had their marital alliance, Liang Ying got married to the prime daughter of the Wu family, while Liang Qi was also chosen to marry into the Wu family. Later on, due to a dalliance with a prostitute, Liang Qi renounced worldly life. After the incident of annihilating the Gao family occurred, Liang Qi was gradually forgotten by the Liang family. He never anticipated a reunion here, which reminded Liang Ying about Liang Qi, who had sadly lost to him and in turn, lost the chance to become the patriarch. What delighted Liang Ying was that Liang Qi had made a breakthrough to the postnatal sevenfold realm, successfully stepping into the high-level martial arts. If he could get him to rejoin the Liang family, it will undoubtedly increase the strength of the family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel even more delighted. Yet, the next words out of Liang Qi's mouth felt equivalent to a bucket of cold water dousing him. The Liang family was the one that had wronged Liang Qi, how could he easily let go of his grudges? Layman, there is no Liang Qi in this world anymore, just a faithful monk named Heng Ji, who respectfully greets you. This place is an important part of the discipline hall, please do not intrude without permission, he said. Upon finishing, Heng Ji walked straight past Liang Ying, directly entering the discipline hall without affording Liang Ying a chance to speak. Liang Ying opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Was this retribution for the Liang family? To have such a master but not be able to make use of him. Thinking of this, all Liang Ying could do was wryly smile. They were all unfortunate predestinations. Chapter 36, Nobleman. Jinshan Temple. Liang Ying didn't have to sulk for long, as Zheng Wanchun had returned to the temple and appeared before him again. Sheriff Zheng. Liang Ying greeted him proactively. Zheng Wanchun took a look at him, let out a light sigh, and laughed. It seems that Lord Liang slept extremely well last night. You look much more spirited than before. Before Liang Ying could even answer, Zheng Wanchun leaned in and whispered, have you found anything after a day here, one? Liang Ying shook his head slightly. Zheng Wanchun didn't seem disappointed, because if they could find people that easily, they wouldn't have spent so much time finding the clues up to this point. It doesn't matter, we were always prepared for a long battle. Lord Liang, you don't have to be too anxious. The county lord still has great trust in you. However, yesterday we only met the chief of reception Xian Nan and none of the other high monks. It is a bit of a pity. I wonder if there is any particular monk that Lord Liang wants to meet. Today we can visit them and hope to be as refreshed as Lord Liang. Just as Liang Ying wanted to shake his head to say that he had no one in mind, he thought of Liang Qi he saw today and nodded his head. Sheriff Zheng, today as I was passing by Discipline Hall, I heard sounds of martial arts practice. We are all martial artists, how about going to the Discipline Hall first? Since Zheng Wanchun had come to Jinshan Temple to investigate the strengths of the monks, he agreed to this suggestion without hesitation. The abbot of Discipline Hall should be responsible for martial matters, so his cultivation level shouldn't be lower than Master Xian Nan. Both agreed without further ado. They first visited Master Xian Nan at Reception Hall, because Liang Ying had been turned away before, and they were worried they wouldn't meet the abbot of Discipline Hall if they went straight there. Xian Nan, who had just finished his morning class, hurried out upon learning of the arrival of Liang Ying and Zheng Wanchun from his novice monk. After listening to Liang Ying's intentions, he thought of Abbot Xuankong's instructions from yesterday and agreed readily. If you two gentlemen are interested in the disciples of Discipline Hall, please follow me. This time, thanks to Xian Nan leading the way, the martial monks in front of the Discipline Hall didn't block their entrance, and Liang Ying met the Abbot Xuanji of the Discipline Hall. At this moment, Zheng Wanchun was secretly awed. Jinshan Temple indeed possessed formidable monks, as Xianji had actually reached the postnatal 8th level. But just as Liang Ying looked around and couldn't help but ask, Venerable Monk Xianji, where is Master Heng Ji? Xianji looked up at Liang Ying, and with a meaningful tone, he said, Heng Ji went down the mountain to visit friends in Jinzhou City today, he will only be back in the evening. Oh! How unfortunate! Master Heng Ji went to Jinzhou City. Hearing this, Liang Ying couldn't help but frown. Seeing his expression, Xianji asked him what he needed from Heng Ji. Liang Ying could only shake his head, stating that he was only asking because Heng Ji wasn't there. Then they followed Xianji and watched the practice of martial arts by the monks of the Discipline Hall. Jinshan Temple was generous in showing them everything without concealing anything. After that, the two of them took leave and went back to their guest room. Only then did Zheng Wanchun inquire about who Master Heng Ji was. Liang Ying naturally didn't hide anything. After finding out it was Liang Qi from the Liang family, his eyes flashed with excitement. However, Zheng Wanchun didn't say much and prepared to leave. It's a bother for Lord Liang to stay at the temple for a few more days. Once the county lord has other orders, I will inform Lord Liang. Then Zheng Wanchun left the mountain, realizing that Jinshan Temple was indeed extraordinary, filled with many masters. He feared the county lord should be prepared in advance. But where was RHE person they were looking for? Jinzhou City. At this moment, Liang Sheng wasn't at the Shend building but had been dragged to Zhang Rongjun's not yet open tea house. "Brother Sheng, I invited you here today for two reasons: first, to show you the location of my tea house, and second, to borrow your name to boost its reputation." Zhang Rongjun didn't hide his intentions at all. People can't be too cunning, especially between old friends. Sincerity is key, as it moves people the most. Liang Sheng wasn't angry when he heard this, as he would probably do the same if he were in Zhang Rongjun's shoes. It wasn't too much to ask. "Brother Rong, in that case, when the tea house opens, I must be served the best tea." "Ha ha ha, Yuntai, did you hear that? Remember to save the best tea leaves for my uncle Liang separately. You rascal!" At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but pat Zhang Rongjun's shoulder. This day, the only one left who could still tease and argue with him like the old days was Zhang Rongjun. At this moment, some people around were dodging their eyes, but Liang Sheng didn't care, knowing that they were Niu Ben's subordinates who wanted to take over the tea house. However, after today, their opponent probably won't ever think about taking over the tea house again. No matter how much a waste he is, he's still a Liang. Moreover, he could rely on Sheriff Zhang Wanchun's deterrence to keep the troublemakers in Jinzhou City at bay. Seeing that his goal was accomplished, Zhang Rongjun didn't waste any more time and invited Liang Sheng to go drink wine together. But they had barely walked a few steps when they were stopped by someone. Liang Sheng was somewhat surprised when he saw who it was. However, Zhang Rongjun was the first to speak, showing first a hint of confusion before realizing something and blurting out, "Liang Qi." The person who had stopped them was Master Hung Ji, who had come down the mountain and entered the city. Naturally, he also knew Zhang Rongjun and immediately brought his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Liang Zheshi," he said to Zhang Rongjun before continuing, "Zhang Zheshi, it's been a long time / You. Because of his great surprise, Zhang Rongjun stammered a bit before Liang Sheng whispered, "Master Hung Ji has entered the Buddhist path. I will explain the details to you later." After saying this, Liang Sheng laughed and said, "Master Hung Ji, this morning magpies were chirping, and I thought some good fortune is coming my way. It turns out it is bumping into you." Hung Ji just smiled without saying anything, but Zhang Rongjun was still somewhat taken aback. However, they were old acquaintances, and they had once had a relationship at Yushun building. Since they met here by chance, it was fate. Zhang Rongjun immediately said, "Brother Sheng, as we bumped into each other today, why not have a meal together?" Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't refuse such an offer, but it ultimately depended on Hung Ji's intention. To his surprise, Hung Ji agreed without hesitation. Well, then what are they waiting for? When everyone returned to Shend building, because of Hung Ji's presence, they didn't drink wine, and most of the dishes served were vegetarian. Fortunately, RHE chefs at Shend building were experienced in preparing vegetarian meals, so they handled it skillfully. Zhang Yuntai acted as the waiter, pouring tea and water for everyone. At this moment, a remark by Hung Ji caught Liang Sheng's attention. Liang Ying had not descended the mountain yesterday but planned to stay longer. According to Hung Ji's description, the one accompanying Liang Ying to Jinshan Temple should be Zhang Wanchun. This made Liang Sheng wonder a bit. However, Liang Sheng was always cautious and had already noticed during the conversation that Hung Ji was also probing for information from him. But the subject of Hung Ji's inquiry was the recent situation in Jinzhou City and the Liang family. This confirmed to Liang Sheng that encountering Hung Ji was no coincidence, but on purpose. However, Liang Sheng did not reveal any of his thoughts. Instead, he related the recent situation in Jinzhou City, and in return, Hung Ji unknowingly revealed quite a bit of information about Jinshan Temple. When the meal was over, Hung Ji excused himself to leave and return to Jinshan Temple. As soon as he left, Zhang Rongjun immediately asked about Hung Ji becoming a monk. Liang Sheng simply said a few words before dismissing him. Sitting alone in the room, he analyzed and summarized all the information he had gathered. It seemed that the county government office and Jinshan Temple had suddenly become entwined for some reason. Both sides were probing each other's situations, making the situation even more complex. Could something be about to happen? Afterward, he heard the news that County Lord Xia's Haikyu had hurried to the city gate as if to receive a distinguished guest. People only saw Xia's Haikyu dismounting his horse and personally leading the horse carriage into the county government office. Most frightening was the large number of dragon suppression guards from the provincial government escorting them. His news immediately made Liang Sheng think of the entanglement between the county government office and Jinshan Temple, making him feel that something was wrong with RHE situation. Meeting Liang Qi today was also uncertain whether it was good or bad. In his heart, he silently recited a few words as a lesson. Don't meddle in others' affairs, focus on cultivation. Chapter 37, Surrounding Jinshan Temple. Jinzhou City, County Government Office. Just before Liang Sheng acted cautiously, Xia's Haikyu in the county government office received a secret letter that greatly changed his expression. He then hurriedly gathered everyone and headed straight out of the city. Soon after, news of a noble coming to Jinzhou City spread, and the situation in the county government office was even more magical than the common people had imagined. If Liang Ying were here, he would probably be in shock, as Xia's Haikyu was kneeling on the ground, like a mere servant. On the upper seat, the curtain had already been drawn, and the guards on both sides seemed to be hiding their breaths, like ferocious beasts waiting quietly for their prey. Behind the curtain, one could only vaguely see the figure of a graceful woman lying leisurely on a couch with her maidservant gently fanning her. Xia's Haikyu knelt on the ground, not even daring to glance sideways. His whole being, even his breathing, seemed cautious. Finally, a languid voice came from above, full of enchantment. Xia's Haikyu, I remember you have been under the royal palace for 50 years, haven't you? The princess is right, I didn't expect you to remember such a trivial matter. Haikyu has been grateful for the palace's grace for 50 years. I knew of your talent, so I sent you to Jinzhou. It was actually my idea. His lordship originally wanted to send you to the Imperial Counselor platform. I wonder if you hold a grudge in your heart. Haikyu has never had such thoughts. If not for his lordship, Haikyu would probably have become a pile of bones in the sky prison by now. His lordship has done a great favor to Haikyu, and Haikyu is unable to repay him, but can only serve him like a loyal dog. As he said this, Xia's Haikyu's voice seemed to choke, and the princess behind the curtain appeared somewhat moved. After a while, she spoke again. You've suffered over the years, but now you've finally delivered what I entrusted to you. Only you could have found these clues. However, why did you hide it from me? Had it not been for some loyal servants, I might not have known about your progress. At this point, the princess's voice was deep and soft. Hearing this, Xia's Haikyu did not argue, only bowing his head. This made the princess lose her interest in pursuing the matter further. All right, I know you've been working hard, but as a mother, how could I sit in the royal palace waiting for news? I promise that if this matter is resolved, I'll make it up to you. You won't have to endure on the Imperial Counselor platform any longer. I'll have his lordship pull strings to get you directly into the secretary platform. Xia's Haikyu, now I can only rely on you. You won't disappoint me, will you? I hope you can understand the concerns of a mother, otherwise, I wouldn't have blocked your official career and let you wallow in Jinzhou City for decades. I don't know how my son is faring, whether he's had to suffer hardships. I blame that damn bitch. Why was I blind back then? At the last sentence, the princess suddenly gritted her teeth in rage. Xia's Haikyu could only pretend not to hear. When the princess's breathing finally calmed down above, he began to report. Princess, rest assured, I have already found clues. I will deal with this matter slowly and meticulously, and I won't disappoint you. At this time, the princess suddenly interrupted him, I am out of patience. It's just a temple, can they still have objections if you find someone directly? Upon hearing this, Xia's Haikyu suddenly looked up, wanting to persuade her, but in the end, he bowed his head again, I will abide by the princess's command, and I will arrange it now. Zhangde, give the Dragon Suppression Guard command token to Xia's Haikyu. At this moment, a solemn guard beside the curtain approached and handed the token to Xia's Haikyu personally. Xia's Haikyu, don't disappoint me again. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Upon hearing this, Xia's Haikyu could only accept his orders. As he left the room and saw the evening glow in the sky, he then took on a resolute expression, stepping firmly out of the backyard. Summon everyone from the county government office, and be sure to invite Wu Xiancheng and Liang Dianxi as well. Jinshan Temple. As soon as Master Hengji returned from Jinzhou City, he was immediately summoned by Xianji. Hengji's trip down the mountain today was arranged by him. Xianji glanced at Hengji, who directly shook his head, the Liang family has not made any moves, and the county government office can't find any news. I observed and tried to probe from Liang Sheng, but I did not obtain any clues. Master, are we overthinking? After all, the Liang and Wu families haven't been living comfortably these past few years. As the patriarch, it's inevitable for him to be depressed. Are we making a mountain out of a molehill? However, Xuanji shook his head. If it were only Liang Ying, it wouldn't matter much. But that Zhang Jushi is a county eye-catcher. The fact that he came up the mountain while concealing his identity is intriguing. As for the methods used by the Honorable County Lord, we have already experienced them. He is not ordinary and should not be underestimated. Now is the most critical moment, we must be careful and not allow any accidents to happen. Since you couldn't find any information going down the mountain, you might as well try to get some news from Liang Ying by creating an opportunity. I noticed that Liang Ying seems to care about you a lot today. After all, your cultivation level is indeed an unexpected surprise for the Liang family's current situation. Hung Ji couldn't help but frown at these words. He truly had no good feelings about the Liang family people. However, for the sake of Jinshan Temple at this moment, he didn't consider long before agreeing with a nod. Just then, a flustered novice monk rushed in. Chief, something terrible has happened. By now, Jinshan Temple was already surrounded by the county constables, and the disciples of the Liang and Wu families could be seen everywhere. The dragon suppression guard was also lurking in the outer perimeter. Xiao's Haiqiu stood outside Jinshan Temple, with Zhang Wanchun beside him. As he came down the mountain, he happened to encounter Xiao's Haiqiu. Sir, the situation is not clear yet. Are we being too hasty? Xiao's Haiqiu did not explain. Wanchun, have someone relay the message. Today, not even a fly can leave Jinshan Temple. Zhang Wanchun immediately straightened up. Yes. Inside Jinshan Temple, there was already chaos. The several chiefs who witnessed this were caught off guard. How could it have come to this? Jinzhou City. Liang Sheng's mansion. With the sudden turn of events in Jinshan Temple and the widespread disturbances, Liang Sheng naturally learned about the situation through Shend Building, which was known for its well-informed news. Moreover, this time, the Dragon Suppression Guard from the mansion showed up in Jinzhou City again after 8 years, brazenly surrounding Jinshan Temple. How could this news possibly be kept hidden? Liang Sheng never expected such a situation to happen. Even though he had anticipated something big was about to happen, he didn't think the situation would take such a drastic turn so quickly. Without a doubt, it must be related to the distinguished person Xiao's Haiqiu welcomed today. However, Liang Sheng didn't have much curiosity at this time. The Dragon Suppression Guard from the mansion is an elite force that can suppress high-level martial artists with just 50 members. In the past, the no-life evil cult had suffered a significant loss at their hands. Without any hesitation, Liang Sheng immediately returned to his own mansion and had Ma Xiaoliu close the door and refuse guests. He decided not to go out again until the situation settled, and there must be something wrong with Jinzhou City's feng shui. How could there be so many frequent incidents in one place? He wasn't that unlucky student from his previous life, possessed by a calamity. So he couldn't hesitate any longer. He had to find an appropriate time to die a natural death. Otherwise, when would this kind of life come to an end? Chapter 38, The Reappearance of the Lifeless Sect. Jinshan Temple. At this moment in the Dakshan Treasure Hall, apart from Abbot Xiankong who had not appeared, all the Xian Generation High monks were gathered together. Even monk Xian Nian, who hadn't left the scripture repository for decades, appeared here, looking grief-stricken. Jinshan Temple might not be at peace after this. Senior brother, what exactly happened? Have we already been exposed? But we have kept ourselves in line, except for that incident 8 years ago, we haven't done anything outrageous since. As the head of the discipline hall, Xuanji has a more fiery temper, and his face looks somewhat ugly at this moment. After hearing this, Xuan shook his head. The situation is still unclear, and our random guessing is of no use at this point. However, since things have come to this, we can only prepare for the worst. As the chief of reception, Xuan Nan is in charge of external affairs and is most familiar with the situation in Jinzhou City. He is also somewhat puzzled as to why the county government office is doing this. However, we can't all go out. Elder brother Xuan Ku, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to guard Abbot elder brother. No matter what happens, don't let anyone disturb our elder brother. We'll try to buy as much time as possible, but we don't know when our elder brother will make a breakthrough to the innate realm. If he does, everything will no longer be a problem. An innate master can stabilize a country all by himself. Even if our true identities are revealed, not to mention Jinzhou City, I'm afraid the entire state capital will be reluctant to act. For martial artists in the world, breaking through the postnatal 9 realm is already difficult, let alone becoming an innate grandmaster, where only 1 in 1,000 succeeds. The gap between the postnatal 9 realm and the innate may seem like only a step apart, but they are as different as the sky and the earth, not to be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how talented a martial artist is in the world, reaching the postnatal 9 realm before the age of 60 can only mean that they have a chance to reach the innate level. However, how many people have tried all their lives without success? Take the Dian dynasty, for example. There are only 7 innate grandmasters on the surface, each of whom has a prestigious reputation and suppresses the martial world of the present age. Of course, the Dian dynasty would not be able to maintain its rule over the 9 provinces if it only relied on its openly displayed powers. Now, facing the sudden siege of Jinshan Temple by Jinzhou City, their foremost priority is ensuring Suan Kong's safety. As long as he survives, the line of inheritance at Jinshan Temple will not be extinguished. The other high monks affirm their determination upon hearing this. At this moment, only one thought remains in their hearts: at any cost, even if it means all of them dying, they must protect Abbot elder brother from harm. Of course, their greatest hope is still that nothing will happen. The monks from the discipline hall are already gathered, and Xuanji holds his hands together in a prayer, Amitba. Although the other monks and novice monks look frightened, they all sit in silence, as the Buddha once said that all the suffering in the world is a calamity, and only by overcoming the calamity can one achieve great freedom. The Xian generation high monks are prepared to die generously, and at this moment Liang Ying is sitting somewhat stiffly in the guest room, as Hengji is guarding the door with a face full of hatred. With Hengji only at the postnatal 7 realm, it would be effortless for Liang Ying to leave, but he doesn't want to cause further misunderstanding. If this were 10 years earlier, Liang Ying might have kicked Hengji away if he dared to be so rude. But now, every member of the Liang family with a high-level martial arts bloodline is someone Liang Ying needs to protect, as things are different now. With the current situation, as long as Xia's Haikyu is in Jinzhou City, the Liang family may have to cling to life for one more day. And the duty of Liang Ying and the others is to protect the future. Their generation has no chance against Xia's Haikyu, but they must withstand the pressure, and give the next generation time to grow. Therefore, Liang Qi, with the Liang family bloodline, is the person he wants to win over. Hengji stared at the grief-stricken look on Liang Ying's face, feeling that the other party was hypocritical, and said coldly, "Today's disaster is all because of you. I left the Liang family for your sake many years ago, and I never thought I'd still cause the temple to suffer because of you today." Brother Qi, oh, no, Master Hengji, you really misunderstood. This time, there won't be any danger to Jinshan Temple. County Lord Xia is just here to look for someone. Of course, I don't know why he suddenly changed his mind and went on a high-profile search for someone. I'm afraid something must have happened, but I've been on the mountain all the time and don't know the reason. But I can guarantee that the county lord has absolutely no intention of targeting Jinshan Temple. Otherwise, why would I stay here? Really? Seeing that Liang Ying's expression didn't seem to be fake, Liang Qi thought of the decisive expressions he had seen on the faces of the Xian generation high monks just before and couldn't help but change his face. Not good. If their masters and uncles misunderstood the reason for the other party's visit and chose to go all in, something disastrous might really happen. After all, Jinshan Temple itself has a great secret that cannot be known by others. It's normal for uncles to think in this way if they might suspect something. Thinking of this, he didn't have time to care about Liang Ying. He exerted all his effort to run towards the temple gate. I hope it's not too late. At this moment, Xuanji and others had just reached an agreement, so when they arrived at the gate, they saw the layers of encirclement outside and felt a chill in their hearts. There were even dragon suppression guards. Was Jinshan Temple really exposed? The Xian generation high monks couldn't help but show a look of sorrow on their faces. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a loud shout. "Master, don't be impulsive. They are just here to find someone, and they have no other intentions." Then Hengji appeared, panting heavily. Considering that even he, who was in the postnatal 7 realm, was breathing so heavily, one could imagine how fast he had been running. Fortunately, he made it in time. Jinzhou City. When Jinshan Temple was making such a big commotion, gossip was flying all over Jinzhou City. Some people said Jinshan Temple was harboring a criminal, some said it wasn't a criminal, but rather someone important in the temple to pray for blessings. That's why there was a heavy guard. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors. Meanwhile, in a residential house in Jinzhou City, a few people were sitting together with smiles on their faces. When talking about Jinshan Temple, a flash of fierceness appeared in their eyes. Elder, today the imperial hounds and the bald donkeys of Jinshan Temple are biting each other. Our help for Protector Yang has finally paid off. Yes, if it wasn't for Jinshan Temple going too far and offering a little help in a rescue operation, how could Yang Protector possibly have failed to escape? They are just useless people, otherwise with the foundation of the 7 great sects, Jinshan Temple wouldn't have declined so much. If they were like this all the time, we wouldn't mind, but at the last moment, they still didn't save Yang Protector, letting him die with open eyes. In that case, we can't be blamed. Since Jinshan Temple is so useless, they might as well contribute to our great cause. At this time, one of them flattered the elder of the No-Life sect, but it is still the deep foresight of the elder. If it wasn't for your planning years ago to have us sneak Prince of Ping'an out, there wouldn't be such a commotion now. Perhaps Jinshan Temple will never know the real reason for all this, but they don't know that we secretly sent Prince Ping'an's heir to the temple more than 10 years ago. Although the person called elder was wearing a mask and his expression was not visible, his smugness was obvious. That was just something I did on a whim back then. It's just a pity that I originally wanted to use Prince Ping'an's heir as a bargaining chip, waiting for the big event to come before making plans. Now I can only expose it early, but it's also good to let Jinshan Temple know right from wrong, consider it a lesson. Elder has a devilish wisdom. I'm afraid today Jinshan Temple will have a river of blood. By then, those bald donkeys will have no choice but to join our holy sect. Only we can save them. This move is indeed a stroke of genius, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It turned out that all of this was a conspiracy by the No-Life sect. Xiao's Haikyo might never know that the hard-won clue was deliberately leaked to them by the sect leader of the No-Life sect. Alright, no more flattery. Recently, the holy sect has been chased hard by the hounds of the Dian dynasty, and the funding of many branches is tight. This time we came to Jinzhou City not only for revenge but also to raise funds for the holy sect. Eider, don't worry. We already have a plan. Back then, Flower Mother didn't get Liang Qiang's wealth. Now there is an opportunity to get a huge amount of money. Oh? You mean that useless man from the Liang family? But he seems to be on the verge of death now, which indeed is a good opportunity. At this time, Liang Sheng, who was hiding at home, sneezed several times in succession. Perhaps he didn't know that although he had never provoked anyone, someone was actively targeting him, and misfortune was coming from the heavens. If he had known the situation, he would have made up his mind to enjoy an early death and the ensuing freedom, so why be so miserable in Jinzhou City? Chapter 39, Compromise. Jinzhou City. At this moment, the lifeless sect was plotting how to seize Liang Sheng's assets when a silvery and bell-like laughter rang out, followed by a plump figure entering the scene. Her sultry eyes and voluptuous figure were as though they could squeeze out water, fully displaying the charm of a young married woman. If Liang Sheng were here, he would have surely recognized her. It was none other than second uncle's second aunt who had not yet married into the family, Flower Mother. However, at this moment, compared to the past, she exuded a more mature beauty, like a delicate and dripping peach. Flower Mother then smiled slightly. Elder, rest assured, dealing with an old and useless man like him who's about to die soon is what I do best. When I find an opportunity to check out this waste, if their wealth can indeed benefit the holy sect, then let them enjoy some good days. Haha, we will naturally be at ease when Flower Mother takes action. But Princess Ping'an has already arrived in Jinzhou City, so be careful in everything. Yes, Flower Mother understands. Elder, you can rest assured. If second uncle fell into my hands, how can he be any exception? At this moment, a glint flashed in Flower Mother's eyes, and her gaze was filled with a playful expression as if she were hunting prey. She did not expect to return to Jinzhou City and her prey would once again be a member of the Liang family. However, this time, she would not fail again. Jinshan Temple. Hung Ji suddenly rushed out, his voice arriving before his figure did. Upon hearing this, Xian Nan's heart filled with joy. At this moment of surprise and joy, he couldn't help but directly ask Xiao's Haikyu outside, "County Lord, are you really just here to search for someone at Jinshan Temple today?" Xiao's Haikyu, on the other hand, looked at the Xian generation high monks with astonishment in his heart. Thinking back to Zhang Wanchun's words, he no longer had any doubts. Jinshan Temple indeed held hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Xian generation high monks all turned out to have reached the post-natal 8th level. Seeing Xiao's Haikyu's astonished expression, Zhang Wanchun hurriedly whispered into his ear, "My lord, I wanted to report it earlier, but..." Xiao's Haikyu shook his hand to interrupt him, indicating that he didn't mind. After hearing Xian Nan's words, he quickly suppressed the amazement in his heart. After all, there are priorities. It is indeed not advisable to create more problems right now. Being able to search Jinshan Temple without bloodshed would be the best outcome. So, Xiao's Haikyu pushed away the constables in front of him and walked to the entrance of Jinshan Temple, laughing, "There is no need for the masters to be nervous. This is indeed our county's fault. We should have informed you in advance, but the matter was urgent, and I had no other choice. However, as this high monk said, I am here today just to search for someone. In order not to cause any accidents, that's why I ordered my men to surround Jinshan Temple. I hope the masters can understand my recklessness." Upon hearing this, Xian Nan and the others exchanged glances, also unsure whether this was really just a delaying tactic by the other party. However, in the current situation, they could only choose to believe the other side. Otherwise, were they going to continue confronting each other? Looking at the large force lurking behind the other side and thinking about their abbot elder brother who was still in closed-door cultivation, Xian Nan gritted his teeth. "County Lord, please do as you wish. Jinshan Temple is under Jinzhou City jurisdiction, and there's no inconvenience. Just tell us how we can cooperate with you, and we will follow your instructions completely." Elder brother Xian Nan. Just as Xian Ji was about to speak, he was pulled back by Xian Nian beside him, who shook his head at him. Reluctantly, he let go of his doubts. Upon hearing Xian Nan's cooperation, Xiao's Haikyu immediately shouted, "Thank you, Master, for your understanding. County constables, listen up. After entering the temple, you must not damage anything, understood? We obey your orders." Xiao's Haikyu had his own considerations for saying this. With so many high monks present, if a conflict broke out, although the advantage lay with them, injuring that person in the chaos would be an unforgivable sin. Thus, being able to conduct a peaceful search now was already fortunate. Subsequently, both sides restrained themselves and cooperated, and the situation was quickly resolved. The reception hall was originally responsible for managing temple affairs, and Heng Ji immediately cooperated with the Xian generation high monks to convey Xian Nan's order to each of the other halls. Before long, all the Sramana of Bhikkhu monks were gathered in the courtyard in front of the Dakshan treasure hall. At this time, the county Yakachar and others had confirmed that no one was hiding, and even Liang Ying had returned to Xiao's Haikyu's side. Xiao's Haikyu respectfully took out an old woman from the horse carriage behind the guards at this time. She was the old wet nurse to Wang Fei. The old nurse nodded slightly, and then she walked to the Sramana of Bhikkhu and began to check them one by one. Xiao's Haikyu couldn't help but hold his breath, praying in his heart that they would find her so that he wouldn't have to stay in Jinzhou City forever. This was not his world. The place where he could truly demonstrate his ambitions was in the capital, at the Dian Imperial Court. Jinzhou City. Outside Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng didn't know that someone was targeting him and decided to stay home until he heard some good news. After all, safety comes first. Outside the mansion, Flower Mother was watching for a long time and couldn't help but feel angry. How could she have a chance encounter with this useless man if he didn't leave the house, let alone embrace him? Because Liang Sheng was worried about the uncontrollable situation in Jinzhou City, he hid at home as soon as he got the news. Flower Mother couldn't help but grind her teeth in hatred, thinking that the men of the Liang family were all spineless. She had deliberately captured a baby, claiming it was Liang Qiang's child. In the end, all Liang Qiang left her was 20,000 liangs worth of silver notes, and nothing else. If Liang Qiang had only been a little braver and welcomed her and the girl into his mansion, wouldn't all his property have belonged to her? If that were the case, there would be no need for the holy sect to be so tight on funds now. Flower Mother became more and more angry, but now was not the time to complain. The most important thing now was to figure out how to meet Liang Sheng, the waste. But before she could come up with a good idea, she was suddenly called back by the no-life sect followers. As soon as she entered the base, she saw that everyone's faces were ugly. What's wrong? What happened? As soon as she spoke, it finally broke the oppressive atmosphere at that moment. One person couldn't help but slap the table, instantly shattering it. Sit down. If you lose your temper over a little problem, how can you achieve great things? The elder's voice showed no emotion, and the person who slapped the table just now quickly knelt down. Elder, I was too excited. But he still couldn't help the anger in his heart. But the monks of Jinshan Temple are really infuriating. The elder's perfect plan was ruined by them. No one expected them to completely abandon the glory of the 7 great sects and submit to the court hounds. It's really hateful. With that, Flower Mother understood from their narration what had happened, and no wonder they were so agitated. The monks of Jinshan Temple had their doors wide open without any resistance, allowing the government hounds to enter the temple and search. As a result, the elder of the lifeless sect's 1 stone 2 bird plan completely failed. How could they accept this outcome? The monks of Jinshan Temple were truly hateful. If the court hounds really found the Prince of Ping'an, wouldn't that be like lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot? Just then, there was a knock on the door. After checking the secret signal, a church member of the no-life sect entered and knelt on the ground. Elder, something has happened. Chapter 40, Meeting Flower Mother Again. Jinzhou City. Liang Sheng's mansion. Liang Sheng thought he was in for big trouble this time, but it turned out to be a false alarm. One could say that Jinshan Temple had mastered the art of muddling through, managing to escape unscathed despite the county government office's grand preparations. At this point, Liang Sheng had already learned the whole story, as everyone in Jinzhou City already knew about it. He had never expected such a bizarre tale to unfold in Jinzhou City. However, he quickly decided that the story, though melodramatic, was logical. If it weren't for such circumstances, there would be no reason for Xiao's Haikyo, a cunning and wicked character with a cultivation level of 9 realms in the postnatal realm, to linger in small Jinzhou City for decades. But who could have imagined such a melodramatic twist, like the legitimate heir to the royal palace disappearing for more than 20 years without a trace after being taken away by a wet nurse? Who could believe it? Who would dare to believe it? Even with the most outrageous, fantastical narratives of the past, it would be difficult to come up with such a plot. Otherwise, would it not discount the intelligence of the readers? It can only be said that reality is always stranger than fiction. But now Jinzhou City won't have any conflicts, and he no longer has to worry about any unexpected trouble coming their way. However, Liang Sheng never expected that he had already become a sought-after person by the lifeless sect, and that a woman was already acting on their behalf. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the mansion. Ma Ziliu hurriedly went to open the door, ready to declare that they were not receiving guests. Soon after, Ma Ziliu came back to report that Zhang Rongjun had arrived. With the crisis averted, Liang Sheng decided to meet his old friend. As soon as Zhang Rongjun appeared in front of Liang Sheng, he exclaimed, "Sheng, how can you be so calm? Princess Ping'an has personally come to Jinzhou City. Aren't you going to see the excitement? I've lived so many years and never seen a royal princess before. I think it's worth it to see her in person even if I die afterward." Zhang Rongjun was extremely excited, but Liang Sheng just shook his head. Excluding the fact that there would definitely be masters guarding Princess Ping'an at this time, he didn't want to get involved with Jinshan Temple at all. He could even imagine how anxious Suanese and the others must have been when they were surrounded by the county government office before. After all, their sect is an offshoot of the Dharma sect and wouldn't withstand investigation. If the truth got out, it wouldn't be just Jinzhou City besieging them, but the entire government launching an attack on them. The mere thought was thrilling. Zhang Rongjun, seeing that he could not persuade Liang Sheng, could only go to see the excitement on his own. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see Princess Ping'an. After Zhang Rongjun's departure, Liang Sheng's eyes were somewhat mysterious. He naturally had some understanding of why Princess Ping'an would make such a grand fuss about going to Jinshan Temple. This was nothing more than her way of declaring on a broad scale the return of the son of Prince Ping'an. She must want to make up for her sense of guilt and give him the greatest honor. Surely, the return to the capital's royal palace would be even more spectacular. Of course, there must have been some unrest in the royal palace lately which led Princess Ping'an to make such a grand self-exposure. But what did any of this have to do with him? The real matter at hand was to live a life of leisure and wealth and find a suitable time to die peacefully in his sleep. Although Liang Sheng had no interest in joining the excitement, he was relieved now that the crisis had passed. He decided to go to Shend building to have a few drinks in celebration. However, the horse carriage suddenly stopped midway. Surprised, Liang Sheng asked, "What happened, Zai Liu?" "Master, it seems that we accidentally bumped into someone." Hearing this, Liang Sheng did not leave the carriage but slightly lifted the curtain, catching a glimpse of a plump young woman on the ground, holding her foot and frowning in pain. But when Liang Sheng saw her face, his heart tightened, because he recognized her as his own step-aunt, Flower Mother. At this moment, Flower Mother watched the carriage stop out of the corner of her eye and secretly rejoiced, thinking that her beauty had captured Liang Sheng's attention. But in the next moment, Liang Sheng had Ma Zai Liu throw a silver note at her and told him rather impatiently, "Zai Liu, let's go." Ma Zai Liu was also taken aback but had long formed a reflexive response. Upon hearing Liang Sheng's command, he immediately drove the carriage away, passing right by Flower Mother. By the time Flower Mother realized what had happened, she couldn't help but glance at her own exquisite figure. She had spent years cultivating the Hehuan skill, and her appearance was comparable to that of a young girl. Why did Liang Sheng react like that? Could it be that she had become so ugly without realizing it? Why else would he run at the sight of her? But in the next moment, Flower Mother regained her confidence, because the men around were staring at her with lust in their eyes. However, some people were staring at her maliciously. No, they were staring at the silver notes dumped on her by Liang Sheng. Damn it! Flower Mother could only hastily get up and then duck into an alley. Two thugs glanced at each other without hesitation and followed her with a cold smirk. The others who saw this changed their expressions but eventually sighed. The two were not good people, how could they dare to offend them? The onlookers on the street sighed secretly and then went about their own business, feeling sympathetically for the beautiful young woman, who had been a victim of the allure of wealth. In the alley, the two thugs hurried in, fearing that Flower Mother would get away, but as soon as they turned the corner, they saw her standing there, beaming with a big smile on her face. The two couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. What a beautiful woman! Am I beautiful? Less than a quarter of an hour later, Flower Mother came out the other side refreshed. Her confidence that had been shattered by Liang Sheng was fully restored. As for that useless old man, she would have to think of another way to deal with him. By the time the sun set, a passerby went through the alley on his way home and discovered two withered corpses, seemingly drained of all their essence blood. Murder. Soon after, constables arrived on the scene, leaving a gruesome unsolved murder case that fueled superstitious rumors. Few people dared to pass by this alley at night afterward. Jinshan Temple. At this moment, Jinshan Temple was completely surrounded. A young novice monk in his 20s was panicking, as he was being escorted by the dragon suppression guards in the center of the temple. Xianji and the others had also completely let down their guard at this point. It seemed that Jinshan Temple had not been exposed, and Xiao's Haikyu and the others were indeed here to find the person they were looking for. However, what was so special about this little novice monk? How could he attract such a big reaction from Xiao's Haikyu? As the chief of reception, Xian Nan quickly recalled the origin of the little novice monk, who had been found as an abandoned child on a winter night over 20 years ago. Until now, he had only been a little novice monk in charge of guiding pilgrims to their lodgings in the reception hall. At this thought, Xian Nan couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Who could have imagined that a little novice monk would cause such a commotion? Xiao's Haikyu was extremely cautious. Only after repeatedly confirming with an old palace maid from the royal palace did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once the guards from the royal palace had found the little novice monk, they left in a rush to return to the city to report the news. How to proceed now depended on the orders of Wang Fei Princess Ping'an. However, although the county government office's constables were still surrounding Jinshan Temple at this moment, the tense atmosphere from before had dissipated. Xiao's Haikyu even went to chat jovially among the Xian Generation High monks. I didn't expect to have such a splendid place like Jinshan Temple within my jurisdiction. Today, I finally got the chance to visit you esteemed monks. It is my dereliction of duty not to have visited earlier. I wonder which esteemed monk is the abbot of the temple? In the future, I would like to visit the temple to taste your tea and discuss Buddhism. At this time, Xiannan hurriedly clasped his hands together. County Lord, you are too kind. We are just humble monks living away from the world. Our abbot elder brother is currently in closed-door cultivation to understand Buddhism, so he could not come to meet you in person. I hope you won't take offense. At this point, Xiao's Haikyu naturally would not bear any resentment. The discovery of the one they were looking for today can be considered a perfect ending. If everything goes smoothly, he will finally be able to escape the quagmire of Jinzhou City and go to the capital for a brighter future. Just then, a rider on a fast horse came in a hurry, and the knight directly shouted, Princess Ping'an is coming to Jinshan Temple, kneel down and receive her. Xiao's Haikyu's complexion changed. Huh? The princess was coming to Jinshan Temple in person? Chapter 41, Bizarre. Jinshan Temple. Startled by the knight's shout, Xiao's Haikyu quickly gathered himself, apologized to Xiannan and his party, and then returned to the side of the eldest son and knelt on the ground in deference to the arrival of Wang Fei. Xiao's Haikyu was somewhat frustrated. It seemed that Wang Fei intended to make up for the past decades of absence with a grand show of the heir's return to Prince of Ping'an's mansion. She didn't even wait to verify if the boy was really her prince. Yes, a mother might do anything to compensate for a child she has wronged. However, this level of fuss seemed a bit too hastened. Had some misfortune occurred in the palace that warranted the rush? Xiao's Haikyu's thoughts spun wildly. The actions of Princess Ping'an at this moment were indeed hard to justify, but all he could do was bury his doubts for now. The next moment, the princess's horse carriage appeared within everyone's line of sight, followed by a flurry of people adding to a buzzing scene. Observing the situation, Xiao's Haikyu understood more than he had initially thought. Wang Fei's actions were drawing quite the grand assembly. Was she making sure that everyone in Jinzhou City knew of the return of the heir of Ping'an Wang's mansion today? When the carriage came to a halt and the curtain was pulled back, an elegant woman appeared, still beautiful in her age. All those present cast their eyes downward, not daring to look directly at her. Lady Rong, where is my son? The old woman hurried over to Wang Fei and whispered in her ear, Your Highness, don't be upset, the prince is over there. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei immediately looked where Lady Rong pointed and saw a young novice monk being surrounded by guards. Her eyes turned red instantly, and she rushed towards him. My poor son! The novice monk didn't have time to counter-react, he was abruptly pulled to her side, where she roughly rolled up his sleeve and saw a birthmark on his arm resembling a flying sparrow. She started crying uncontrollably. My son, you've suffered so much these years. Wang Fei sobbed as she held the novice monk, causing uncertainty among the people of Jinshan Temple and the local folks. Xiannan and others were relieved. They now understood why Xiao's Haikyu had made such a fuss, it all made sense. Something stirred in Xiannan's heart at this moment, but he quickly dismissed the thought. This was not a time for him to act impulsively. Meanwhile, seeing Wang Fei lose control, Xiao's Haikyu quickly ordered his men to bring in a veil to cover Wang Fei, keeping the spectacle hidden from the onlooking crowd. The novice monk finally reacted, trying gently to break away from Wang Fei, careful not to hurt her, and cautiously said, My woman, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I'm just a novice monk in the temple. I can't be mistaken. I remember every detail of this birthmark, you are my son. Then, Xiannan outside seemed to realize something and hurriedly left. Worried about Wang Fei's safety at this moment, Xiao's Haikyu was too preoccupied to notice. It wasn't long until Xiannan returned with a parcel. He handed it to Xiao's Haikyu. This is the jade pendant that was on Wohei when I found him. Upon hearing this, Xiao's Haikyu immediately understood Xiannan's intention. Without any concern for overstepping his bounds, he immediately opened the parcel, revealing a serpent-shaped jade pendant with the character An in the middle. A match. Xiao's Haikyu hurriedly took a few steps forward, handed the jade pendant to Lady Rong, who was even more excited after seeing it, and she walked into the veil. Your Highness, the temple elder has brought the jade pendant that the prince carried with him. After seeing the jade pendant, Princess Ping'an became even more emotional. Child, look, this is your jade pendant that the emperor bestowed upon you when you were born. You are my child, Prince Yan of Ping'an Mansion. The novice monk, no, Yan, was completely stunned. This was his mother? Was he the Prince of Ping'an Mansion? He was somewhat incredulous, then awkwardly patted Wang Fei's back, his heart beginning to believe. "Benefactor, could you please calm down? May I check with the chief monk?" The princess had no objections, and Yan's answer from Xiannan was extremely affirmative. "Wu Hai, you still have worldly entanglements. You may go with the princess." Hearing this, the princess cast an appreciative glance at Xiannan, and her impression of Jinshan Temple improved slightly. Then Yan, who was still dazed, was practically dragged into the horse carriage by Princess Ping'an and escorted down the mountain by the dragon suppression guards. "To all the holy monks, it was inconsiderate of me to have disturbed you like this. Due to current circumstances, I can't stay. I will personally come up the mountain and apologize next time." Xia's Haikyo gave a hurried goodbye and left. At this moment, the common people were extremely satisfied. After all, the gossip involving such big figures was exceedingly sweet. Jinzhou City. Lifeless Sect Headquarters. "Elder, the Prince of Ping'an's mansion has found the child, but Jinshan Temple remains undamaged. If I had known this, I would have killed this child long ago." The elder, unknown to the situation, responded in an inscrutable manner. "The church has its own plan concerning this matter. Today's result is indeed a bit regrettable, as Jinshan Temple has managed to avoid calamity, but the situation is still under control. Since we already have a result, let's put this aside for now. Don't you dare take any reckless actions. By the way, where is Flower Mother? Did she meet that piece of trash from the Liang family today? Did she catch him?" On hearing this, Flower Mother looked rather embarrassed. "Respected elder, I indeed met Liang Sheng, but..." The elder, hearing her tone, sensed that something was wrong. Even though Flower Mother wasn't strong in terms of cultivation, her contributions to the holy sect over the years were numerous. Could she have encountered trouble when dealing with that insignificant trash? After Flower Mother recounted the events, the elder was left puzzled and had no idea what had happened. "Indeed, this matter is strange. We will have to wait for another opportunity tomorrow to find out exactly what strategies this useless thing is deploying." "Yes." Shend Building. Sitting in the private room, Liang Sheng frowned. The appearance of Flower Mother gave him a bad premonition. Had he been targeted by the lifeless sect? In the past, Liang Sheng was entrusted with Liang Qiang's dying requests. However, he soon discovered that Liang Qiang had been manipulated and that Flower Mother was a member of the lifeless sect. Since then, there had been no further involvements. But he hadn't expected to encounter her today. He absolutely refused to believe that this was just a coincidence. Given the lifeless sect's character, they were likely planning to revisit old matters. The only thing that could attract the attention of the lifeless sect was his wealth. Despite their tactics not changing over the years, their audacity was still irksome. But in this scenario, he would need to plot carefully. The lifeless sect definitely won't stop at one attempt, they would definitely have follow-up plans. However, now that Princess Ping'an had arrived at Jinzhou City, the city was heavily guarded. Presumably, the lifeless sect wouldn't dare to act out in the open. Given this, he still had room to maneuver, but he also needed to prepare for the consequent affairs. After all, once targeted by the lifeless sect, escape wouldn't be easy. Thinking of this, a plan began forming in Liang Sheng's mind. This time, not only would he make the lifeless sect pay, but he would also seize the opportunity to break free from his shackles. "Flower Mother, you're walking into your own grave." Chapter 42. I want to be a good person. Jinzhou City. Princess Ping'an had already returned to the capital overnight with Yan, escorted all the way by the dragon suppression guard. The haste of her return made Xia's Haikyo more certain that something must have happened at the Prince of Ping'an's mansion in capital. However, Xia's Haikyo didn't make any other moves. All he needed to do now was wait for the order from the capital, and then he could leave Jinzhou City and return to the capital. At this critical moment, it was natural not to do anything so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. As Zhang Wanchun was already following Xia's Haikyo, he also made preparations to leave Jinzhou City. It was unclear whether it was because the words of Princess Ping'an were left behind or because Xia's Haikyo was full of reverence for the high monks of Jinshan Temple. In any case, they were all pleased with the hosts and guests. During this period, compared to before, Zhang Wanchun's meetings with Liang Sheng became even more frequent. After all, he could see that Liang Sheng's condition was deteriorating and that he might not have much time left. If he went to the capital, it would be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. As for Flower Mother, Just as Liang Sheng had anticipated, she had once again created the opportunity for a chance encounter, only this time her methods were much more sophisticated. She was like a gentlewoman who stopped after a brief taste. Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable toward her compared to the last time he had seen her and ignored her. For some reason, she would always inadvertently encounter Liang Sheng, and gradually, they would chat and get along better and better. Liang Sheng couldn't help but admire Flower Mother for achieving this. In order to maintain her image, she had specifically rented a mansion not far from Shen building, but he didn't know if she had bought or rented it. However, Flower Mother still had to return to the Lifeless Sect headquarters regularly to report on her progress. She didn't know that her whereabouts had long been clearly known to Liang Sheng, who was almost aware of the location of the Lifeless Sect headquarters. With the help of the attribute panel concealment, as long as Liang Sheng does not mess up, Flower Mother, who is in the postnatal 6th realm, will never be able to discover that she is being followed by him. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed, and Zhang Wanchun was more relaxed. He inadvertently revealed that in a month's time, he would be leaving Jinzhou City with Xiao's Haikyo. Liang Sheng calculated the time secretly, preparing to implement his plan. After that, he would solve the problem and be free as a bird in the sky and a fish in the vast sea. Zhang Wanchun was about to leave Jinzhou City, and he couldn't wait any longer. Shen building. At this moment, it was sunset. Zhang Rongjun had finished his work at the tea house and finally had time to find Liang Sheng. Before he knew it, they started talking about the scene of Princess Ping'an going to Jinshan Temple to pick up the prince. Brother Sheng, it's such a pity that you didn't go to Jinshan Temple. Who would have thought that the Prince of Ping'an would be stranded among the common people and at the Jinshan Temple of all places? Zhang Rongjun marveled at the story. After all, in this world, merchants and businessmen can only strive for wealth but not for high culture. If they achieved success in martial arts, wealth would come easily to them, just like Liang Sheng, as the tavern owner, had no more wealth than Zhang Rongjun but had a much higher status than him. That's because he was a disciple of the martial arts family, the Liang family's younger generation. Reality was that cruel. Liang Sheng didn't care about this. After waiting for Zhang Rongjun to stop talking about it, he smiled and said, "All right, it's really boring to listen to you talk about this. How about I take you to visit Sheriff Zheng today? County Government Office Sheriff Zheng." Zhang Rongjun naturally knew who the other party was, so he was more than willing to hear Liang Sheng's invitation. At the beginning, it was said that Niu Ben, the local ruffian, was afraid of Liang Sheng, but it would be more accurate to say that he was afraid of Zhang Wanchun. "Where are we going? What do I need to prepare?" "Don't be so nervous, it's just old friends getting together. Too formal would be no good. I already arranged to have drinks with him before you came looking for me today, and it will be at your favorite place." Zhang Rongjun tacitly smiled and naturally knew where Liang Sheng was talking about. "I'll pay for everything tonight, and you better not try to steal." Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't oppose, and the two immediately got in a horse carriage. The carriage swayed and went to a place, and as for the direction, it was naturally towards Yushun building. However, when they passed by the mansion that Flower Mother had invested heavily in, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile when he noticed the sedan at the door. After observing and summarizing the patterns for so many days, today was supposed to be the day when Flower Mother wouldn't leave the mansion. Seeing the sedan proved that there were no surprises. "Right, tonight the two of us will just drink and not overwork ourselves. After all, our bodies can't handle those enchantresses anymore." At this moment, Zhang Rongjun changed the subject and said that he was considering Liang Sheng's well-being. Although Zhang Rongjun's hair and beard were white, he seemed to be in better shape than Liang Sheng. As just drinking was the reason for his visit today, Liang Sheng did not insist on it. When they arrived at Yushun building, the madam was no longer Spring Lady, but the former top courtesan, Lady Liu. Upon seeing Liang Sheng, Lady Liu's mouth turned up at the corners. An important customer had arrived. "Master Sheng, it's been a long time since you've been here." Lady Liu leaned in, but Liang Sheng took a step back. "I can't handle you myself. My old friend here can, though. Just make sure he's taken care of. All the expenses tonight are on him, so manage it." Lady Liu leaned into Zhang Rongjun's embrace, and he, being an old hand in this business, didn't mind. "Bring out the best wine and the prettiest girls tonight, money is no concern." With that, he stuffed a stack of silver notes into Lady Liu's bosom, and her eyes lit up. Ladies, come out to entertain our guests. Liang Sheng and Zhang Rongjun laughed as they were ushered inside by a group of ladies. Once seated, however, the banquet didn't commence. Lady Lu, prepare some tea and snacks for now. We need to wait for our esteemed guest, Sheriff Zhang. Once he arrives, we'll start the banquet. Upon hearing that Zhang Wanchun was coming, Lady Lu perked up, her enthusiasm rising even higher than before. In their line of work, having the protection of someone like Zhang Wanchun meant nobody would dare to cause trouble. Unfortunately, Zhang Wanchun couldn't make it that night. Just as he was about to leave, a beggar blocked his way and handed him a note. At first, Zhang Wanchun was suspicious, but after reading the note, his expression changed drastically. He sent a message to Yushun Building to apologize for not being able to keep his appointment, and then hurried to the county government office with the little beggar. Yushun Building. Zhang Wanchun's absence disappointed Zhang Rongjun and Lady Lu, but Liang Sheng took the initiative to lighten the mood. Bring out the good food, good wine, and good ladies all at once. Soon, the party fell into a drunken haze. Liang Sheng quickly became intoxicated and unconscious, carried off to an upstairs room to rest. Zhang Rongjun fared no better, and after finding a girl, he went straight to sleep. Just past midnight, with the building bustling outside, the unconscious Liang Sheng opened his eyes. His drunkenness seemingly vanished. He quietly opened the window and slipped out, using the attribute panel concealment function in his postnatal 8th level without anyone noticing. In no time, Liang Sheng arrived at Flower Mother's temporary residence, skillfully bypassing the guards on patrol. The sedan chair outside was still there. Without wasting any more time, Liang Sheng scaled the wall of the mansion without disturbing anyone. He had already learned where Flower Mother's room was. When he entered Flower Mother's room, she didn't notice anything until Liang Sheng's murderous intent was revealed, and she suddenly woke up. Liang Sheng. These were her last thoughts as Liang Sheng didn't hesitate, striking her temple with a single palm. In her final moments, she couldn't believe that a martial arts waste from the Liang family could so easily take her out. Holy sect! Her consciousness plunged into limitless darkness as Liang Sheng pulled out the corpse-dissolving powder and sprinkled it without hesitation on Flower Mother's body. In a short while, Flower Mother disappeared from the world without a trace. Second uncle, even though it took me decades to send second aunt to you, you shouldn't be lonely anymore. After making sure no traces were left behind, Liang Sheng completely melded into the night, leaving without a sound. By the time Liang Sheng returned to his room in Yushun Building, the area outside was still lively, and no one knew he had left. At that moment, a fire suddenly erupted in the southern city. The county catcher and his men surrounded a mansion, with not just Zhang Wanchun present but even Xia's Haikyo personally arrived. The Liang and Wu family's elite forces were already on standby. As expected, it's the remnants of the lifeless sect. Kill them! At that moment, Liang Sheng looked out his window at the faint glow of fire from the southern city, a small smile playing on the corners of his mouth. This was part of his plan. If he couldn't resolve the problem that had plagued him for so long, then why not just eliminate the people causing the trouble? I really just want to be a good person, so why do they always force me? Chapter 43, Chaos. Jinzhou City. Lifeless sect stronghold. Elder, Flower Mother can't come today. She said that her progress with the Liang family's useless person is going very fast. After all, that waste has been in and out of Flower Mother's mansion a few times in the previous days. So, for the sake of better completing the mission and preventing the waste from going to her at any time, she said she won't come for the time being. In that case, it's also fine. If it weren't for Xia's Haikyo's hound, we wouldn't have to be so careful. It is still better to be cautious now. However, for some reason, the elder of the no-life sect always felt uneasy in his heart, but there had been no abnormalities recently. Could there be a problem with the head church? But in the next moment, the elder of the no-life sect suddenly stood up, looking at a certain direction outside the window, his eyes full of killing intent. Visitors are here. The other people were suddenly startled by his words. Before they could react, they saw numerous rockets shot in, with fire oil on them. In a short time, the whole mansion caught fire. The elder of the no-life sect and others had already rushed out of the room, but the outside of the mansion had already been heavily surrounded by the government office. County Lord Xia's Haikyo was even watching from 100 meters away, not moving at all. And those leading the charge were Zheng Wanchun, Liang Ying, Liang Ping, and Wu Chang. At this moment, they were directing the operation from all sides to ensure it was foolproof. Damn! At this time, how could the elder not know that he and others had already been exposed? But apart from a few core members of the church, even ordinary members of the lifeless sect did not know about this place. The elder couldn't help but look at the people beside him. At the moment, their nerves were tense and their faces full of urgency, which didn't seem like a pretense. It meant that they didn't leak the information. So, there was only one person left. Flower Mother. Certainly, it must be Flower Mother who leaked the information. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the court's hounds came to kill us right on the day she is not here? At this time, the constables of the county government office and the elite disciples of the Liang and Wu families were fighting fiercely with the guards of the lifeless sect. However, with the constables being more determined in their actions, they killed their enemies like breaking branches. At this time, several leaders of the halls wanted to fight desperately but were stopped by the elder of the no-life sect. He had encountered worse situations before. It's no use rushing, as long as there are green mountains, there's no need to worry about having firewood to burn. Break through, don't linger. The several people from the lifeless sect moved quickly, their fighting experience was extremely rich, and they soon found the weakest part of the besieging army. The no-life evil cult is indeed hard to deal with. Xiao's Haikyu had also noticed that the situation was not right. The other party simply didn't want to fight at all, only to break through and escape. In that case, everyone, close the net. Xiao's Haikyu pointed far away in the direction where the elder was breaking through. Zheng Wanchun, Liang Ying, and the other two did not hesitate and rushed over. Liang Ping was eager to achieve merit, so he was the closest to the front, but the next moment, his face changed dramatically. Postnatal 9th layer. Uncle. The change happened too fast for anyone to react. Who could have thought there would be a postnatal 9th layer expert disguised as an ordinary high-level martial artist in the lifeless sect? It was so similar to Xiao's Haikyu's disguise back then. Fortunately, the elder of the no-life sect didn't want to fight. Liang Ping barely managed to avoid taking the brunt of the palm wind, and his life was spared. Liang Ying let out a roar, but Zheng Wanchun and the others stopped immediately, retreating instead of advancing. Xiao's Haikyu had already come to his senses and was finally taking action, rushing towards this place quickly. Remnants of the no-life sect, die. Seeing Xiao's Haikyu finally take action, Zheng Wanchun and the others followed suit. However, Xiao's Haikyu also felt some regret in his heart. He was ultimately too impatient, and if he had arranged things more appropriately, this oversight would not have happened. But he didn't have much time in Jinzhou, so he had no choice. If he could add today's merit of eradicating the rebels to his record, there would be no one in the court who could find fault with him once he entered the capital in the future. However, what was the origin of the young man who let the little beggar report the news? They would have to investigate after this. The man might not be as simple as he seemed. The no-life sect elder dared not underestimate Xiao's Haikyu, and for a short while, their battle was fierce with sand and stone flying around, making it impossible for anyone to approach them. However, Xiao's Haikyu caught sight of Liang Ying and the others' predicament from the corner of his eye and became anxious. These remnants of the no-life sect were truly sly as foxes. Liang Ping was severely injured, and although Zheng Wanchun and the others temporarily had no life-threatening danger, they were still at a disadvantage. If things continued like this, these no-life sect remnants might really escape, and he would fail miserably, leaving a stain on his record as the county lord. Thinking of this, Xiao's Haikyu no longer hesitated. Masters Xuanji and Xuannan, I request your assistance immediately. Xuanji and Xuannan? Monks from Jinshan Temple? At this moment, the no-life sect elder was suddenly shocked upon hearing this. He feared that today's disaster wasn't caused by Flower Mother but the monks of Jinshan Temple. Could it be that they wanted to use this opportunity to ally with the Prince of Ping'an's mansion to successfully clear their name? Damn it! Xuanji and Xuannan, hidden in the shadows, wore bitter smiles on their faces. If they had known this would happen, why would they have bothered to leave the mountain today? They could only say that Jinshan Temple had indeed been careless recently, never expecting to be caught in Xiao's Haikyu's open scheme. So, their relationship with Xiao's Haikyu was merely a stepping stone to this point? Xuanji and Xuannan exchanged glances at this moment. They knew all too well that Xia's Haikyu was not merely as gentle and elegant as he appeared, he was ruthless too when taking action. This time, they were probably expected to prove their loyalty. Xian Nan and Xian Ji quickly made a decision. Given the no-life sect's character, even if they didn't take any action today, the sect would likely already have its sights set on Jinshan Temple. Moreover, if the Dian dynasty truly focused its attention on Jinshan Temple, they would have no other choice but destruction. Temporarily cooperating with the court was a better option. Compared to their previous relationship with the Prince of Ping'an's mansion, the no-life sect was a relatively minor issue. With that thought, the two no longer hesitated. The next moment, they saw the two venerable monks instantly appear on the battlefield, and the no-life sect elder was furious at the sight. Damn baldies! Immediately, the situation at Zheng Wanchun's side reversed. The no-life sect elder saw that there was no way to win. He mustered all his strength for one palm strike, hoping to repel Xia's Haikyu even if it meant he would suffer internal injuries. The next moment, he turned around and fled without any hesitation, not caring about the other church members any longer. There was nothing Xia's Haikyu could do at this site. A postnatal 9th layer expert with virtually undamaged battle strength wanted to escape, he simply couldn't stop it. Back then, Yang Leifa was heavily wounded and weakened by more than half of his strength by the combined efforts of the ancestors of the Liang and Wu families before being killed by Xia's Haikyu. Bender. However, this time, it was not entirely fruitless. Looking at the surrounded no-life sect members, Xia's Haikyu was cold and unemotional. Kill! But just then, an unexpected event occurred. As the no-life sect elder was about to escape the encirclement, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianji! Yushun Building! Liang Sheng stood by the window, looking at the distant fire that resembled brilliant fireworks, sighing in his heart. This time, he had become the final chess player. Under various coincidental circumstances, he had set up a seemingly unrelated yet closely connected chess game involving Xia's Haikyu, Jinshan Temple and the no-life sect as his chess pieces. To be safe, he should also stage his own death and sever ties with this whirlpool. As a result, only a few members of the no-life sect would likely escape, Jinshan Temple would be blamed, and no one would know about his killing of Flower Mother. No one would suspect him. After all, what does a worn-out, useless old man like him have to do with a youthful informer? Although the method was simple, it was extremely effective. Flower Mother, after this, he would leave the world as a love-stricken person, which should be a fitting tribute to your efforts, right? Chapter 44 Faking Death to Escape. Jinzhou City. Yushun Building. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng was refreshed, while Zhang Rongjun rubbed his old waist with a bitter smile on his face, thinking that he was really getting old. Liang Sheng glanced at him, and Zhang Rongjun gave him a look that men understood. Then, they both greeted each other and went their separate ways back home. When Liang Sheng returned home, he planned to spend the whole morning waiting and observing the situation in Jinzhou City. However, not long after, someone knocked at his door. Ma Zilai rushed in and said, "Master, grandfather has passed away. The family is asking you to go to the ancestral hall now." Liang Sheng was momentarily lost for words at this unexpected news. Then, a guard from the Liang family stepped forward and explained, there was a disturbance last night. The elder was seriously injured in battle. Despite calling for a doctor in time, he still passed away. Liang Sheng understood. After all, Liang Ping was at the postnatal 8th level realm but had previously suffered injuries. His age had caught up with him, and if an accident occurred, it would be understandable. Liang Sheng sat silently in the horse carriage, feeling partially responsible for the accident that led to Liang Ping's death. For a time, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. When he arrived at the ancestral hall, he could no longer stay low profile, as all eyes were on him. After all, he was the only flesh and blood of Liang Ping left in this world. At this moment, Liang Ying's face was haggard, filled with grief over the loss of Liang Ping. He was now the only one left to carry on the Liang family's legacy. After inheriting the position of patriarch and after the death of the ancestor, Liang Ping had been his most powerful supporter. At this moment, he greeted Liang Sheng who had just entered. "Brother Sheng is here. I pay my respects to the patriarch." Liang Sheng followed Liang Ying into the ancestral hall, and saw Liang Ping lying in his coffin, wearing his burial clothes, his face rosy, as if he were asleep. Although Liang Ping had never treated him as a son in all these years, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel suffocated at this moment. No matter what, due to being Liang Ping's son, he had been able to live a comfortable life, even as a martial arts waste. At this moment, Liang Ying patted Liang Sheng's shoulder without saying anything. Liang Sheng could only mechanically follow all the arrangements made by the Liang family. Guarding the spirit, giving thanks for the condolences, carrying the banner into the burial, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. By then, Liang Sheng finally understood what had happened that night and began to reflect on himself. From now on, he must not be so reckless. He should not get involved in power struggles without overwhelming strength. No matter how carefully planned, accidents could still happen. He became more determined than ever to break away from this situation as soon as possible, otherwise, as a small boat caught in a whirlpool, he was very likely to capsize. As it turned out, on that night, everything was going according to Liang Sheng's script. The elder of the no-life sect was on the verge of escaping the encirclement, but suddenly, someone blocked his way. That person was none other than Abbot Suanji of the Discipline Hall of Jinshan Temple. Xiao's Haikyu's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but exclaim that he had misjudged the situation. Abbot Suanji of the Discipline Hall of Jinshan Temple was not a postnatal 8th level practitioner, but a top expert at the 9 levels of the postnatal realm. At this moment, the elder of the no-life sect was filled with anger and fear. Jinshan Temple was indeed a hidden den of fierce dragons as the heritage of the Dharma sect. But at the same time, Xuanji's heart was full of bitterness, his cultivation level, hidden for a long time, now exposed to everyone's eyes. He had no choice but to do this. On the night when Xiao's Haikyu's open conspiracy took place, they had to make sure that all members of the no-life sect died in Jinzhou City. Because the events of this night could not be leaked out, Xiao's Haikyu, as ruthless as he was, had boundaries. However, the no-life sect was different. If they offended them, they would have to sever all roots to avoid disaster. Bender. Since the elder of the no-life sect was stopped by Xuanji, any hope of escape had turned into a delusion, especially given that Xiao's Haikyu would not let this opportunity slip away. In the end, the results were clear. Xiao's Haikyu and Xuanji joined forces and killed the elder of the no-life sect, only at the cost of Xuanji's slight injury. The cause and effect of this matter were sealed at Xuanji's insistence. Considering the connection between Prince Pingan's mansion and Jinshan Temple, Xiao's Haikyu naturally ordered everyone present to keep it a secret. Although the news of the destruction of the lifeless sect was still spreading, there was no mention of Jinshan Temple involved in the rumors. If it wasn't for Liang Sheng's high cultivation level and overhearing the whispers of the Liang family's younger generation, he probably wouldn't have known about such a story. After the 7-day mourning period was over, Liang Sheng returned home, but by then, the entire mansion was already draped in white mourning cloth. Though Liang Ping no longer had any father and son affection for him, it was after all a repercussion of his actions. As long as it didn't affect his own safety in the future, he could lend a hand to the Liang family at least once. As for revenge? The elder of the lifeless sect had already been killed, so how could one speak of revenge? It could only be blamed on Liang Ping's eagerness to achieve merit that led to such an outcome. As soon as he returned home, Zhang Rongjun visited him. The Liang family was a prominent clan. Although Zhang Rongjun and Liang Sheng were best friends, he was not qualified to pay homage at the Liang residence. Sheng, my brother, you must accept the change with resignation. The dead cannot be brought back to life. We who are alive must move on. Don't worry about me. Even though he said that, Liang Sheng's haggard appearance still made Zhang Rongjun uneasy. My brother, our tea house has been renovated and is ready to open. Would you mind coming over to take a look for me? Seeing that Zhang Rongjun was insistent, Liang Sheng agreed, knowing letting everyone in Jinzhou City see him in such a sorry state would help lay the groundwork for his plan. At the tea house, Zhang Yuntai had been waiting for a long time. The place was decorated in a classic style, and Liang Sheng could not find any faults. However, after keeping vigil for 7 days, he was inevitably overwhelmed. After spending some time at the tea house, Liang Sheng decided to leave, looking slightly better than before. Zhang Rongjun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. But with the tea house's opening approaching, he was busy as well and did not accompany Liang Sheng on his way. On his way back, Liang Sheng specially let Ma Ziliu take a detour to the mansion where Flower Mother, disguised as Lady Ru, used to live. This time, he naturally couldn't see her. The old servant of the mansion was not in a good mood, for he hadn't received his promised wages and the lady had left without saying anything. How could he not be angry? My mistress? She left a long time ago and is no longer in the mansion. I didn't even get my wages. How would I know where she is? Didn't she leave a message for me? How could a liar like her leave a message for you? With that, the old servant slammed the door shut. Liang Sheng looked like he'd been struck by lightning and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as gold. He then fainted on the spot. Ma Ziliu was so frightened that he hastily carried Liang Sheng onto the horse carriage and rushed to the doctor. Anger has led to a heart attack, his mood is depressed. If it had been any other time, it wouldn't have been a problem. But he has just experienced great grief and great joy, plus his body is already severely depleted. Even divine intervention can't save him now. Let him go home and rest. Whether he wakes up or not depends on fate. Ma Ziliu couldn't hide this news. Soon, Zhang Rongjun, the Liang family, and Zheng Wanchun were informed, and they rushed over right away. Seeing that Liang Sheng was barely breathing, they all wore worried expressions, fearing that Liang Sheng might not have much time left. They didn't know when he would pass away or if he could wake up. Zhang Rongjun felt particularly guilty, knowing all this. If he had known, he would not have allowed Liang Sheng to return home alone. Brother Sheng is, after all, a devoted lover. They already knew that it was because of a woman that Liang Sheng had ended up like this, so they could only sigh in response. At this moment, Liang Ying felt even more miserable. She had just lost Liang Ping, and now it was his son's turn. How could she face him in the afterlife? 3 days later, Liang Sheng suddenly regained consciousness, but before Ma Ziliu could rejoice and call for others, Liang Sheng yelled out, "Lady, are you?" and then breathed his last breath. As Liang Sheng had never married, the Liang family arranged his funeral. However, with Zheng Wanchun involved, his funeral was still rather grand. 7 days later, Liang Sheng was buried next to Liang Ping's tomb, and Yushun building was closed for the day to commemorate this devoted patron. Prostitutes are heartless, actors are unfaithful, yet this moment was so ironic. However, no one in Jinzhou city knew that it was only achieved by Zhang Rongjaden's generous spending. 3 days later, late at night. At Liang Sheng's grave, a hand suddenly reached out from the soil, and soon, Liang Sheng, dressed in burial clothes, crawled out completely from the grave. With the unprecedented 11th level of the turtle breath technique that pushed the limits, who could have discovered his fake death? Under the moonlight, Liang Sheng had already regained his youthful appearance, his face full of smiles. Today, he had settled all cause and effect in Jinzhou city, and from now on, he would be free of shackles and regain his freedom. Chapter 45, Old Friend, Long Time No See. Night. Liang Family Cemetery. After climbing out of the grave, Liang Sheng took a deep breath, made a few turns, walked some distance, and after confirming his own mark, he took out an iron shovel. Without any hesitation, he immediately began digging at the marked spot. In no time, a small wooden box and a corpse wearing a shroud appeared. This corpse had been soaked in a special potion, so its body had not decayed much. However, its face was almost rotten. Nevertheless, Liang Sheng showed no fear. He first changed into the clothes in the wooden box and destroyed the shroud he had taken off. Then, he put the items from the wooden box in a bag and carried it on his back, finally dragging the corpse to his own grave. Next, he put the corpse into his coffin and refilled the grave. Since it had already been dug recently, he did not need to worry about anyone noticing it had been tampered with. Afterward, he stared at his name on the tombstone for quite a while, reading Tomb of the late Mr. Liang, respectfully known as Sheng. He didn't know how to feel about it. But he had finally left his past identity behind and could say goodbye to the past, a scene that would become almost normal in the future. After all things in the world turn into dust in the face of time. Only he, standing on the river of time, could look down upon life and remain undying and eternal. With that thought, Liang Sheng's face returned to calmness, and without any attachment, he turned around and walked away. At this moment, he had restored his youthful appearance, and using breakthrough lifespan cultivation techniques to tweak his appearance, nobody could connect his current look to Liang Sheng. Having endured for nearly 40 years, he finally gained freedom in a single day. Time flew by. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jinzhou city seemed to have changed little. However, Occasionally people still recalled the scenes from 10 years ago when County Lord Xia's Haikyo left his post, and the whole city sent him off joyously. Back then, the patriarchs of Liang and Wu families were so emotional that they shed tears, which made people sigh. The harmony between the official and the people demonstrated how much they approved of Xia's Haikyo's achievements during his tenure. However, ordinary people couldn't imagine that the tears shed by the patriarchs of Liang and Wu families were not because of sadness, but excitement. Xia's Haikyo had put too much pressure on them over the years. Wu Chang had lost his previous spirited demeanor. He was over 80 years old and still couldn't break through the postnatal 9 realm. He probably didn't have much time left. Unfortunately, the highest cultivation level among the younger generation of Wu family was only at the postnatal 7 realm. This made him feel helpless since Xia's Haikyo's methods could never allow the prominent families to thrive again. Luckily, the huge obstacle Xia's Haikyo finally left, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. However, they didn't expect that their life after 10 years wouldn't be any easier. The successive county lord firmly continued Xia's Haikyo's policies. While the prominent families suffered, the lives of ordinary people had improved a lot compared to before. Liang and Wu families had tried to test the waters, but the new county lord was also resolute and decided, leaving them no chance to make a move. As for the young man who had asked the young beggar to send a message years ago, there had been no news from him, so they could only leave it be. Still, the matter was kept in the minds of those who cared. Both Liang and Wu families finally realized the reality and stopped trying to act. They hid themselves away and cooperated with the county government office on the surface, seemingly having no complaints about the situation. That was the endurance of martial arts families. Without it, how could they stand unyielding for hundreds of years? In these 10 years, they also increased their investment in the younger generation. As for Zhang Rongjun's tea house, it eventually became popular, especially after Zhang Wanchun personally attended its opening day celebration. No one knew the relationship between them, but after Zhang Wanchun left, the new executor from the county government office was still willing to support Zhang Rongjun. However, Zhang Rongjun and his son did not become arrogant and domineering because of this. On the contrary, they became more cautious in their actions and treated everyone with humility and respect. "Father, everything is ready." Zhang Yuntai carefully woke up Zhang Rongjun, who had already dozed off a little. 10 years later, Zhang Rongjun had aged a lot. After all, he failed in martial arts. Zhang Yuntai didn't dare not to wake him up at this time, otherwise, his own father would definitely get angry at him. Today was an important day. Bender. All? Oh, everything's ready? Then let's go. Zhang Yuntai carefully helped Zhang Rongjun onto the horse carriage, and it creaked away towards the city's outskirts, eventually stopping in front of a hill. This was the Liang family cemetery. The Liang family graveyard keeper glanced at them and did not pay any more attention, as every year during the Qingming festival and today Zhang Rongjun and his son would come here. Zhang Yuntai supported Zhang Rongjun as they walked slowly in front, while the servant followed behind silently, carrying incense, candies, paper money, and other sacrificial offerings. Then they arrived at a grave, where Zhang Rongjun didn't speak, but instead, silently picked up a small hoe and personally cleaned the weeds around the tombstone. He didn't want Zhang Yuntai to help either. "Brother Sheng, I've come to see you again. You never got married or had a child, and when I'm gone, I don't know if this damn kid of mine will remember to offer incense to you. But you're also to blame. You were carefree and unrestrained your whole life, and in the end, you fell for a woman. You never even drank my tea house's tea." Zhang Rongjun chattered, talking about this and that, and then almost recounted the entire situation of Jinzhou City in bits and pieces. "But thanks to you, my tea house business is booming. This year Yuntai had another child, so rosy and tender. Our Zhang family is getting more and more prosperous. Don't blame me for not bringing them here though, after all, they're still young and shouldn't be coming to this kind of place. Besides, it would just make you envious, wouldn't it?" As he spoke, Zhang Rongjun began to cry. Zhang Yuntai, who was watching anxiously from the side, couldn't say anything for fear of upsetting his father with his volatile emotions. Zhang Rongjun, trembling, finished preparing the incense, candles, and paper money, then arranged the sacrificial offerings before taking out a pot of wine and pouring it on the grave. He didn't care about the dirt on the ground, simply sitting down on his buttocks, holding his wine cup and toasting through the air, as if his old friend was right in front of him. It wasn't until the setting sun that Zhang Yuntai managed to persuade Zhang Rongjun to leave. On their way back, Zhang Rongjun seemed visibly lost in thought. Suddenly, he jolted up and leaned out of the carriage to look, which surprised Zhang Yuntai, who also looked back only to see a young man's back. Zhang Yuntai couldn't help but feel puzzled. At this time, Zhang Rongjun sat back down, shaking his head with a bitter smile on his lips, so similar. I must be getting old, sigh. Father. Zhang Rongjun waved his hand indicating Zhang Yuntai not to worry, it's fine, don't worry about me, I just thought of some past events. By the way, remember to go to the county government office these few days, make sure to take care of all levels, and you should be mindful of the relationship with Brother Sheng from before. If I don't frequently build connections, those feelings will fade. Father, rest assured, I have already prepared everything properly, there will be no glitches. Zhang Rongjun nodded upon hearing this but continued mumbling to himself, appearing a bit dazed, so alike. What he didn't know was that the young man who had intrigued him just then was also looking back at Zhang Rongjun's retreating carriage, smiling faintly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This young man had a face very similar to Liang Sheng's. Old friend, long time no see. Chapter 46 9 Levels of the Postnatal Realm. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 65. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 9th Layer, 10 Methods of Health Cultivation, 12th Layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 4th Layer. Realm, Martial Artist, Postnatal 9 Realms, 1%. Over the past 10 years, Liang Sheng's martial arts realm has finally improved, breaking through to the postnatal 9 realms, much faster than he had previously estimated. However, this was not Liang Sheng's greatest achievement. His greatest achievement was actually that the Unmoving Ming King Seal had finally advanced to the 4th level. And the Unmoving Ming King Seal, true to its name as the Dharma Sex Town sealing technique, made Liang Sheng's cultivation speed much faster. In just a short decade, he stepped into the postnatal 9 realm, and if he wanted to establish a martial arts family, he could also become an ancestor. It's just that the Golden Dragon technique has already broken through to the 9th layer, but the health cultivation method has not yet broken through. However, he has a faint feeling that his health cultivation method, under the Unmoving Ming King Seal's enhancement, will soon enter the next level, and even tomorrow, he might make a breakthrough inadvertently. However, Liang Sheng did not force himself, and in these 10 years, he actually never left the territory of Jinzhou City. He was just worried about the lifeless sect's return, so he had been living cautiously in small towns outside the city. He originally wanted to return to Jinzhou City earlier to enjoy the bustling life, but the breakthrough of the Unmoving Ming King Seal disrupted his original plan. But 10 years have passed, and he finally has the strength to protect himself. As long as he doesn't court death, there is no danger under the innate realm, thus, Liang Sheng decided to return to Jinzhou City. It is unknown whether the lifeless sect still has a lingering fear of their previous consecutive failures, or if they have other plans, but Jinzhou City has been the most peaceful in these 10 years. And Liang Sheng was like an outsider in the chess game, everything was under his eyes, and no changes could escape his observation. Today, he didn't come to Liang family cemetery on a whim but to see his old friend Zhang Rongjun, who would come to visit himself. However, he probably doesn't have many years left to live either. In the face of time, everything in the world will eventually decay. When Zhang Rongjun and others disappear from this world, I'm afraid no one will remember that there was once a Liang family's trash. Liang Sheng has now been promoted to the postnatal 9 realms. As long as he doesn't court death, there will be no danger beneath the innate realm. He finds that Jinzhou City hasn't changed much since his last visit, the only difference is that the vendors on both sides of the street are more energetic than before. The Liang and Wu families have long lost their former prestige, as they no longer have the postnatal 9 realms ancestor to support them, and they are no longer considered martial arts families. Unconsciously, it was getting dark while he was leisurely strolling around. Surprisingly, there were still street stalls doing business on the roadside, which indicates that the city's public security has improved in recent years. At this time, Liang Sheng touched his stomach, feeling a little hungry after wandering around for so long. He headed towards the noodle stall, and after turning a corner, he naturally entered the adjacent building. "Sir, you have arrived? Ladies, why don't you come out and greet our distinguished guest?" Yu Shun Building. The enthusiastic old madam at the door was still Lady Lu, but she could no longer recognize Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng, on the other hand, didn't show any stage fright and directly hugged Lady Liu's plump waist. "How about letting Mom serve me?" Lady Liu's movements paused for a moment, then became normal. She thought he was a greenhorn but turned out to be a master in the flower field, and her usual tactics had been seen through. "If the sir really wants me to accompany him, how could I refuse?" Lady Liu's charming eyes seemed to overflow with water, but Liang Sheng just smiled and did not start a conversation. When he saw the girls inside, he naturally moved his hand away from Lady Liu and picked up a girl with each hand, heading straight upstairs. Lady Liu didn't show any dissatisfaction at this time because her chest had already been stuffed full of silver notes, causing her voice to involuntarily raise a few notches. "Little bottle, little green, take good care of the gentleman. Make sure not to disappoint him." Then, Lady Liu stuffed the silver notes into her sleeve with a grin, not having encountered such a generous guest for several years. He was very much like the old master of the Liang family back then. Not to mention, this young man bore a slight resemblance to him. Wealthy and generous, if it were not for her own aging body. Upon thinking about this, Lady Liu's legs tightened. After a while, she blushed on both cheeks and continued to attract customers outside the door. As Liang Sheng was enjoying himself, Liang Ying returned home. In recent years, he had become more and more accustomed to serving as the secretary in the county government office. However, his face now showed wrinkles, and his youthful vitality had long gone. He had just entered the mansion and had not yet taken off his official uniform when the steward whispered in his ear, "Master, someone has come from the mountain." Liang Ying's face paused before handing his clothes to the steward and changing back into his casual attire. "I understand. Have someone guard the door to my study and do not let anyone disturb me." Afterward, a few inaudible footsteps echoed around and Liang Ying leisurely made his way to his study. As soon as he opened the door, Liang Ying saw someone already sitting under the main seat. He first closed the door before walking up to the main seat. "Brother Qi, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have had my servants prepare some food, now it's a bit rushed." Hung Ji's expression darkened. "Layman Liang, I've told you many times that in this world, there is no longer a Liang Qi, only a man seeking Buddha named Hung Ji. I hope you won't make the same mistake again." Upon hearing this, Liang Ying didn't care. "My apologies, it was my fault. However, no matter whether you admit it or not, you still have the blood of the Liang family running through your veins." "Humph, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been so soft-hearted and deceived by you, causing the whole Jinshan temple to be dragged down with me." "Brother Qi, that's not quite how the story goes, it was simply a win-win situation. Otherwise, if Jinshan temple didn't cooperate, do you think I could have threatened them with just my post-natal 8th level cultivation?" Hearing this, Hung Ji didn't refute and didn't want to dwell on the issue. "Alright, let's discuss the main matter. Among the Liang family disciples you brought last time, someone has already broken through the post-natal fourfold realm." "Really? Your esteemed temple is truly worthy of being a major sex inheritance. You indeed have a knack for training disciples. I knew I had chosen the right temple." But before he could finish, Hung Ji interrupted him. "Layman Liang, I advise you not to speak nonsense, otherwise, if something goes wrong, your Liang family won't be able to bear it." Instead of becoming angry, Liang Ying smiled. "You're right, I've gotten a bit too excited. I promise I won't make such a mistake again. Don't be mad. This time, I've prepared something good for you as well. The merchants of Jinzhou City have brought a lot of medicinal materials. I've intercepted some of them and put them in the usual place. You can have someone pick them up when you have time." Hearing this, Hung Ji's expression finally softened a bit. "Brother Qi," just as Hung Ji was about to get angry, Liang Ying quickly blurted out his next sentence. "Wait, don't get mad. I've said before that our cooperation with your esteemed temple is a win-win. Many rare medicinal materials are controlled by the court, and only I can get some of them. Besides, we're all in the same boat. I won't cut off my own path. I just want to see the Liang family return to its peak. No matter what, you are still a part of the Liang family, and I hope you can help us. If something were to happen to me, I hope you could lend a hand to the Liang family." Upon hearing this, Hung Ji suddenly paused and looked at the white-haired Liang Ying standing in front of him. He couldn't help but feel slightly soft-hearted. If it weren't for the Liang family, would Liang Ying, at the postnatal eightfold realm, have aged so much? For a moment, the study fell silent. It took a while before Hung Ji's voice emerged. What do you want to do? Chapter 47, Life Threatened by an Evil Star? Jinzhou City. Liang Residence. Just as dawn was breaking, Hung Ji carefully left through the side door. Since he couldn't leave the city at night, staying at the Liang residence for one night was safer. However, before he left, he looked back at the Liang residence. For some reason, he felt that the mansion seemed to carry a sense of decline. At this moment, he suddenly understood Liang Ying. He indeed couldn't compare to him. If he were to put himself in Liang Ying's position, he would never be able to reach the same level. Hung Ji couldn't help but shake his head, clearing the emotions from his mind. Then, he clasped his hands together and softly chanted a mantra. Amitba. After composing himself, he left quickly. Today, he had to report to his master about the information Liang Ying had shared. The primary task was to retrieve the rare medicinal materials Liang Ying had secretly intercepted. As for the second matter, Liang Ying's personal ambition, he wasn't sure how the monastery would react. Nevertheless, it was his duty to report, and the other decisions were up to the monastery. Hung Ji hurried away, not noticing the playful smile and surprise in the heart of a man at the street corner who was watching him. He didn't expect to encounter Hung Ji here. The man was none other than Liang Sheng, who had just come out of Yushun building early in the morning. At this moment, he felt refreshed and satisfied, a feeling he hadn't experienced for 10 years. Liang Sheng glanced at Hung Ji's departing figure, then looked towards the direction he had come from, wondering what Hung Ji was doing at the Liang residence, as their relationship was not good. However, in the next moment, Liang Sheng dismissed the thought, since whatever Hung Ji was doing had nothing to do with him. Why should he bother? As Liang Sheng walked along the streets, he felt extremely relaxed, no longer the timid and insecure person he once was. Having already made a breakthrough in the 9 levels of the postnatal realm, he could walk through Jinzhou City without any worries as long as he didn't court disaster. He then came to a street he used to frequent. Back then, he would always eat a bowl of wontons at the street-side stall every time he came out of Yushun building. He wondered if the stall was still there. When he arrived at the location where the wonton stall used to be, he couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised, as he saw the words Joe's Wonton written on a banner waving gently in the wind. However, the wonton stall had turned into a shop, and the owner's appearance had changed. It was now a middle-aged man, showing signs of wear, instead of the old Joe he remembered. Liang Sheng sat down at the enthusiastic invitation of the shop owner. Apart from him, there was only one woman, most likely the owner's wife, busying herself. "Sir, what would you like to order?" At this moment, Liang Sheng felt somewhat dazed because he saw 2 memorial tablets in the middle of the shop with incense burning in front of them, emitting wisps of smoke. The middle-aged shopkeeper noticed this and laughed, "Those are the tablets of my parents. Old customers of the shop know about it, but if it bothers you, I can take you to the inner hall." Liang Sheng shook his head, looking at the empty table beneath the tablets, surrounded by a barrier, and curiously asked, "What's the reason for this?" "Oh, that's where our benefactor, surnamed Liang, used to sit. However, I don't know who he is. My late father used to say that without the benefactor, I might not be alive today. My father told me to keep the seat empty, and now it has become a habit." As Liang Sheng listened, he seemed to see the scene from more than 30 years ago when he would come out of Yushun building early in the morning and eat wontons here as usual. However, the stall owner looked panicked, holding his unconscious child in his arms, unable to focus on making wontons. At that time, Liang Sheng didn't give it much thought either, and casually threw a handful of broken silver, even asking Ma San to take them to the doctor using his horse carriage. Afterward, he didn't know the details, but every time he came to the wonton stall, they would add an extra portion of lamb offal, making the wontons more delicious. In the past, Liang Sheng would say that the stall owner knew how to do business, and after all, Liang Sheng was not the kind of person to take advantage of others, so he would always give a little more broken silver because of this. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and then he came to his senses. "Boss, give me a bowl of wontons, a handful of chopped green onions, 3 pinches of chili salt, and a plate of lamb offal." Upon hearing this, the shop owner couldn't help but be stunned. This was a way of eating that only the old customers knew, but he was sure he had never seen the other party before. However, although he was puzzled, the shop owner quickly served the wontons. As soon as the wontons entered his mouth, Liang Sheng couldn't help but nod his head. It was still the taste from the past, but no longer the same people. Just as more guests entered the shopkeeper hurriedly greeted them. When he came out, Liang Sheng was already gone, but there was a handful of broken silver left on the table. He quickly picked it up, grateful that no one noticed. Today, a fortune had been made. This handful of broken silver was worth half a month's income. Overjoyed, he didn't notice that in front of the shop plaque, 2 more incense sticks had been added. Walking on the street, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel a little sentimental, but he quickly put these emotions behind him, because such situations would happen more often in the future. As time passed, everyone became just a passerby in one's life, with only oneself being immortal. Liang Sheng, who had tidied up his emotions, no longer felt sadness, and headed straight to Zhang Rongjun's tea house. Since he was in Jinzhou City, he had to drink a cup of Zhang Rongjun's tea. Although he didn't know that he had been here before, he could still have peace of mind. When he arrived at the tea house, there were not many vacant seats left. Even at this point of time, it was evident how booming the tea business was for Zhang Rongjun and his son. As soon as Liang Sheng entered, a waiter immediately came forward and greeted him with a warm smile. "Customer, please come in." After sitting down, Liang Sheng ordered a pot of iron goddess tea and some food and listened leisurely to the stories told by the tea house's storyteller. The tea was aromatic as it went down. Good tea. From the corner of his eye, he could see Zhang Yuntai behind the counter, holding an account book, seemingly doing the accounts. This young man was becoming more and more steady. If nothing went wrong, the Zhang family would have nothing to worry about for 3 generations. At that moment, Liang Sheng's ears twitched, and he heard a barely audible scream. Everyone around him had no reaction at this time, and Liang Sheng couldn't help but frown. If there was a murder in the tea house, it might be a bit troublesome. "Young man, let your uncle help you out for once. Consider it as repaying you for calling me uncle for so many years." Liang Sheng turned to look at the private room next to him, but just as he was about to stand up and then sit down again, he frowned. The situation was not what he thought it was. However, he was somewhat helpless. How come as soon as he left the mountain, the tranquil Jinzhou city of 10 years suddenly stirred up waves? Is it because he was born with an ill-fated star? At this moment, Liang Sheng no longer had the mood to drink tea. Why did the Liang family do this? Did they want to engage in a desperate struggle with the Wu family? However, what benefits would the Liang family gain from this? As long as both sides started fighting, no matter what the outcome, the winner would definitely suffer heavy losses as well. Unless... Thinking of the sight of Hengji leaving the Liang residence in the morning, Liang Sheng's heart moved. Just then, the door of the private room in the tea house, which had just emitted a barely audible scream, opened. 2 people walked out of it, one of whom was pale-faced. Before leaving, however, he nodded to the other person and left without looking back. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. How unlucky was he that as soon as he left the mountain, chaos broke out in Jinzhou City. Chapter 48, Assassination Attempt. Jinzhou City. Liang Residence. Liang Ying tapped the table with his left hand, looking at the Liang family steward. "Are you sure that the other party has agreed to our terms and will not go back on their word?" Being a trusted aide of the Liang family, the steward replied with certainty, nodding his head. "My lord, they dare not mess with us since we hold their weakness in our hands. If the Wu family were to know about it, it would be a crime worthy of annihilating their entire family. Moreover, to put his mind at ease, I have brought his most talented grandson to the city outskirts. I think he will put in great effort." Liang Ying did not comment on this but did not continue the conversation either. Glancing at the sky outside, it was getting late. "All right, I will go first. If anyone comes to the mountain, no matter what time, find me in the county government office immediately." "Yes, my lord." Liang Ying got up, adjusted his attire, and rode the sedan chair to the county government office. As a secretary, he naturally had to sit in a sedan chair, which was also due to the fact that the new county lord preferred sedan chairs since he was a civil official. Although the new county lord, Li Milin, was a civil official, Liang Ying dared not be too presumptuous in front of him. After all, the new constable Chen Shiqiang who accompanied him was an expert of the postnatal 8th level. To have such cultivation level among the constables in a small Jinzhou city, nobody would believe that there were no hidden intrigues. On his way to the office, several clerks greeted him and Liang Ying responded with a smile. When he reached his office, he prepared tea as usual. But today, his mind seemed to be constantly distracted. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, he lacked patience. The county magistrate's office next door was empty. Wu Chang had been unwell for a year, and the county lord allowed him to recuperate at home, understanding his condition. However, Li Melin did not allow him to resign from his position as deputy, as if he wanted to tie Wu Chang and himself together, unable to leave his sight. This couldn't go on any longer. As the years passed, Liang Ying could no longer keep up with the needs of his age. He felt that if he didn't strive for more, the Liang family would never rise again, and in the long run, would fade away, leaving no trace of their once prominent family in Jinzhou City. Liang Ying's mind went into overdrive, gradually clarifying his plans and ensuring there were almost no flaws. Now, he had to see when should Jinshan Temple make its move. As for whether Jinshan Temple would take action, he was not worried, as he knew their biggest secret. Furthermore, he had already prepared for this. The day he met with an unexpected death would be the day Jinshan Temple's secret would be exposed. Just then, Constable Chen Shiqiang suddenly assembled all the constables, causing a commotion in the county office. Liang Ying looked surprised. Was Jinshan Temple moving so quickly? At this moment, a clerk reported that the Liang family steward was looking for him. Liang Ying immediately suppressed his excitement and calmly walked out of the office. Today marked the day when the Liang family would rise again. The Wu family. Once a prestigious martial arts family that had stood in Jinzhou City for hundreds of years. Now, however, the family appeared desolate and withered. Their current situation was even more chaotic. The Ardil family's head, Wu Chang, had been assassinated. The most terrifying thing was not Wu Chang's sudden death, but the identity of the murderer. The no-life evil cult. That white lotus flower seemed to be announcing their return. The bloody chaos from 10 years ago began to resurface in everyone's minds. What's even more frightening was that Wu Chang made no sound from the beginning to the end of his murder. It was a quiet death, which showed just how powerful the murderer was. When Chen Shiqiang arrived, the Wu family was still in chaos. He couldn't help but frown. Unexpectedly, the once mighty martial arts family had become such a sorry sight. Now that Wu Chang was gone, it was feared that the Wu family would never be able to regain its former glory. This could only be blamed on the cruelty of their predecessors, who had directly cut off the roots of the martial arts family. Chen Shiqiang and his subordinates carefully surveyed the crime scene and checked everything. Afterwards, his face turned extremely grim. The various branches of the Wu family ignored him and began to fight over the family's property. They all looked vicious and sinister. Chen Shiqiang did not stop them. He was only concerned about whether the no-life sect was behind the crime. By now, he was almost certain that it was undoubtedly the work of the no-life evil cult. The no-life evil cult was just like a group of street rats, never-ending. They always resurfaced from time to time but could never live in the sunlight. Damn it! After confirming all, Chen Shiqiang hurried back to the county office, not bothering about the chaotic Wu family. After all, with Wu Chang's death, the Wu family was scattered and in disarray. After the county lord Li Melin listened to the report from Chen Shiqiang, he couldn't help but feel some helplessness. He was just a civil official, and his purpose in Jinzhou City was merely to gain experience. Thus, in these 10 years, he completely abided by Xia's Haiqiu's orders without any deviation. Originally, his term of office was about to end soon, but he didn't expect such a major incident to occur at this critical moment. Captain Chen, how should we deal with this? Chen Shiqiang's thoughts were simple. Even if Wu Chang's physical condition was not as good as before, he was still at the postnatal 8th level, and the killer's strength was definitely not low. There was even the possibility that the killer was a 9 levels of the postnatal realm expert. County Lord, let's just go to the provincial mansion and request the Dragon Suppression Guard. I'm afraid that the assassination by the lifeless sect this time might be an individual act, just for revenge. Therefore, the next target could be the Liang family or maybe. Chen Shiqiang didn't finish his sentence, but Li Melin had already understood his meaning. For the sake of his own safety, asking the Dragon Suppression Guard to come to Jinzhou City was indeed the best solution. After all, he was not Xia's Haikyo. He was just a civil official with a martial arts cultivation level of only 3 stages of postnatal realm, so safety came first. Someone, bring my token and hurried to the provincial mansion for help. Li Mulan wasn't worried that the dragon suppression guard wouldn't come, not because he had a big face, but because the face of Prince of Ping'an's mansion, which was behind him, was big. From now on, my safety depends on you, Shiqiang. County Lord, rest assured, I will guard outside your door tonight. Unless I die, no one will be able to disturb the County Lord. Upon hearing this, Li Mulan finally felt a bit more at ease. After all, the means of the no-life evil cult were insidious and cunning, so one could never be too careful. Shend Building. At this time, Shend Building was still one of the busiest taverns in Jinzhou City, just a bit less lively than when Liang Sheng was in charge. After all, it was just a Liang family business now and didn't have the protection of the county government office's chief constable, so naturally, there were fewer interested visitors. Jinshan Temple was sitting in the corner, enjoying the food and drinks that tasted almost the same. This also made his mood a bit better since it was a pleasant memory after all. However, the idle chatter of the guests around him also made him learn about Wu Chang's assassination today, thinking of the scene he previously saw at the tea house. His first thought was that the Liang family and Jinshan Temple made the move and then framed the lifeless sect. After all, if the lifeless sect had really descended on Jinzhou City again, how could the cautious Liang Sheng bring trouble to himself by entering the city? Only when he had triple confirmed that Jinzhou City had returned to its peaceful state without any danger did he enter the city, so this was definitely a blind eye by the killer. When he heard the coarse laughter of guests discussing the chaos of the Wu family, the jockeying for the family property, and their evil looks, he knew that the Wu family was finished. He also roughly understood the Liang family's plan, but why was Jinshan Temple so cooperative? It seemed that the relationship between the Liang family and Jinshan Temple in these 10 years was also somewhat intriguing. However, these things had nothing to do with him. People struggle in the world, fighting for a chance to survive. He was just sampling the world's worldly pleasures. What did these great families have to do with him? After discussing their own gossip, the lewd laughter of the guests rose, and they naturally understood the topic at hand, men. Seeing as he could no longer discern any useful information, Liang Sheng settled his bill and left. He still left a handful of broken silver on the table and left without looking back. However, someone outside was intently watching him. Big brother, look quickly, this fat sheep threw a big handful of silver without even looking. Are you guys sure he's a foreigner who came to the city alone? I can guarantee that he is a foreigner who just entered the city a few days ago, extremely extravagant, and a big fat sheep. Alright, follow him. At this moment, Liang Sheng seemed unaware, with a few hoodlums and beggars stealthily following behind him. The next moment, their eyes lit up. Since Liang Sheng had turned into a small alley, and it was a dead end where no one usually went in. Good opportunity. The few people were extremely excited, as if seeing a fortune, they couldn't help but speed up their pace and sneak into the alley. Kid, blame your bad luck. Don't be so ostentatious in your next life. With sinister faces, the men went silent in an instant. Immediately after, they saw Liang Sheng walking out of the alley with a smile on his face, then disappearing into the crowd on the street. Why do people always come to find death? Chapter 49, The Fall of the Wu Family. Jinzhou City. Liang Residence. After returning home from the county government office, Liang Ying did not stop, and went straight to his study. Hung Ji was already waiting for him inside, and when he saw him come in, he spoke coldly. Liang Zhishi, we have done what you asked us to do. From now on, it depends on you. No matter what happens next, it has nothing to do with our Jinshan Temple. Master Hung Ji, rest assured, this matter is all due to the remnants of the lifeless sect. We just need to be loyal and do a good job in guarding. As for the rest, we'll leave it to fate. After all, no one knows what the remnants of the lifeless sect will do next. Hearing this, Hung Ji looked deeply at Liang Ying. With such a thick skin, he was indeed worthy of being the master of a prominent family. He might not be incapable of achieving great things and revitalizing the Liang family. At this time, Hung Ji didn't want to stay any longer, and seeing that Liang Ying knew the score, he directly said goodbye and left. After his departure, Liang Ying also retracted his smile. Sitting alone in front of the desk, Liang Ying tapped the table with his fingers, going over all the details in his mind. After ensuring that everything was correct, he let out a long sigh of relief. Next, they had to see the reaction from the county government office. As for the resources of the Wu family, there was no need to worry about them now. After all, no one could steal them in Jinzhou City. But the situation that followed was somewhat unexpected to Liang Ying. After a decade, the dragon suppression guards from the city mansion came to Jinzhou City again. He didn't expect Li Melin to be so timid. However, it was fine this way, no one would suspect that Wu Chang's death had anything to do with him now. Moreover, as long as they held on for a while, the dragon suppression guards would naturally leave. They couldn't possibly stay in Jinzhou City for too long. For the next 7 days, the entire Jinzhou City was under heavy martial law, and the city gate was heavily guarded. However, even by the time of Wu Chang's funeral, the county government office still had not found any clues. During this time, the county government office, in cooperation with the dragon suppression guards, had practically turned Jinzhou City upside down, but they could not find the slightest clue. In this regard, they came to only one conclusion: it seemed that the remnants of the lifeless sect had struck and fled, and they never intended to sit and die in Jinzhou City. This situation left Chen Shiqiang helpless. What he feared the most was this kind of situation because they would never know when the next accident would happen. On this premise, after the dragon suppression guards confirmed the departure of the lifeless sect, they immediately left Jinzhou City, and Li Melin had no choice but to accept it. Who would have thought that he was only from the background of a doorman of Prince Ping'an's mansion? Although he had the face to invite the dragon suppression guards, he couldn't possibly let them stay in Jinzhou City forever. While the county government office found nothing, the Wu family was bustling at this moment, because Wu Chang's sudden death did not leave any arrangements for the next family head. There were hardly any descendants of the Wu family who could take on the responsibility. So Wu Chang had given up on them completely and had been cultivating the third generation of the Wu family with all his strength for many years. Unfortunately, heaven did not give him enough time. At this moment, various branches of the Wu family were in a heated debate, with nobody yielding to anyone else. Finally, they rushed directly to the Wu family treasury, ready to split the family assets. But when the treasury was opened, everyone was stunned to find it empty, not even a mouse was inside. Damn you, did you guys from the big family secretly swallow the treasury? In an instant, the scene was chaotic, and no one noticed that the Wu family manager had already disappeared quietly, not showing up for several days. Finally, Chen Shiqiang came with a gloomy face accompanied by the county yak-catcher to suppress the scene. However, by this time, lives had already been lost. In his anger, Chen Shiqiang took all the important people of the Wu family back to the county government office prison. Without teaching these people a lesson, they would never stop. Shend building. At this moment, Liang Sheng was leisurely drinking wine, listening to the guests discussing the Wu family's affairs, and couldn't help but shake his head. Back then, when he first arrived, the three major families of Jinzhou City held high positions, but now, the Gao family has been destroyed, and the Wu family has completely declined, no longer possessing their former power. Only the Liang family is barely hanging on, but once Liang Ying is gone, who knows what the future holds for the Liang family. The ordinary people are somewhat gloating over their misfortune. After all, the Liang and Wu families were too distant from them, and seeing their decline brings a twisted pleasure to everyone. Who would have thought that they would end up like this? But this is at the Shend building, which is the Liang family's territory, so no one dared to talk loudly about it. They exchanged glances and experienced it silently. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. He must not underestimate people under heaven. In terms of wisdom, strategy, and planning, he was far from their equal. This served as a wake-up call for him. Even with his strength, he should avoid conflict with those major forces. In case he encountered such a situation inadvertently, he should either kill with a single hit, cutting off future trouble, or immediately admit his defeat and flee far away. Actually, after Wu Chang's death, he was somewhat curious about what Liang Ying would do next, as the situation was a bit complicated with the Dragon Suppression Guard arriving in Jinzhou City. However, he did not keep an eye on the Liang family, as he was afraid of being noticed by those who intended to. Instead, he focused on the Wu family manager he had met that time at the Shend building. What happened next was an eye-opener for him. He never expected Liang Ying to make a dark under-the-light move, taking almost everything from the Wu family's treasury and leaving not a single bit of cultivation resources behind. At that time, the Wu family was busy burying Wu Chang, and the county government office was trying to find traces of the lifeless sect, so Liang Ying's actions were utterly unnoticed. As for the Wu family manager, just like the Liang family steward promised before, the whole family reunited, but it was a reunion in the netherworld. As an outsider, Liang Sheng watched the whole process clearly and could only say that when it came to large families, their ruthlessness left nothing to be said. However, Liang Ying did not monopolize the huge amount of cultivation resources and wealth but instead shared a part of it with Jinshan Temple, indicating that they had some deep-level cooperation between them. Liang Sheng had no intention of going to Jinshan Temple to inquire about the specific situation. There were too many masters and the waters were too deep. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if he went? Liang Sheng continued to drink his wine, listening to the whispers around him, implying that the Liang family would also decline, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps Jinzhou City would only be left with one martial arts family in the future. When he couldn't hear any more useful news, Liang Sheng paid the bill and left, humming a little tune as he headed towards Yushun building. But halfway there, as he passed by Zhang Rongjun's tea house, his face changed. At this moment, Zhang Yuntai was not in the tea house. There was still a sign at the entrance of the tea house offering half-price tea, and some tea guests were discussing that old Master Zhang probably wouldn't make it, so the tea house was offering half-price tea to pray for his blessing. Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng hesitated not and turned around to leave. Since his old friend was going to leave, he naturally wanted to see him off. Zhang family. At this moment, Zhang Rongjun was lying in bed, his face pale and lifeless, even his breathing was weak, and the room was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. Zhang Yuntai was kneeling by the bed, looking at the short of breath and lifeless Zhang Rongjun, her eyes red. Although they had already used ginseng to sustain his life, the old master might not last much longer, and she could not help but feel sadder as she thought about it. Just then, Zhang Rongjun lying in bed, suddenly seemed dazed, slightly delirious, and even began to experience hallucinations, hearing impossible sounds. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes because he indeed heard a voice very clearly, his face full of disbelief. Brother Sheng? Chapter 50, Old Friends Meet Again. Jinzhou City. Zhang Rongjun suddenly opened his eyes, startling Zhang Yuntai. He was about to call the doctor, but Zhang Rongjun, with great effort, slowly raised his hand to stop him. Yuntai, everyone out. Don't let anyone in. All? Dead. Out, close the door. Seeing Zhang Yuntai's confusion and hesitation, Zhang Rongjun suddenly raised his voice and then took a deep breath, like a broken gong. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yuntai dared not say more and quickly led his children and wives out of the room. As the door closed, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless, wondering what his father was about to do. At this moment, a young man appeared in front of Zhang Rongjun in the room, his hand gently resting on Zhang Rongjun's left hand. Immediately, a pure and nourishing true qi entered Zhang Rongjun's body, rejuvenating him. Zhang Rongjun seemed to have regained some energy and vigor, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at the young man and spoke softly. Brother Sheng. Zhang Rongjun felt a long-lost sense of relief at this time, but what made him even happier was the young man in front of him who looked exactly like the one in his memories. Brother Rong, long time no see. You didn't die. At this time, Zhang Rongjun tried to get out of bed but found that he couldn't. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Brother Rong, you don't have to be polite. My true qi can only support you for a while, just so you won't leave in pain. Hearing this, Zhang Rongjun understood what was going on. He was already exhausted and only regained some energy because of Liang Sheng's true qi. He had 1,000 words to say but didn't know where to start. Instead, Liang Sheng picked up an orange from the side, peeled it, and fed it to Zhang Rongjun. Every year for the past 10 years, you've visited my grave and drank wine with me. I'm afraid I won't be able to do the same after you die, as I don't know if I'll still be in Jinzhou City. Looking at you now, are you wondering why I'm not dead and why I didn't come see you? It's a long story, just think of it as me being away for 10 years. As he spoke, another extremely pure true qi entered Zhang Rongjun's body. Although Zhang Rongjun's martial arts were not successful, he could still feel the power of this energy. Brother Sheng, even if you don't say anything, I won't ask. I'm content to see you before I die. Seeing you like this, I'm reminded of the past. Back then, at Yushun building, you were the only one who never looked down on me." As he chattered on, Zhang Rongjun gradually calmed down, looking at the young brother Sheng as if he had returned to several decades ago. "Brother Sheng, it's a shame that I'm like this now and can't have a drink with you." Before Zhang Rongjun could finish speaking, Liang Sheng took out a flask of wine and 2 cups from behind. Zhang Rongjun couldn't help but smile. "Brother Sheng, you truly understand me. Brother Rong, this is your last drink in life. Being able to have a drink with Brother Sheng before I die, I have no regrets." Soon, the wine was finished. At this time, Liang Sheng's face showed a bit of sadness as his true qi could only give Zhang Rongjun a brief resurgence, not prolonging his life for a few more years. "All right, there's not much time left for you to settle your affairs. I'll leave first. If there's a chance, I'll visit your grave and pour wine for you." Hearing this, Zhang Rongjun's eyes turned red. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but said nothing. He had already guessed something. Then Liang Sheng smiled slightly and disappeared from view, making it feel as if everything had just been a dream. But the wine cup in his hand told him that Brother Sheng was indeed still alive. "Yuntai, you guys can come in now." Zhang Yuntai was a little anxious outside, but he didn't want to go against his father's wishes at this time. Hearing Zhang Rongjun's shout, he hurriedly opened the door and ran in. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Rongjun's face rosy and couldn't help but be joyful. "Father, you. It's just a momentary resurgence. I'm already running out of time. Don't think too beautifully. I called you here to tell you a few things. First, after I'm gone, keep my funeral simple and don't make it a grand event. Remember to bury me in the graveyard I bought before, as it is closer to your uncle Liang. As for you, I am very relieved about your dealings with others. As long as you adhere to the principle of not competing with others, our Zhang family can last for a long time. The last thing is, when you come to see me during the festivals, remember to go to your uncle Liang, and make sure to include this in the family instructions. No matter what happens in the future, as long as the Zhang family's lineage continues, they must commemorate your uncle Liang. Have you written it down?" "I have written it down, father." Seeing that Zhang Yuntai had listened to his last wishes, Zhang Rongjun breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the ceiling, his voice getting weaker and weaker, and then Zhang Yuntai's hand holding his dropped down. In an instant, cries echoed throughout the mansion. Before his consciousness plunged into darkness, Zhang Rongjun saw the corners of his mouth curl up at the door. "Brother Sheng." Liang Sheng walked down the street. He actually waited until Zhang Rongjun passed away before leaving, and now there was one less old friend in the world. Moreover, Zhang Rongjun might have guessed something, so he asked the Zhang family descendants to always pay homage to him. His thoughts were not wrong. If fate allowed, there would be no harm in a chance encounter in the future, as long as it didn't involve his own safety. At this moment, Liang Sheng felt a little low. Such situations would happen one after another as time passed, and old friends would die one by one, while only he would be eternal and undying. Just then, Liang Sheng suddenly squinted his eyes, not expecting to meet another old acquaintance today. Although they only had a brief encounter before, it just happened that he was in a bad mood now, which could be seen as bad luck. Of course, before venting his emotions, he had to make sure it was safe. With that in mind, he quietly followed. Even without the attribute panel concealment, nobody would know that Liang Sheng, who was now in the postnatal 9 realms, was following them. The person in front of him would never discover him. The man ahead was very cautious and took several detours habitually to ensure safety before returning to his residence. When he entered the room, there was a big bald head. It was the lifeless sect follower who had conspired with Flower Mother for Liang Qiang's inheritance back then. This time, he came to Jinzhou City alone to investigate Wu Chang's death, whether it was actually the doing of someone from the lifeless sect. After the lifeless sect's plan in Jinzhou City was destroyed 10 years ago, they temporarily suspended their activities. Later, for some reason, the lifeless sect specifically ordered all church members not to enter Jinzhou City area. This time the rumor of Wu Chang's death being caused by the lifeless sect came up. If this were true, he would be responsible for finding the person and delivering them to the eternal punishment. However, after days of investigation, Baldi concluded that it wasn't the work of the sect at all, but rather someone framing them. Although he couldn't find the real culprit, confirming it wasn't the work of the sect members was enough to satisfy him and be able to report to his superiors. He carefully wrote the secret letter and then put it into a small bamboo stick. He caught a carrier pigeon from the pigeon house, ready to send the message. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and lost consciousness. Naturally, it was Liang Sheng who had made a move. After reading the secret letter, Liang Sheng couldn't help but think the other party's luck was indeed bad. Since there were no other lifeless sect followers in the city, death was his only option. Who could blame him for running into a moody Liang Sheng? Then he tied the bamboo stick back to the leg of the pigeon and let it fly. It was best to let the lifeless sect know there was no incident in the city and not to send anyone there. As for the baldy lying on the ground, Liang Sheng dealt with it cleanly and sent him directly to the paradise of the West. Second uncle, I didn't expect that so many years after your death, I would send away the man who might have cuckolded you. This is also a way to resolve your past grievances. That year, Baldy and Flower Mother killed a little beggar and disappeared from Jinzhou City. Now, dying in Liang Sheng's hands, it can be said that it was Baldy's bad luck to have met a depressed Liang Sheng. Then Liang Sheng took out corpse-dissolving powder, and soon the lifeless sex Baldy completely disappeared from the world. With this, Liang Sheng's melancholy from bidding farewell to his old friend dissipated, and his thoughts became clear.